too before her unfortunate
I
passing.
met her as well.
Yeah, she was a badass. She beat.
When did she pass?
She it was probably in the last 10 years or so. I remember that there was a lot of talk about her and June Castro at the time about who was the toughest, and she had fought June, and June broke her leg, and I can't remember how long she had continued to defend herself before she stopped. I think actually someone stopped it, but yeah, just amazing stories of resilience in that family. Really gave me a lot of encouragement and a lot of the drive to get out of the mess that I was no doubt going to end up in if I hadn't, fallen in love with the art.
Found something like that, and what a great place to do it too, because that family, those people, Benny, Blinky, Lily, all those people that were attached to them too, that's a giant part of the history of kickboxing in America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were the elite of the elite. Benny was the baddest motherfucker ever during his time.
Yes, he was.
People don't realize, you go back and watch those tapes of Benny Urquidez when he was young, like it's kind of like lost on some people for some reason, but he was phenomenal.
It's sad to watch how he dismantles people. There was a fight that I have one of his tapes. I have all his tapes, but one in particular that I really like. He'd gone to Thailand and he was fighting a guy. He said, "Look, I'll come to your country, fight your rules, your champ, your ring, whatever." And he went there, and all I can compare it to is in Star Wars, where they have those guys with the big hat, the big forehead, the Klingons, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Sensei Benny had kicked him across his forehead with a shin kick so many times that his whole entire forehead just had this contusion on it. Looked like almost like a Darth Vader helmet, after he'd had his head kicked. And it was, in a way, I guess, maybe he was taunting him a little bit, just slapping him around on TV because it was in front of the whole nation had shown up there to watch this fight. But I guess he's had a lot of fights like that. I heard that the story about Frank Dukes was actually about Sensei Benny too. Did you ever hear about that one?
No, well, the Frank Dukes thing was kind of a hoax, right? Like he'd claimed to be a part of some kumite that was proven to not really happen. Is that what was the exact story?
Okay, so
because I know they tried to make it into Bloodsport, right?
They did, but it's not true.
But they tried to.
Well, from what I know, this is what I know, what I was told. So I don't know how accurate this is, but I heard from the people who participated in this whole thing. So what had happened was the movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme and Frank Dukes. I was told that Frank Dukes wasn't the guy who had actually been the fighter in that, and that it was Benny the Jet Urquidez, and that when he had come home or something, he had his school in the Los Angeles area, Simi Valley area, somewhere like that, and Sensei Ruben, Benny's older brother, and Sensei Arnold, his other brother. He had 9 brothers and sisters. They were all black belts. Oh. And his mother was a professional wrestler and his dad was a professional boxer, or vice versa. One was a boxer, one was a wrestler.
What a terrible house to break into.
Oh my God. Sensei Benny used to tell me that when the kids would get in fights, the dad would say, "Go outside and fight barefoot in the stickers." And I thought, wow, that's, talk about getting toughened up. Yeah, because he used to tell me he would get his teeth worked on without any Novocaine, and I was saying, cleaning, right? No. And so I couldn't do that. I drive past dentist offices and I get freaked out.
I know Benny participated in some kind of a mixed rules kumite type situation, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was in Hawaii. See if you can find that out, Jamie.
The story with Dukes, though, when Arnold and Ruben, they had gone to Frank Duke's school, and this is what the family told me. They walked in, they locked the door, there was a student or two there, they told them, "You need to leave." The students left. And they went in the back office of Frank's dojo. Now this is what I heard, and I'm not saying this to draw Frank Dukes out of retirement or anything like that, that's just what I heard, is that when Arnold and Ruben went in there, he freaked out and kind of lost control of himself, and that they had words, and fortunately there were no fisticuffs, but that was the story. And so when I watched it again, it was really neat to think that, Jean-Claude Van Damme was portraying Sensei Benny instead of this other person.
So I'm confused about the story. So Benny and someone else went to visit Frank Dukes?
Ruben and Arnold went there because it was Benny's story.
It's terrible.
Oh, I see. So Ruben and Arnold went there to confront Frank Dukes because Frank Dukes had ripped off Benny's story.
Right.
So
That's what I was told.
And this is Benny's story that was about the Kumite that
Yes.
we. But it wasn't a real story. I mean, did he really rip off the story? It's just he kind of made something up, right?
Well,
It was
I'm not
just
saying
made
he
up.
ripped anything off. What I'm saying is that's what I was told the story was about, that it wasn't Frank, it was Benny.
I knew a dude who faked Kumite. It's a crazy story. He told his friend to drive him to the woods, and he said, "And I come back in a day. I'm fighting in like a secret karate tournament." So he goes off into the room.
What up,
he
Aaron?
brings a bag with him, right, like a duffel bag.
Yo, what up, Aaron? How you doing, my man?
Guy comes back a day later to pick
Sup,
him
homie?
up, and no duffel bag, but now he's got a trophy the same size.
We're
as the
YOLOing.
bag.
We're YOLOing
wow.
today.
He said he won a karate tournament in the woods.
Did he take the trophy out there, bring it back?
Yes.
What a dog.
But I mean, it's hilarious how what people don't understand. I think
Got a
that
cold,
before
yo,
the
me
UFC,
too, man.
before
I
we
just got
to
over it.
watch
Yo, what
mixed
up,
martial
Keshev?
arts, meaning like
What up,
an
Keshev?
Aikido
Welcome,
guy
welcome,
could fight
man.
a judo guy, or a wrestler guy could fight a karate guy. Before we saw that, we didn't know what
Yeah,
was
I got
the
a cold
best
too, man.
part. We didn't know, and there was a lot of like speculation, but very few mixed rules.
It's pretty
engagement.
ass,
Like,
dude, to be honest.
Judo Jean LaBelle fought a boxer once, and he made the boxer wear a gi.
So I want like an
Just took him around
8-second
spraying
pause
the
out.
boxers.
8-second pause
Yeah,
out. Like,
there's Ali and
pretty
Inoki.
good.
They had that weird thing where Inoki's on his back and he's kicking him in the legs. But there was very few of those. So you could have room for like some person who pretends that they fought overseas. There's no internet back then. Some person who fought and beat the world in some sort of a to the death tournament. So there was a lot of those kooks out there.
Yeah.
So that story, I mean, that's not even really based on Frank Dukes' version of what he says happened. It's just kind of Hollywood corny, right?
Yeah, well, that happens with a lot of those movies.
Yeah,
So,
obviously.
what's up,
But
Keshev? I saw
when
your
it
message,
comes to
man. What's up,
reality,
dude?
though, like Benny Urquidez was, he was a real important force in the early days of kickboxing,
yeah, I was just
particularly in
gonna
America.
One of my favorite martial art choreography.
Oh, on Instagram. No, sorry, dude. I'm not.
he
Sorry, my
choreographed
man. I'm
that?
Yeah, I
sorry.
skydived with Patrick
I-
Swayze, and I knew that he was Dalton in Roadhouse, and there was a couple moves.
I, like,
he
never
did,
use
when
Instagram.
he was attacking the
Sorry,
bad
homie.
guy, and he does this cross punch.
I'm not a
up
big
the side of
Instagram
his
guy.
knees and goes at the guy's knees, and I
Feels
thought,
pumpkin, man. Sorry, homie. What's the message?
So it was really cool to see this stuff applied in this.
Or send it on
almost,
Twitch or
you know,
something. Or I'll check my
death
Instagram
kumite.
after.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
So
man. I feel
mean, I
bad.
don't know how many people know what kumite means. So for the people that don't know that, it's a death
I
match.
gotta watch. I might take some time and watch
Exactly
some
what they're
runs.
I think the word
red
kumite
sashes.
just
I
means
just want to warm up a
sparring.
little bit. I
it
want to
just
get some
means
good
fighting.
paces.
The,
Sorry, dude. What was
the red
the
sash.
message, my man?
What
If you don't want to write in the chat, I understand.
two guys go.
I'm honored. I'm honored you
It's a
took the
death
time to
match.
message
Do
me.
they have those, or have
No
they
worries.
had those? I'm sure people have had them.
Yeah, of course. they
I'm
do.
sure over
Sorry, dude.
the
Of
course
course
they
of
do.
history, people
And I have been
decided
sick.
to karate fight to the death.
Absolutely.
they did.
Yeah.
But I think the word kumite doesn't mean that, though. I think it just means fighting,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that's why I was asking you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. That's a Japanese word. I came from a Korean martial art background originally. I don't know that much about it. Kumite, martial arts, freestyle fighting. So sparring. Okay.
What does deathmatch say?
Is there a Japanese term for karate deathmatch?
I had heard of
That'd
that
be a
one
good
time,
name for a
yeah.
band.
Yeah.
Karate deathmatch. What
Get
year?
that website.
What year did you start martial arts?
I was 12.
Wow.
I was.
So you have a black belt in karate, right? You have a black belt in what else?
in Taekwondo.
In Taekwondo,
2
and you
years.
have a purple belt in Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
That's a very impressive resume. That's really amazing.
Yeah, I've managed to be really smart and stay out of a lot of trouble too, and that was one of the things that Sensei Benny told me when we first started working together was, when guys coming down the street and he doesn't look like he's your friend, change sides of the street. If he changes sides of the street, turn around. I don't go looking
How about this,
for trouble
Keshev?
anywhere. There's a
When we
period
stop
in
to
my
look
life
at watch
where
runs,
that kind of
I'll read your message, dude. How about that?
people,
Thanks,
those
man.
kind of people.
Thanks, buddy.
And that kind of stuff was, go out, get drunk, cause some problems. We lived down in Huntington Beach, all the surf kids would go down there and fight people from another neighborhood or another school or something stupid like that.
Let's just see what this pace
Tough
is.
guys came from Huntington Beach. That's where Tank Abbott came from. That's where Tito Ortiz came from Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
A lot of guys.
There was a guy there when I went to high school there named Polo. He was
Shit, I missed.
Samoans
Got boosted.
that were down there, and I remember I was at a kegger party one night, and some guy hit him right in the face with a crowbar.
Wow.
And he did not.
It's just so amazing.
And I thought
Want it right here? Sure, buddy. Go for it.
it was
Go
one of
for it,
those,
man.
those hexagonal crowbars.
I'm gonna stop
It
and
wasn't
watch runs
like a tire iron where you just
in a
turn
little
the
bit.
knobs and you just whacked him, and I thought
So
someone's gonna die.
my YOLO, I had my best pace was 23 so
some
far.
people can take
But I mean, I only
inhumane
did like
punishment.
one run like that before I started streaming.
Superhuman. Like I've seen Mark
Just to see
Hunt in the early
pace.
days, like Crow Cop kicked him in the head. Crow Cop kicks people that just go unconscious. Crow Cop
Which is
kicked
really
him in the head,
encouraging.
sort of fell down, got right back up, and everybody was like, "How?"
Hey, did you ever know a guy named Mark Carr?
Mark Carr.
They used to call him the specimen.
Mark Kerr.
Kerr,
Yeah.
Kerr,
Yes.
Mark Kerr, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he was in the early days of the UFC.
Yeah.
I was at a couple of his fights. Definitely one where he tapped a guy by shoving his chin into his eye socket.
See, that's like really
Right.
encouraging.
Got on top of the guy, and I think it was
I mean,
Ron Waters.
nothing completed.
Ron Waterman. Ron
Third
Waterman.
cam was atrocious.
So Mark Kerr gets on top of him, and he's like grabbing the back of his head, and he shoves his chin into the guy's eye socket.
Oh yeah.
And the dude taps. I said, that's effective.
He's a big guy.
He was huge.
Yeah, I remember we hung out for a little while, and he was staying at my pad in Scottsdale.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a time he was getting himself straightened out, and he knew that I had a history, and
So that's my first
Smash
7
Machine
positive.
documentary.
I think so.
Did you ever see it?
I heard of
Terrible
it,
run.
and I
Documentary.
might have seen some of it.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild. What they were trying to do, like oftentimes in documentaries, like they'll start following someone with a very specific objective, but then the whole world changes.
Yeah.
Like, and this one is one of those. They were following him because he was this like unstoppable force that was fighting in Pride that looked like a superhero.
And this is the one. Where
Oh my
she's
God.
also-
This
Exactly.
stupid thing.
And during that time period,
I
everybody was like, oh my God, this guy's addicted to painkillers, like hardcore. Like he's really falling apart. And he falls apart during the filming of the documentary.
So I signed up for this like Star Trek thing.
Yeah, a hellscape of addiction.
If
They
5
didn't intend
people
to capture that. They intended just
sign
to
up,
capture him dominating.
download the
What,
the
like he
game
was,
Star
like, he
Trek
was freaking.
Fleet
That guy was
Command
so fucking
on
big.
their
And you
on
would
their
see
phone
Pull up a picture of
and
Mark Kerr.
reach level 5 in the
Prime.
game to
He
unlock
was one of the most
2
preposterous
ships.
guys. And he was like
Apparently
a
got to
very,
reach level
very narrative.
5
Look at that.
because that's when you unlock 2
I mean, it
ships
just
or
makes him
something.
look like a human.
So let me tell you this.
I get
Mark,
$90
see that picture on the
if
right?
5
Let's look at
people
one
do
right there
that.
where he's
He's so
screaming.
In
jacked.
7
My
days.
wife came out one night. It was around Halloween. He was staying with us, and she heard this noise in our kitchen.
And I think this thing
And
is just
there was
going
this
to.
pantry
going
that had a
to-
bunch of shelves, and all of the.
So I got a
Halloween
message
candy
saying
was stuck up
I'm
on the
like
top shelf, so our
able to
kids
be
wouldn't
sponsored
eat
or
it.
whatever,
So she
and
goes
that
in
was
the
the
kitchen
sponsor.
and she
But
sees that
so
guy
5 people have to
inside the
get
pantry on the top shelves pulling down the
download
candy 'cause
Star Trek Fleet
A lot
Command
of candy. That's
on their phone.
hilarious.
I
I
love
don't
Star
know that
Trek.
I
I'm a
would
big
have-
Star Trek guy.
Look at the size of him. He was so
Dude,
fucking big.
Star
and
Trek on the
so
NES?
fast, too.
He's a good guy.
He was.
I hope
The Star
guy's
Trek
alive.
games on the NES were
I don't know,
insane.
what's
They were
going
so
on.
good.
But I had heard he cleaned himself up.
You,
and-
what you do? You go to
I heard he was
planets and
selling
you
cars
explore
for
the
a while.
planets. Oh my god, it's so
But
good.
Buy this or else.
yeah, he looks different.
So
he
hopefully
lost
it's
all
like
muscle
that.
mass. He's a much more normal looking big guy now.
He was a big
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
So I mean, that message might come up probably every 15
so
minutes.
how
It
did we get on
seems
the
like.
subject of Mark Kerr?
Just talking.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I had a point. But he's
Specimen.
That's Star Trek Starfleet Academy on SNES.
Like,
Oh, maybe that was the one.
It was interesting to see. Like, the
Yeah, it was a
Russians
complex
started
game, but
smashing
I just remember going to
kickboxers
planets,
started coming in and kicking the
and,
Russians' legs, and then
like
other people
exploring them
started
because you could
figuring
go
out
down,
how to tap people better
you
with
could
no gi.
warp down there,
It's a wild sort of.
and then you like
journey
explore
from
planets
the
for
early
stuff.
days
It
of
was
martial arts to where
amazing.
we are today.
Yeah.
I don't think
Imagine
there's
in, like,
Of it all.
you would
Is that-
watch
oh, this is
the
Benny
Next
Jet.
Generation, the new
No rules
episode of the Next
concept
Generation,
with the
and
greatest
then you would
fighters
like
on Earth,
play
karate
that game.
meets
It was
kung
amazing.
fu.
It was like
Oh wow! So this is May 16th. What
Space
in the LA
Engine? No.
Sports Arena. What year was this?
1975. This is the third event, the World Series of Martial Arts.
Next Generation is such a good.
Winner takes all.
Show.
Masters from Hawaii, Japan, the South Pacific, Thailand, and the U.S. in full contact combat, going for the knockout. Wow, $7 for tickets. $12 for ringside. Oh man, imagine a time machine going back to watch that. That'd be pretty interesting.
I watched one of his fights, the very last one, and I was such
One
a
Recreation of Our
bad
Universe?
spectator.
What?
I was yelling because the guy that he was fighting,
That's
I can't
insane,
remember, his
dude.
name was Tanaka, I think, or something like that. But you know, there were certain rules for that, and you know, they were putting his head under the towel in the corner, and I heard that was not legal. And
that they were what? What were they doing?
well, somebody said something to me that the guy was had his head under the towel, and that they were doing something with him in the corner during the fight. I don't know exactly what.
Oh look, was this a fight with takedowns or did you just clinch?
No,
this is just what we're looking at right here. Who is this Benny versus? Bill Henderson. And this is what year was this?
That's awesome, dude.
This is from that fight that I just had the advertisement for.
Oh, really? This is
LA,
the
1975.
So he took him
Wow.
down, so that was legal in this.
That's
fight.
crazy.
So this isn't just a kid. And then
Yeah,
wearing
but
those
Can you like
karate
explore
gloves.
planets?
Shit.
But like the planet it wasn't just like an
More
empty
people
gas
in
thing. It
America
was there was like
didn't get to
worlds, right?
see,
It was
Benny fight
it was like
when
you'd
that
explore the
whole
like
PKA
Romulans,
karate thing was going on.
Cardassians, all that
You
stuff.
know, because like
And just
people
random
got
planets.
To see a lot of fights.
There's a
where it
lot
was
of
really just
random
kinda like
planets. That was the
sloppy
best part
boxing
about
with
it.
occasional kicks, and occasionally they'd
planet,
have a guy
crazy,
who was like
man.
really good. That was like a full like Jerry Trimble. Remember that guy?
No.
He's bad.
That's cool,
motherfucker.
dude.
Threw 360 roundhouse kicks and wheel kicks and everything like that. And then of course Rick Rufus. And Rick Rufus was like the big American star who could fight, you know, that style and knock a lot of people out with kicks. Rick Rufus was in his prime. He was phenomenal. And he was like probably the best of the Americans in terms of like the representation of like a full
was terrible.
spectrum of martial arts techniques. Like he fought Thai fights. He later learned how to fight with leg kicks. This is like one of the most famous kickboxing matches ever. Was his first fight against a Thai, because he didn't know how to fight with leg kicks, and so he was fighting with the long pants on. He gets his legs kicked out, and that like led to this big evolution between him and his brother Duke, where they really figured out like, oh, this is the right way. You have to use leg kicks. Like leg kicks are a giant part of martial arts that the karate people and the taekwondo people didn't get. Like the Thais figured that out more than anybody. And the karate people had some of it that they used in Kyokushin and some other, but it wasn't in terms of like its expression in kickboxing. Nobody had figured out how to do it like the Thais.
Oh my god, this command. I'm gonna have to like shut this
When you
command
first
off.
started
I swear
training,
to
you
God.
said you were 12 years old, and what was the original martial art?
I might just spam it just for the meme.
And my brother-in-law was the
That'd be
chief
pretty good
police
meme.
in Stanton, California. And my dad and my mom got divorced when I was 4, so consequently I grew up with male role models, surrogate parenting and stuff like that. And right across the street from the police center was a YMCA that was having free karate lessons. And
Yeah, I gotta look up. I gotta do the
and
lookup thingy
that started
first.
it all, and almost 61, so shoot, that's almost 50 years. So.
Wow.
But it hasn't been consistent the whole time, because moving out to Arizona when I left Cincinnati, it was really hard to find someone else to train.
No, what? Like why? I didn't reload.
And the whole MMA thing hadn't hit.
Fuck.
Right.
So,
It's fine.
Yeah, now that
Wasn't
it's
fast.
hit, it's like there's places to train all over the country.
yeah.
Do you still watch the UFC?
I do sometimes when I have the time. I love watching matches if I get the time, especially now that, going from practicing karate mainly to doing grappling and ground fighting and stuff. That was
I gotta
part
look
of
up. I gotta look up
style
first. I
was
gotta look up
there was
first.
a little bit of jiu-jitsu
I gotta look up when the door's
but
opening.
nothing like the extent that I've been studying now.
And you've been doing it now for how many years, jiu-jitsu?
Well, I think maybe 3-4 years.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love when people just pick stuff up new.
Yeah.
It's like it's such an important part of life, and it's so rewarding to
Right.
learn some new thing, to get into some new thing, especially
is.
some new thing like jiu-jitsu that's actually like physically good for you.
Yeah. The other thing too is over the years having the discipline. with the
Why did I not
martial
reload?
art, Chasing.
Oh, whatever.
chill out,
I went for it.
to,
It's fine.
when you ask me how long
I don't
it
know
was,
why I'm not
actually had to
reloading.
say,
That was really bad.
Because it's a way of life for me, and the rank comes, and just show up and be a good student.
What was the
Is
first
this
year you
25
picked
pace?
up a guitar?
I was 13.
Oh, so right around the same time you
Yeah.
first started doing martial arts. And what, like back then, what was the music that you were into? Like, what did you listen to?
When I was 13, I had a very limited musical library. My sisters listened to a lot of Motown. My brother-in-law's listened to a lot of the pop stuff that was in America at the time, Frankie Valli and Paul Revere and the Raiders and stuff. This is when I'm just a little kid. So
Right.
it's, Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, all those old bands. And it wasn't until my youngest sister, who's a little bit older than me, started dating that I got exposed to a little bit harder music. And that started with a little bit of Deep Purple, and then Mata Hoople, and a little bit of some David Bowie, and then we discovered Kiss and Ted Nugent. And the other one was Kiss, Ted Nugent. Who was the other band back then? Led Zeppelin. Those three. Yeah, that made all the difference in the world for me with the guitar.
And so when you first started getting into the guitar, were you taking any lessons, or were you trying to learn on your own?
I'm self-taught, so I tried to do the lesson thing. I even tried it again, a few years ago, and the guy that was trying to explain it to me.
I wonder if Japanese is better because of quick pausing.
I
wonder if you can get two quick pauses easier in Japanese.
For some people, lessons are. I think for most people, lessons are important. But if you've already figured out how to do it, don't unfigure it.
Yeah, right. Like I would imagine, like applying a system, like the system of notes.
Like that. Would
to
that
something
have
you've
worked
sort
if
of
it was Japanese?
intuitively
Maybe.
picked up. Like, did you figured out what sounds it makes while you're moving your fingers in different positions, and then you mimic the sounds that you heard in albums? Like, how does one learn how to teach themselves how to play the guitar?
Terrible.
I started with an acoustic and was plunking around a little bit on that. My sister
Just
played piano,
atrocious.
so she was so awesome.
That's what I want though. I want the 8-second pause out. That's the pace I need.
The music coming out of our apartment sounded like two cats having sex, and all I know is that there was an acoustic guitar there, and I thought I need to make some noise to drown out what she's doing, and so that started it. And she liked Cat Stevens. We had a music book of the anthology for the Beatles, which is another huge band for me with my songwriting because of the weird chord structures. They have moving bass note that the chord will stay the same and the bass will move, or vice versa. The bass will stay the same and the chord will move. So not a lot of movement happens, but it seems like a lot's going on in the songs. And then besides Elton John, Bowie was Cat Stevens. I don't know if I said that or not, but he was a huge pop success back in the day.
Yeah.
Part of that whole hippie movement, and he actually went back to Afghanistan and changed his name back to Yusuf Islam, I think.
Yeah.
And boy, he had a beautiful voice. That's one thing for sure.
I think he tours now, but I'm not sure if he tours as Cat Stevens or Yusuf Islam. I feel like he was not in America, though. See, does he tour in America? I think there was like an issue with the Salman Rushdie comments. I think there was something going on when, you remember when Salman Rushdie, before he got attacked recently, like when they first instituted a fatwa on him, I think he supported it or something. There was like some real issue.
He supported the fatwa or the Chronicles?
Yeah, which was, I'm pretty sure.
What's even going on there, man?
To edit that out.
No upcoming events.
Oh, did he support the fatwa on Salman Rushdie? I'm pretty sure I'm not
Satanic
making.
Chronicles or something?
Yeah, the Satanic Verses.
I need to watch that frame by frame. It looks like I'm pushing B on the door. I guess I'm going.
Being about Muhammad. He did? What did he say?
It just says it endorsed made statements endorsing it.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing?
Statements generated. Yeah. Which is crazy. Sorry, if guy's a hippie from Cat in the Cradle in the
Peace
Silver
Train.
Spoon.
No, that's from somebody else.
Oh, who's that?
Yeah, who knows? Who cares?
That's not him?
He's the Peace Train guy.
that's right.
Damn it! I just missed
Train,
that.
What else?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
T for the children.
That's fine. It would have been over anyways. But
He's got a great voice. It's like very
It's too bad.
soothing and loving. Meanwhile, he supports killing Salman Rushdie for writing a book. Die. I think when people say they support killing, they don't think they really understand what they're saying sometimes. I think they're saying it, but if you were there while it was happening, while the guy was getting killed, you'd be fucking horrified. Like, what you are saying is that
Wow,
horrific
26.
violence is
Suck.
justified for someone writing something down.
Yeah.
That's crazy talk. That's crazy. Unless you don't know what horrific violence is, you're talking about it like it's some ethereal, non-existing, non-real thing because you haven't experienced it in real life.
Well, maybe he did experience a lot of it in the peace movement in the 60s and 70s because
Maybe.
He probably got sick with America and going back to Afghanistan and changing your name, it probably had something that spurred that on. It probably wasn't just a knee-jerk reaction. And I know that the music business is way, way different than it is now. It's so different.
I don't know if those two things are related, but yeah, I'm sure the peace movement will probably saw a lot of wild shit.
Well, he's a musician, right?
Yeah.
And the music business is what
That's
you
it.
survive in. And
You're literally just going to see me do that for the next
his life ended, and
hour.
the way that the music business was back then, it was
I changed
drugs
it.
at the problem, throw sex and money at the problem, and I don't know that had he had modern management, or even if he was with somebody who like a handler, that would say, hey, it's probably not a good idea for you to say that. Nowadays we have people who are their sole jobs are to help keep us from stepping on it.
Right.
So, and I've got people around me. They used to be real busy with me, but fortunately, growing up, I've learned a lot of stuff that you can't say. So.
Well, specifically, I mean, in this day and age with social media, it's so easy for someone to just tweet something really ridiculous about someone. Say, Kate, don't fucking say that. You're on Adderall. Sit down. Don't write that down. Don't say that. It's just back then. Do you think that the drug and alcohol thing is the same today in music, or do you think it's less? Do you think it's just not promoted by? I mean, what do you think the difference is between the influence of drugs and alcohol in the early days versus now?
Well, I think in the early days in the music business, first off, the drugs weren't as strong, and they didn't have, like for example, something as simple as herb. The marijuana that I used to smoke when I was a kid versus what's being manufactured and grown nowadays is way different. And I think that the stigmatism for people about smoking is less.
Terrible.
And I think that there's a lot of
Absolutely
other
terrible.
things that people use out on the road to cope with things that could be dealt with good management, good
Trying to
support system.
change the angle. Trying to look up
and
before
most
going.
importantly, having somebody who's going to tell you the truth. I'm a grown-up.
Save a lot of
boy,
time.
So when I have stuff happen in my career, and it could have been avoided, or somebody didn't tell me, and I find out later, that sucks.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, when that stuff happens, they
hard to
respond
clutch
in
it when
a
you get
negative
one.
way with
Although
either
one doesn't
self-sabotage
care, one doesn't count.
They medicate themselves. And I remember back when I was drinking, there was a thing someone said at one of those meetings, and I thought it was kind of clever. The guy said, I drank when my team won, and I drank when my team lost, and I drank when my team played, and I drank when my team was in the off season. And I thought, all right, well that's about me. What team are we not rooting for anymore? So, but there's so many reasons why people make it or don't make it in the music business, and I think much like yourself, in our getting to know each other earlier this afternoon, you have to take care of yourself. You really, really do.
Oh, come on, man.
And there's so many things in the music industry that the history, the people that you're working with. A lot of people don't want to say anything bad about somebody, but I mean, imagine how much better things would be if somebody really said, you know what, that he's a nice guy, but he stole from us, or this guy he's good at this, but he's terrible at that. Everybody's so afraid to offend anybody with stuff like that, but yet, in other areas of life, offending people doesn't mean shit. So we've had some times where we've had some people on our crew and tours that we've been on. The last tour we were on, not my band, but another band, their bus drove right up to the Canadian border, and the driver got out and left. So yeah, it's the music business.
Why did he do
Because he
that?
had a DUI or something like that, and he can't get up in Canada. So,
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It's so convoluted, all this stuff. But see, like back in the day, back in the 60s or 70s, I was talking about, different eras, different messes, different managers. Managers used to manage the mess. They don't manage the mess anymore. They don't want to tolerate that shit because there's always somebody around the corner that's ready to work harder than you. It's
Went
like
too
that
far
motivational
anyways.
thing that Arnold said a long time. Somebody's out there getting stronger, running farther, all that stuff. I love those motivational tapes.
Yeah, well, someone is out there doing it. And if you do fuck up and you want to just take Xanax all day and do coke and you don't write new music, someone's going to come along. And unfortunately, everybody, isn't that a part of like the whole rock and roll mystique? Part of the whole mystique was the guy who did crazy drugs, was kind of half out of it. But
Going too far, anyways.
Sometimes, that's the Keith Moon. That worked for Keith. But I think that's, a player like Keith is so all over the place. He doesn't have a song with a pattern, so let's just go out there and just hit everything. I know of a lot of musicians that will drink when they play. I know a lot that don't. I don't know very many anymore that do drugs. That's just something that's been kind of
phased out.
Yeah,
just because of the impact it has on your body.
Well, not only that, but the things that it makes the people do and the kind of people that are around that. I think that, like I was saying, herb is less of a stigmatism, so people are a little bit more open with that. But as far as coming backstage and it's smelling like somebody's back there burning chemicals or something like that, or people falling out in the hallway from heroin or kicking around on meth or coke or something. We try and associate with people that are like-minded with us. The people that are about their careers and that really are into taking care of themselves. Two of the guys in Five Finger Death Punch do jiu-jitsu. They have a sensei out with them. We all do jiu-jitsu. When we were out with Trivium, the singer for that band does jiu-jitsu. So we try and hang out with bands that are really health-centric, that are really looking into, and not just from here down, but here up too.
When you were a kid and you first were hearing about bands and getting into bands, was that always a narrative? Was that something that was discussed a lot, that like a lot of bands did drugs?
I don't think it was, because it wasn't something we were preoccupied with. We were, at the time when I first started playing around by myself with other little small time outfits and stuff like that, it never was really drugs per se. It would be like maybe get a six-pack of air and maybe smoke a joint or something. But it wasn't until Megadeth actually got going and we met Gar and some of the people in that circle where we started to experiment with other stuff. And we had a manager at the time who was very, very bad off. And he would try to always keep us loaded. And we ended up having to fire the guy because it was for our own health and our own safety. I mean, if I was a cheap bastard and didn't have any money, I would say, this is great, you have it for free. But, the thing was, the guy was keeping several members of the band sick.
Yeah, there's guys that do that. There are guys that do that. And there's guys that'll do that just to sort of corral you and keep control of you. Mm. I've seen managers do that.
Brian Wilson's story was a good story, too.
What happened with Brian Wilson?
The movie that he had about the doctor that he had some psychiatrist that kept him all whacked out. I watched the movie that Paul Garganimus, or whatever his name is, the one guy from Billions, was the doctor. And I can't remember who played Brian Wilson, but it was a great movie.
What is it called?
It was the Brian Wilson story, I guess. I don't know.
I haven't seen that one yet.
But John Cusack played it, and I know John Cusack's practitioner, too. He'd trained over with Sensei Benny at the Jet Center, too.
Yeah, I remember he used him in one of his movies. There it is, Love and Mercy. That's it.
Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the guy from the Howard Stern movie, too. Now, that guy's awesome. Yeah, that whole thing with psychiatrists or doctors or, whether it's a manager or someone that you have that can get you drugs and that keeps you on them. That's a long-standing story. That's been going on a long time, especially like with really talented people. A lot of times that person, they can benefit financially from controlling them. Mm. So they get a hold of that. They go, look, I'm just going to babysit you, keep you on drugs, and then suck money out of you. And then there's a lot of those guys that wind up keeping these incompetent managers for years longer than they should because the guy gets them drugs too. Right. Because the guy gets them girls, he gets them drugs, he sets up parties, he does all the stuff that doesn't help the band, it doesn't help their music, but it helps keep him around.
In the picture.
Yeah. Those guys are real. I've met those guys in comedy too. They exist. And it's you know, it's always been a long-standing story in comedy. You know, with Sam Kinison was into coke, and Richard Pryor famously had a problem. But you only hear about those kind of people when they make the news. You know, when something happened. So I was always wondering, like back in your day when you first started, like was that a trope? Was that something that was discussed a lot with rock stars?
To not be in the news.
No, the drug thing. Because it seems
I
like
guess I just
so
gotta
many
YOLO it.
guys from your era.
Trying to add a mixer, you'll add aiming, but aiming
well,
is just
let's I'll give you a
possible.
scenario. When we got signed to Capitol, we went up into the tower. We went into
So
one of the
YOLO
little
it.
rooms
Not
there, and the
possible,
guy
but
slid his
for
desk open,
speed.
and there were lines everywhere.
I gotta line up my dot.
Yeah, they gave us a box of Nike shoes and all the blow you could eat.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, when I worked at a comedy club, they offered me coke or money, or a combination of both. You
Yeah.
get paid in cash or coke. I was like,
Yeah.
this is crazy.
I heard about a band with a frontman that I really respected that wanted to be paid in crack, and I just thought, you know what, I've lost all respect for you now.
Well, maybe he knew he could get it at a good price and sell it on the road. It's hard to get good crack. Yeah, there's a lot of people that get like really lost on drugs. But that's why I'm always happy to speak with a person like yourself that's, you know, had your problems.
It's too
and put
slow
them
if you
aside
aim it, if you line it
bounce
up.
back.
Yeah.
And, you know, got healthy and is open about it. You know, I think it's so important for guys to hear. And
Wow.
also guys that it's a trap too. That you get sucked up into that trap. You can be a good person, a solid person who's you know, got confidence, you can accomplish things. You can get still sucked in that trap.
Yeah, you can. It's like people call it the big lie for a reason.
Yeah, the big lie. Yeah.
They call the tour books the big lie too. So speaking of touring,
the tour books.
yeah, when you're out on tour, you know, you get these itineraries, and I don't know when you travel if you
Wow.
go for long stints at a time or not, or if the
Wow.
UFC when they travel, if they go for long stints at a time. But when we go, we usually have an itinerary, which is our little book, and we call it the Book of Lies, because all the information when the tour starts is all accurate. But by the time you get out and to that first date, stuff starts changing.
Oh, so you call that the big lie. What was the longest time you've ever been on tour for?
72 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That had to feel so bizarre when you came off the road after that much time.
Yeah, it was back in the day when dads had quarter slots on them too. So we were sitting in these cheap hotels and watching WGN all day long. I sure learned a lot about the Atlanta Braves during that period, but yeah, it was rough.
Quarter slots mean you put a quarter in to pay for the television?
No, the bed would vibrate.
Oh.
Remember
Okay.
those? That's like bygone past.
Boy, I do remember that now that you bring it up. I don't think I ever experienced it personally, but I think I saw it in movies or something. Maybe one time when I was a kid they had that. I don't know when
Yeah.
they got rid of that, but that was the most bizarre thing.
Yeah, we stayed at all those nice, fine establishments.
Is that supposed to enhance sex? You put a quarter in and
Well,
your
if you're
bed
having sex with
vibrates?
a bed, I guess.
Yeah, I don't understand why that would be a net benefit to have a vibrating bed, but people would pay for it. I think everybody forgot about vibrating beds. You might have just revived an
There
industry.
you go.
Because I completely forgot. There it is, Magic Fingers.
What? I can't believe that,
relaxation
guys.
service
I can't believe
for your
that.
comfort. This bed is
Whatever.
equipped
What?
with,
I can believe that.
what is it, the same Magic Fingers? Why does it say the same? That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe it was, well, it was, it looks like they copyrighted it, so like, maybe people were just trying to steal their,
But why was it say who? That's why it's out of business. They're
25?
terrible at marketing. For your
27,
comfort,
I
this bed is
suck, man.
equipped with the same.
Magic Fingers relaxation service. I think it's supposed to go all together.
Right, but what? That's terrible.
Wow.
Like shitty font, everything sucks.
Maybe
Yeah,
there was
it's formatted wrong. It's a whole sentence, but they put an image and they're stupid.
balling $7,000 a month off of a bed.
What?
Yeah.
They can make $7,000 a month just off each bed?
You just gotta put a vibrator in
That's
between the
incredible.
pillows.
Oh my god. How ridiculous. Yeah, shitty hotels, all that jazz. And then coming back home after 72 weeks, is that what you said? 72 weeks on the road? How long were you home for?
Let's see, we went right in after that and did Peace Cells with Who's Buying. And, I think that record took a couple of months to make. We weren't home for long. We weren't home for
That's a hard life.
Yeah. In the beginning, it was a lot of traveling, and since I was homeless, having a hotel to live in and a venue basically to live in, that was good for us. David Ellison didn't have to go home ever because he had his family to fall back on. I had no home to go to, so I had to make it last. So to a degree, being on tour in the venues and the hotel rooms, it was a step up for me from being a fan.
Yeah, I guess. That's it still had to be kind of, I mean, for every musician, the dream is to record and to make a living touring and to have fans. Mm-hmm. So when you started having that, I would imagine you would want to ride that as quickly and as long as possible. Like if I was in a band, I would imagine I would want to tour for 72 weeks in a row too. Like it's happening for you. What was that like when, you were successful pretty early on in your life. Like how old were you when you were in your first band?
Panic was the band before Metallica, and that was only for a short period of time, and I was 20 when I was in Metallica, so I probably started when I was around 17, 18.
But just think of that, just that statement. I was 20 when I was in Metallica. I mean, that...
Yeah, fuck you all.
That is crazy. I was 20 when I was in Metallica. That is a crazy statement. Because if you just think about the average 20-year-old's life and that this is, look at you guys, little babies.
Yeah.
So cute. That's amazing. Does that freak you out when you look at that?
No, it doesn't. It kind of brings me a little bit of some sadness.
Because of the way it went down with you guys?
Oh, I don't care about that. Because Cliff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you left Metallica, and then did you go right into Megadeth, or what did you do right after Metallica?
I think in my mind, I went right into Megadeth, but at the time, I was still kind of trying to digest everything that took place.
Well, you were still only 20.
Yeah. The thing that bothered me the most was I had all my music, and I left it behind, and I said, don't use my music, and of course they did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they used it on the first record, on the second record. There's parts of my music on a song on the third record. All the solos on the first record are mine, except that they're just performed by Kirk, and close, but not the same. He's not a bad guitar player.
Did you get royalties for that?
Well, most of them, yeah, but Kirk got my royalties for Metal Militia for many, many years, and, he has to see the check, so I know somebody saw that I wasn't getting paid.
So there's a sadness and bitterness.
Not bitterness.
No bitterness.
I'm over it.
A little upset.
It's just money. Like
Yeah.
you said, at the end of the day, my happiness and my family, my wife and my children are more important to me than anything in this world. And I love our fans. I have so many things in this life that I'm happy about. But man, it's my family, and obviously my relationship with God. I take that very, very personal, and I don't talk to people about it. I don't push it on them at all. It's my thing, and I just look at it like where I'm at right now. 20 in Metallica, and now look at me, I'm 60 in Megadeth, and I'm a Grammy winner, I'm a New York Times best-selling author, all these things that if I was signing autographs at every show, and I had these boxes. There was 3,000 jackets I had to sign. And for a moment, I flashed back to elementary school when I was in front of the chalkboard. I swear to God, and I had
it's so
to write.
dumb.
Did you ever have to do
Like,
that?
it's so dumb, guys.
God, and I don't know what brought that up, but I thought, oh my God, I can't even believe that. And thinking about where I'm at now today, and just how the slightest deviation from where I was going could have ended me up anywhere else. I wanted to do so many things. I wanted to be a professional athlete. I wanted to play baseball. I thought about, I had a cousin who was a fighter pilot, and I thought that would be really great too.
Wow, 3 cameras.
I think that's the case with a lot of
Which camera did I miss?
that
The
wind
first
up
one?
becoming successful at things.
I think I
They
from his
could've
first
gone in a
and the
bunch of
second one,
different
actually.
directions. They just chose to go in this one, but they still have other interesting things. Because I think the type of people that become really successful, like with you, like playing guitar, are the type of people
24.
that can kind of be good at anything. They just have to love that thing. Like, I'm sure you love playing guitar, which is why you're so good at playing guitar. If you loved something else as much as you love that, you'd be just as good at that. I think it's an expression of who you are as a person. I think that's one of the more unique things about
Like
guitar
what?
playing.
Come on.
It's like we were talking
Like what?
outside earlier about Gary Clark Jr. About, like, if I listen to Gary Clark Jr.'s riffs,
It's
I
so
can
fucking
tell
stupid. This guard.
like
This
his
guard.
sound
These
is
guards
so
are so fucking
distinctive.
terrible.
He's playing with the same instrument that other people play with, but his sound is so uniquely distinctive that I could pick it out. And that was the case with Hendrix. And that's
Oh
the
my
case
gosh.
with you. It's the case with a lot of great guitarists. Like, you hear the sound and you know who's playing it, which is really crazy. If you think about this instrument that basically anybody can buy, you can get them in so many different places, and so many people know how to play them. But some people specifically, who they are comes out in their music. And as a fan of music, that's one of the cooler things about guitar playing to me, or any kind of music playing, is that, like, there's like a expression of who the person is who creates it that comes out in the listen.
You're a big Hendrix fan.
Love Hendrix.
I don't know if you knew this, but a couple years ago, before I got diagnosed, I had the privilege to do the Jimi Hendrix experience. And the family did this thing where they go out and they have all these marquee players and they do Hendrix songs. And
wow.
they asked me to go do that. I thought, I was not influenced by Hendrix at all. But I loved him as a musician and I respect his work, so yeah, I'll do it. And of course, I'm playing a Flying V, and he had a Flying V, so I had the Flying V's painted like his, which was really cool. I have two of them still. I have one with the wang bar and one without. I'm probably going to get rid of them some point, but just haven't gotten around to it yet. But we did 3 songs, I think it was 3 songs we did, and he uses a Strat. So the sound difference between a Flying V and a Strat is very significant. And for me to try and work that out, I was having a hard time, and I want to just say this to share how cool these guys were. Lisa Zappa, I don't know if you know him. I didn't know him very well. Eric Johnson is another guy I don't know very well. But I came out one day, and the two of those guys were sitting there working on my amps. And I thought, wow, this is so rad, because Eric is an amazing guitar player, and Bruce is no slouch on his own. His dad, Frank Zappa, was an amazing guitar player too. And they were sitting there working on my guitar sounds because they've been doing this Hendrix thing for so long. They know how to make the instrument sound right, and they did it. I played it. It felt awful because it wasn't what I was used to. But it sounded great, and I was so grateful to those guys for doing that. It was really neat, being around the whole Hendrix family, listening to those songs too, it's mind-blowing how much he influenced musicians.
Today, I
Yeah.
mean, if he was alive today, he'd be one of the greatest guitarists alive. Not just one of the greatest ever. Like, even though things, look at this right here.
That's his psychedelic V.
In here. Wow. There was a photo of a bunch of photos that were released that someone sent me today. I don't know when they came out, but it's Jimi Hendrix in Ringo Starr's apartment. So you can find those. So someone sent me, there was like 10 of them that I'd never seen before. Jimmy wearing this like cool blue suit, hanging out in Ringo Starr's London apartment, smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's like he's cooking. Look, he's on the kitchen stove. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Wild pictures. You think that guy was only 27 when he died, which is amazing. If you go back and listen to some of his stuff, listen to Machine Gun, listen to Voodoo Child, listen to All Along the Watchtower. Yeah, there's the photos. That's it. Look at that.
See, that was different.
Look at that
man.
cool suit, man.
People would go and hang out, and there was no posses, and there was no
Right.
shootings and stuff like that, and everybody they loved to be around each other.
That says the time Ringo Starr evicted Jimi Hendrix for being a shitty tenant. 1967. Okay, that's wild. That might be clickbait. Whether he
Yeah.
evicted him for being a shitty tenant, who knows?
That doesn't look bad.
That's so cool, though. Look
That's
at his
clean
fucking
compared to
suit.
my apartment growing up.
Well, his suit is amazing.
Yeah, he's
Did you ever have a
pretty
blue
dapper.
velvet suit? I mean,
No.
come the fuck on.
No.
It takes a lot of balls to wear a suit like that.
I may have when my mom was forcing me to be a Jehovah's Witness, though. Who knows? I could have had velvet everything.
What year did that happen?
Oh God, when I was 7.
7.
Yeah.
So do you remember a time before the Jehovah's Witness? Do you remember having
Barely.
to join? Barely.
Barely. My mom and dad got divorced when I was 4, like I said, so there was a lot of disruption.
My friend Kurt Metzger, who's a fantastic comedian, he was raised Jehovah's Witness. He has some crazy fucking stories about it. And he managed to escape, and one of the things he said that it's helped him with is like he sees cult-like thinking in like political ideologies. He sees it in like social movements. He's like, oh, you're not allowed to question this. No, I grew up with this. I know what the fuck this is. This is a cult. You just don't think it's a cult because you think you're out to do good, and so you're not allowing any discourse or any discussion. You're in a fucking cult. You don't know, and you're in a cult. You're in a cult. It's interesting to hear from guys like that. It's like people who come from communist countries that become very conservative when they come to America. Like they don't want to hear any Marxism talk. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like we grew up in a communist country. Get the fuck out of here with that. It's like that's how he is with you know what happened to him growing up as a Jehovah's Witness.
It's a weird religion.
What was weird about it? Like when did you realize that things were weird? I mean, you're 7 years old. That's probably the
So
only
much
life you
lag
know.
on that run.
It wasn't that it was very far away
Whatever,
from
it
any
was
other
moot.
kind of religion. You know, they believed in God and Jesus, and it was just the order of things, right? And the thing that I didn't
too
like
far
was,
again.
you know, I'm a kid. I want to watch fucking cartoons on the weekend. I want to go out and sell these magazines, you know. And you go and knock on the door Saturday or Sunday morning. Hi, I've got this magazine.
It's too slow.
Fuck you! We kids, guys
Gotta
come
yell
over,
away.
slams the door in your face, you know, and that just was, I don't think, a cool way to have my childhood. I wanted to watch Wonderama.
It
Too
definitely
far.
sucks. But do you think that any part of having a sucky childhood is responsible for like the amount of energy that you had that put into music? That, like I think sometimes when kids grow up in a sucky way, those are the kids like with athletics. That's often the case. It's often the case with comedy. That when kids grow up in a sucky way with a lot of bad experiences, those are the ones who wind up like pushing harder to do great things and other stuff.
I think it's the wolf nipping at your heels.
Yeah.
And it just, there's something there that just wants to keep you not looking back.
Right, like you don't feel stable ever. You're stuck in this shitty place that you want to get out of as a young kid. There's so many great artists. That's how they grew up. They grew up in like this place where childhood sucked, like assholes around you, and you wanted to get the fuck out of there. Like that's such a reoccurring theme in people who become great artists.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you look back, though, right? Like being a person now.
I mean, I
who's
have
gone
14
through
bullets.
all
Why don't I
that,
just spam
and
everything?
You went from that and all the drugs, and then into was it Alcoholics Anonymous where you became a Christian? Did you do it from getting sober, or were you a Christian before that?
No, again, Jehovah's Witnesses are a form of
Like, what if I just do that?
Christianity.
Right,
So,
but not. It's kind of recognized as sort of a cultish.
Right.
Well, they're all kind
well,
of.
here's the thing, real simple. I believe in Jesus. I believe that God's God and Jesus is Jesus, and the Holy Spirit's the Holy Spirit, and that's it. And if you want to go to church, go to church. And if you want to read the Bible, read the Bible. And if you don't want to hear that, don't listen. And if you don't want people to tell you about it, then tell them to shut up. For me, I try and set a good example with my behavior. I don't ever try and proselytize or whatever they call it. Proselytize, yeah. Or even same thing with, drinking. Saying there's nothing worse than a newly sober drunk, So I try not to tell people how to live their life. But one of the things I didn't like about that was they had this thing when they didn't agree with something. The elders of the church would gather together and they would talk about the person in question, and they would disfellowship them, or a lesser degree would be disassociate. And
what is disfellowship? What does that mean?
You are ostracized.
Ostracized. So you're not.
Go to
damn
church,
it.
You still have to show up.
Fuck.
You still have to do all of the
But no one talks to you?
in the world. They cannot.
It's fine.
They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to. My sister got disfellowshipped, and the girl that brought the accusations against my sister had lied.
What?
She had said something about my sister and this other dude being together, and I knew that it wasn't true because my sister liked the other brother. So she got disfellowshipped, and that was pretty much when I started to want to get away from it all, because I wasn't really old enough to see any other workings of organized religion or stuff like that. But there's a lot of explicits. I don't know.
How long does a disfellowship last?
Who knows?
They could just decide.
I guess.
And so it was sins. You'd have to do a sin. Is that what it is to get a transgression?
Something that was unacceptable in their eyes.
And then you got defellowshipped.
She did.
Or a person would get defellowshipped.
Mm.
And so what was wacky about it in relationship to like standard Christianity?
Okay.
Like,
Well, I couldn't have any friends that were normal guys. Like you and me, we couldn't be friends because I would have been a witness and you would have been of the world. I think they changed that now to like non-believers or something. They used to call them worldly people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
so you have to hang out with only Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes. And when you stood up in school, which back when I went to school, we were a very patriotic country, and kids would stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance and do whatever. But we could not. We were supposed to stand with their hands at our sides, and you did not get to celebrate Christmas. You did not get to celebrate birthdays. And that's enough right there to get just about any kid in their right mind to say, screw this. You take away my birthday, you take away Christmas, you take away all celebrations, and if I do something wrong, in your eyes, I'm set outside of the fence. I don't want to be part of this.
So those are control issues, but was there anything wacky in their belief system that separated them from Christianity? Like, I'm not really totally aware of what Jehovah's Witnesses are into.
Right. Well, again, they believe similar to what most Christians do. I never really got into wanting to be part of that religion, so...
When did you bail?
13.
13, so right when you started playing music. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
What a quick life right into some wild-ass music, though. To just have a life like that and then bam, at 20, you're one of the founding members of Metallica. That's crazy. So and then 40 years later, still banging. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, thanks.
It's amazing.
Thanks.
So when did you get out of the Jehovah's Witness and into what would you call, what denomination are you involved in now?
So I had to do like any
terrible.
Normal guy would do. You get out of one thing that sucks, you do something else to extreme. So when I bailed on the JW thing with my mom, I ran away from home up to Idaho where my sister lived, and she was practicing black magic. So I got into black magic, and she did not practice black. She was doing white magic, but I had practiced some black magic on 2 people. And,
what does that mean?
Well, I don't want to get into it, but the whole thing is, you as simply said, you have somebody that you don't like, and the power of suggestion in your mind, you could say or do something, and then hope and pray that something will take place that will even the score, so to speak. Do I believe that if I prayed for your shirt to be white right now, that it would happen? Well, if powers that be, spirits of the universe want things to change, I could be struck blind right now by a white light.
Right, but if you turned my shirt white, I think that'd be a waste of a curse. It's really not a bad curse.
Well, so the curses I did one on one guy that I was at school, and my nephew had told him that I was practicing Kung Fu Sensu at the time, and so he was like the school tough guy, and it was my first day at school, so he walked past me and sucker punched me in the stomach, and I buckled over, and I thought, all right, here we go, this is gonna suck. So we're going home, and the bus is a 2-bus ride. A big bus to a small drop-off, a little bus out to where we lived, out in the rural area. And we get off the first bus, and everybody circles around, and he's going to beat me up. And nothing happens. And so I get in the bus, and he gets in the bus, and he walks out and
Oh my
elbows me
gosh.
in the back of the head when he's getting out. And I had some chewing tobacco in my mouth, so I swallowed it. and I got so sick, and I knew I had to do something. It was going to keep happening. So I put a hex on him that he would get physically injured, and he did. And the other hex that I did was some girl in high school who was in the arena.
How did he get physically injured?
And it was just something they had to do with.
But do you think? But he sounds like an asshole. Guys like that get hurt all the time.
He did get hurt.
Yeah, but do you think that he got hurt because you put a hex on him, or do you think he got hurt because he's an asshole and he's probably doing stupid shit every day? Guys like that always get hurt.
I think he got hurt because he's an asshole and I put a hex on him.
Both those things.
Yeah.
What's that like? How do you do a hex?
The whole reason I wouldn't play Conjuring anymore was because
Right.
it has the instructions on how to do it. So I don't want anybody to learn how to do this, but I will tell you this much: it involved using some food sources and making an effigy of sorts, and then you have to you do certain things to identify the doll, you know, and then you break off a leg or an arm of the doll, and it's basically what he did. I broke the leg off, and the guy got in a car crash, and his leg got mauled. And
Wow.
you know, this was 45 years ago, so the statute of limitations have expired. But even still,
I don't think you can get in trouble for hexes.
Yeah, maybe in the spiritual world you do.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a statute of limitations in the spiritual world.
No, there's not. I think eternity needs eternity. But the other one was much more fun. I think you probably would like that more. It was a sex hex I did on this girl.
You did a sex hex?
On this girl named Susanna, and I went to night
That's be a
school.
good band too.
And we were, I mean, I was like a skinny redheaded kid going to night school after surfing, and she would be there, and everyone loved her. And I was just some sweaty kid, you know, and she came to my house one night to go buy some hash.
Yo, what's up, VFX? They're going well, man. I'm YOLOing it now.
Hash and stuff.
So I'm trying to get an 8-second
So,
pause out. Like, I'm just trying to
I've
YOLO
already
it as
done
fast as I
this-
can.
this incantation on this girl. You know,
Trying to get a
Can
pretty
I
big
ask
skip.
before you go any further, what you use for a good incantation versus a bad
Like
one?
that. That's like an
Like if you're
8-second.
gonna do a
That's
sex
like
hex,
ideal.
you make a
8-second
doll?
pause out.
No.
That's what I'm
You don't
working
have to
for
make a
now.
What do you have to do?
paper.
Paper. You just gotta conjure something down on paper?
Thanks, buddy. How you doing? Hope you're good, man.
No. Conjuring is in the air. Paper you would write.
Okay, so you write something down on paper and that conjures
No,
the sex
you,
hex?
you have to do prayer.
See, like that's like progress. I've improved a lot already. 8
Anyway,
seconds.
so the girl, she was, I would love her.
No
She
way.
was-
Yeah, right. Don't even joke,
So
man.
when I just- man, this works.
So you wrote some
Maybe
stuff
one day.
down.
Yeah,
Do you have to write it in a specific language?
English.
It's English.
So I wrote her name, my name, and I drew some more pictures.
I might
And then,
stop and watch some runs and then play a little more.
And then said a prayer, and the next thing
Like
she did in my
I might
apartment,
watch runs on
smash,
stream. I
right?
mean,
And, you know, I don't know anything about anything. So she
I'm gonna
comes
take a
in and
break
she goes,
soon.
"Hey, what's
I might
your
order some
sign?"
food.
And I said,
I don't know, I
She
need
goes,
to
"Oh,
eat."
my horoscope says I'm supposed to make love to a Virgo.
Might take a
with
little break.
tropical
I'm gonna-
surrounding," And I went and screwed a black light bulb in my bathroom and plugged the tub and said, "Here's a waterfall. Let's go." And I completely forgot about it until the next morning when I woke up. She had these geraniums in her hair, those red little flowers, and they were all over my bedroom, all over my bed, and that's the only way I even.
See, I could do a 10-second
Are you
pause
sure
out
that wasn't
strat.
just because you're a cute
if
guy
I aim?
and you were good at guitar and she liked you?
No.
No?
Right?
She was
Let's see.
cute
Let's
to
see what
me.
the time is
Yeah,
here,
well,
right?
20.
But, you know,
That's like 10 seconds, right?
She was the prettiest girl in school, you know.
Maybe she liked musicians.
I don't know.
You really think it was the sex hex?
So I'm just trying to
no,
YOLO
I
it.
think it's all make believe, actually.
Oh, you're being sarcastic.
No.
See how he's doing?
No, I'm not. I think a lot of it is power of suggestion. You know.
I wonder. That'd be pretty crazy if you could actually do that, though. That sounds like
Well,
a
you've
Stephen
seen
King
people
movie.
that like the great whatever his name is.
Like,
the
that's
guy
9
that
seconds?
the, spoons and shit with his
Right.
mind and
Right.
stuff.
There's a lot of people, but you know how they do that? They have a very specific spoon, and it reacts to the heat of you rubbing your fingers
Oh,
on
now
it.
you ruined it.
Sorry. Sorry, it's not magic.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to
What's his name?
believing in magic.
Krasinski. The great Krasinski.
What's else?
I don't know
Oh,
if
nice.
Randy did it, and he's a non.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, Penn and Teller can do it.
24
all of these magicians
hours.
can do it.
How
I saw
small
Penn and
is it,
Teller do
man? How
in person.
small is it,
So I'd
dude?
do it in front of my face.
That's crazy.
And he didn't
tell her. Those guys are.
Yeah,
blessed.
they're amazing. They're
Yeah.
amazing, and they're so good for Magic too because they'll tell you that it's bullshit.
I have a little brass yo-yo.
Oh, I've
That's
seen
like
that show.
smaller than a
Well,
toonie.
the show bullshit was about all
That
kinds of
plays
some of
just
the
as well
things
as a
that aren't
regular
even
yo-yo.
bullshit,
I could do
like
some
yoga.
tricks.
But one of the things that they were doing was like doing magic and letting you in on the joke, like letting you know that it's bullshit, but still
Yeah.
doing it in such an amazing way that
Yeah.
you were blown away by it. Genius show. But anyway,
Want the link?
I don't. Not believe in magic.
Sure.
I'm
Sure.
not-
Yeah, I do want the link. I'm not gonna check it out now, though.
haven't
But please do.
But it doesn't
But
mean
if you can-
that
if you can
weird
just
things
say
can
the
happen
size
in
of it.
people's minds, especially when people believe
Like
it.
bigger than a centimeter
And I
in
don't-
diameter.
I'm not exactly sure if I
Because
understand the interface
I have a
between
little one
people's
that's really,
minds.
it's made of
I think
brass.
there's
Because the
a
issue
lot
is the
more
weight.
going on with people and their
The issue is the
minds,
weight,
like
you know
way
what I
we
mean?
interact with each other. Then I think we would like to believe.
Gotta make sure
we'd
it's
like to
heavy
believe that
enough.
we're
Like 65
independent
grams.
thinkers and that we're
60
not
grams.
that influenced by other people's thoughts. But I think
In order to be like a useful
You
yo-yo.
certainly are. But imagine the propaganda that they could say, like,
Thanks, man.
this whole thing. Here's an example of what we're talking about, magic. I had heard that David Copperfield had marched an elephant out into the middle of the Lakers court. This is what I heard. It was a magic trick, and he made it disappear or something like that during halftime.
Brutal.
Now, I don't have any proof to that. I don't know if it was ever a real story, if it was just some idiot talking.
Let's find out. Let's Google it.
Heard.
We need to Google that one because if he did, we need to have a talk with Mr. Copperfield. He might know some things. I mean, if you had real magic and that's what you did, you just decided to do a Las Vegas
I
show.
can't believe I missed the guy, dude.
So this was on
Dude.
television? Is that what this was?
He
Can't believe I
supposedly
missed
did it
him.
at the
Whatever, 10
Lakers,
seconds.
So he closes the gate.
See, I'm going too far still.
Then a puff of smoke. Oh, they're gonna show you how the trick is
And
done.
then 2 hours go by.
Yeah, they're showing how they do it.
The unmasked magician guy.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Okay, in
we
case
go.
anybody needs to get rid of an elephant.
Here's
Right.
what you don't see. There are mirrors hidden inside each of the bars of the cage.
Aw, you
When the
bastards.
magician triggers
Wow.
the explosives, the mirrors slide into place, blocking your view into the cage.
Oh,
sneaky.
that's genius.
You are no longer seeing the elephant netting inside the cage. Instead, you're seeing the reflection of netting outside. Inside the cage.
Still there.
Genius.
This makes it clear that the elephant has vanished.
Fucking
Still,
genius.
still did it.
There you go. It's a trick. It's a trick just like the sex X.
You ruined it.
Jamie's got some paper right now. He's writing some sex X's. I saw him.
All right, I'll do a sex X between you and Jamie, and we'll see if it works.
No, don't do that. It'll ruin our
All
relationship.
right, I'm sorry, Joe.
There's no need for this, dude.
Okay, this is better.
So, but when did you become a
Like, what if I
born-again
just
Christian?
do the
Like, what
one
year
shot,
did that
7
take place?
seconds? That is faster than one. But it's like so hard to pull off.
It just was such a natural thing. I can't even remember what it was. I was
Oh my
in
God.
Texas, in Hunt, Texas. It was
Remember how old you were?
not too long ago, maybe.
I guess this is going to be my strat.
Okay, so this is after all the
I mean,
chaos.
Jamie could find it because they made fun of me
Yeah.
a lot when I got
Who was
sick.
they?
The people on the net and shit like that.
Those
saying-
terrible
yeah.
people.
Just saying
Wow, I
that
don't know why I
would
went
get,
so left there,
wimpy
it's dumb.
when playing, and it certainly didn't change anything because
Oh my gosh.
if you look at any of my lyrics, a lot of them are from the Book of Revelation and Daniel. There's a lot of the scary nightmare stuff that they talk about. Like Washington is Next is about Daniel talking about dreams and interpreting dreams, and Holy Wars, of course, Blackmail the Universe. There's so many songs that talk about end time stuff, stuff that's gone on during time, any kinds of super awesome stuff like with the spiritual stuff in nature, great things happen to people. Like on our new album, Soldier On is a song about
Whoa, what? Like soft
walking
locked me
away from
there.
something. Some people have said that it's a song about abandonment.
Is that it is, man.
Experience. For me, the song is about knowing somebody in your life, like you and I talked about earlier. The difference between people who make it and who don't.
Yeah.
You have to make that painful decision to walk away. And in that
Good
song,
call
I
on the
talk about
Dave
somebody
Mustaine
that I knew
name,
was
naming
making some
him.
bad decisions in their personal life.
It is, my
And
man.
that I needed to walk away from it. I needed to.
Apparently it
soldier
was
on
one of
in
the
order
new
to-
Joe Rogan
to,
ones.
Take care of myself. It's like the masks that come down in the airplane. They say, if you're traveling with a little bastard and he's fighting you,
Like, come
put
on,
your mask
man.
on, let him pass out.
Like,
And then-
come
and,
on.
put your
Really?
mask
One
on him
camera,
after
really?
you're
That's how they
safe.
should say it.
That's how they should say it.
Yeah, you have to be safe first. You always have to put your mask on first. Yeah, but that's so
Or
that you
carry
can help other
oxygen.
people. Yeah, but if you do that, you're the responsible one. That's the right.
Right.
You don't want to be out cold with a 5-year-old trying to figure out what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have a parachute.
Even then,
Can opener.
yeah, even then. So when you first became a born-again Christian, and then there was this, whatever, what you'd call a backlash, that's died off, though.
Sure it has.
Yeah, because people realized you didn't change the way, I mean, you just,
I changed internally. My heart has
but I mean,
changed.
the music was still just as hard. I mean, everything was
Sure.
still. So it's like, people want this, people are very afraid of
This is
people
the dumbest
you know, very
run
afraid of
of
like,
all
when
I
time.
was just thinking that right when you said that.
Yeah. They're often afraid of artists changing too. Like even though like artists like oftentimes want to make different kinds of music.
Well, come on, you remember when Coke changed its formula to New Coke? What the hell's wrong with you people?
That didn't make any sense because did they keep the original Coke too? Did they have the
I
original
don't know.
Coke? Do you know the whole story behind Coke?
Oh, it's
and
just
one of
so
the reasons
stupid.
why I think they changed it to New Coke?
No, but I know it's really old Coke.
Well, Coke was still not old Coke, still new Coke. The Coke that you have not right now, not new Coke the flavor, but Coke that's available in 2022 is made with cocaine. They process cocaine. They take out all the cocaine, and that's part of the flavor of the Coke formula. This is like fact. It sounds like conspiracy theory, but if you find out that the company in this country that processes the most medical pharmaceutical cocaine is the same
Yo, what up,
company that
Dick?
supplies
Legend, man. Legend,
let's
Dick.
make sure this is true.
God damn.
But
I guess
they
if you
use
find
ASMI,
somebody in a
thanks,
parking
buddy.
lot with a bunch of Coke cans laying around him, you know what he's OD'd on.
It doesn't have cocaine in it. Like
chemical
the original
doctor,
Coca-Cola had
a
cocaine
biological
in it, but the cocaine,
doctor,
the
not a
Coca-Cola
medical.
rather of today, is free of
I'm no
cocaine, but it gets
cytosis.
flavoring
I
from
don't have
coca.
archive
Yeah,
16.
so like
Part-
the guarana. Remember that stuff down in Brazil?
That's guarana. That's a different thing. That's actually like a stimulant, like more of like a caffeine. That's like in acai that has guarana.
I like that stuff.
That stuff's great, but they use these coca leaves, they process them, they take out all the cocaine, and it's part of the secret flavor of Coca-Cola. Because like whenever
Didn't know
anybody
that.
does a cola, like RC Cola or something like that, it tastes good, but it doesn't taste like Coca-Cola.
No.
They don't exactly get it right? That Coca-Cola taste everybody fucking loves.
Oh, I'm gonna have to order
Part of
food,
that
guys.
Coca-Cola taste comes from
I
Coca
mean, that's
leaves.
I'm not complaining, but I'm just
Make
like,
sure
I'm
that's
not
true.
gonna have to like
I'm
stop and eat
Have you
and
tried
shit.
Pretty much
Mexican
100% positive that's true.
100%.
I've not tried any cocaine.
2.9? Yeah, buddy,
Coca-Cola?
nice.
Yes.
Coca-Cola.
Heck
Yes, I
yeah,
have,
buddy.
with sugar, cane
Shit.
sugar.
Right,
Yeah, it's delicious. It's very good.
Can you let one of your old
Yeah.
streams?
Can you?
Yes,
You ship it
pass
over the
away?
bottle? You got something good?
This might be pace. Maybe 26 if I YOLO the last
Okay,
camera.
no, there's something in there for sure. If I know it's a true story. So once he finds a good version of it, we'll read it. But it's the crazy history.
Aw,
of Coca-Cola
what?
Is,
Like
really
everything was
used-
just like
really originally was like a
everything was just so
cocaine
dumb.
supplement. Drink Coca-Cola and get
Yeah.
a little jolt of cocaine,
Yeah.
which was normal.
Coca-Cola's weird, yeah, buddy. It's
Okay.
really weird.
Pharmacist John Pemberton invented Coca-Cola in 1885, making the original formula for the beverage in his backyard. He
Nut
advised
flavor,
Coca-Cola
leaf and
as
nut.
a patent
Interesting.
medicine that could cure headaches, upset stomach, and fatigue. Patent medicines weren't regulated. They often contained addictive ingredients like cocaine and opium and toxic ingredients like mercury and lead, according to the National Institute on Drug Abuse. The NIDA said in a 2020 blog post that Pemberton's recipe contained cocaine in the form of an extract of the coca leaf, inspiring part of the soft drink's name. The coca leaf, in its natural form, is a harmless and mild stimulant compared to coffee. But cocaine can be extracted from its leaves, according to the Transitional Institute. That's why people chew it. When they chew the
Right.
coca leaves, it's really like a mild stimulant. Gregory Collins, PhD and Associate Professor of Pharmacology at the University of Texas, San Antonio, also told Verify that the cocaine alkaloid is present at very low levels, in less than 1% in most coca leaves. The cocaine alkaloid can then be extracted and purified to produce the drug cocaine. Coca-Cola likely contained cocaine alkaloid as part of the coca leaf extract at very low concentrations and similar to the coca leaf teas. Cocaine was legal and a common ingredient in U.S. medicines aimed at curing a wide range of ailments when Coca-Cola was invented, which is pretty wild, according to NIDA. People thought cocaine was safe to use in small amounts at the time. It probably is. In 1970, cocaine became an expensive recreational drug. Now, find out about Coca-Cola in today's form. Because in today's form, I know they use something from the coca leaves. They're trying to say, despite this, Coca-Cola U.S. directed verified to a statement that says cocaine has never been an added ingredient in Coca-Cola, and the drink does not currently contain cocaine or any other harmful substances. No, it doesn't contain cocaine anymore, but I think it's flavored with the coca leaves. I think they use coca leaves, and I'm pretty sure that the company that does it also makes, I think they process out the cocaine and they use that for medical grade cocaine, which is still a thing. Like lidocaine, I believe, comes from that as well, which is they use as a, well, yeah, they use it for other things too. It's like a anesthetic. That's it, exactly. It numbs you, I guess.
So does boring people.
What's that?
So does boring people.
Yeah, boring people numbs them, or just like putting them in a job that sucks, that numbs them too. But it's not as effective, apparently, as cocaine.
So
That used to be the thing that people
right.
did when they would go to parties. They would just do a little cocaine, have some fun.
End up in the bathroom.
Yeah. It's now with fentanyl being added to cocaine, you're taking a giant risk. It's the number one cause of death between people 18 to 49 in this country now is overdoses.
Speedballs?
Well, it's that they don't think they're getting a speedball. They think they're getting cocaine. They're getting cocaine that's cut with fentanyl, or they think they're getting ecstasy. Getting ecstasy that's cut with fentanyl, or street Xanax, or there's a lot of different things that people get that they don't know.
I'm so glad I don't know all this anymore.
Fentanyl is the doses that kill you are so small. It's like not even as big as like a pencil eraser will fucking kill you. It's really potent stuff. So like I mean in a flat circle, like the size of the pencil eraser. I don't even mean like a thickness. That will fucking for sure kill you. But just the surface area of the eraser of a pencil will kill you.
Yeah.
It's a terrible, terrible thing. Okay, just one company in the U.S. is licensed to import and process coca leaves. The Stephen Company of Northfield, Illinois. After Stephen processes coca leaves at its Maywood, New Jersey plant, it extracts the cocaine. The company uses the spent leaves to create a cocaine-free extract and sends the extract to Coca-Cola. Good, I was right. Coca-Cola is grandfathered in as far as receiving the extract. It's the only company in the U.S. licensed to have it, making it the only soft drink to have coca leaf extract as one of its ingredients. Pretty fucking wild.
Yeah.
The cocaine that's been extracted from the leaves is sold to Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals, the only company in the U.S. licensed to purify cocaine for medical use, specifically cocaine hydrochloride, a prescription drug used in hospitals as a local anesthetic by eye, ear, nose, and throat doctors. Mallinckrodt is a long-time St. Louis company that was sold in 2000, but its operations headquarters still based in St. Louis. Wild shit. Did you ever chew coca leaves?
No, I used to stick paste in my nostrils.
Hey, that's more effective.
I was just thinking that right now. You're talking about all those gorillas dragging backpacks full of shit up into America, or getting it into the vacuum coming up to America, some of this stuff. And you were talking about them chewing, and I just pictured guys stuffing that.
Yo, 23 seconds.
Pilot movie with Tom Hanks in it. What was that?
Oh,
Check your link, buddy. I'll check your link.
Yeah. That's some weird
Check your link
narcotic,
now.
right?
Yeah.
Cat is it's KHAT. I think that's another kind of an alkaloid. That's a stimulant. That's supposed to
Hard
have
coke.
almost like methamphetamine effects.
I don't know.
No way, you
I
could
thought it was
die.
supposed to be more like opiates, but
I feel like it's like a speed. I'm pretty sure it's a speed.
Die.
Again, I don't know anybody who's tried that stuff though. That sounds pretty interesting. You find any of that? Cat? What is that shit?
that was a good movie. I thought so.
I never saw that movie, unfortunately. Cat is a stimulant, and chewing it can make people more alert and talkative, produce feelings of elevation, suppress the appetite. Huh.
Oh, wow.
Isn't it more potent than that?
Yeah.
I think they're
Wow,
being
crazy.
really.
Oh, Brandon Vu.
Being
How did you...
pretty general.
Holy shit, he's got
Do you know how
350,000
that
subscribers. That's
the
insane.
pirate thing? started from people. It was
Good for him.
originally just fishermen, and people were dumping shit off the
Somalis?
coast of Somalia. Yeah, I think they.
The
called
guy did
themselves
not
the
reply.
People's Coast Guard of
He was
Somalia.
so I take
Google
part
it.
in a web
Coast
board
Guard of Somalia.
forum,
Pretty sure
a
that's
yo-yo
what
web
they
board
originally
forum,
started calling
and
them. They were
he.
fishermen who were dealing
There was a
with people
day.
dumping toxic
He
waste
doesn't
into
hang
the
around the
ocean.
forum that
They
much.
were killing
There
all
was
the
a day where
fish.
he
So they were violating
answers people's
international laws,
questions
people that were doing that. So what they would do is
for a
they'd
weekend,
kidnap
and I
those
sent a
people, hold
question,
them for ransom for what they did to the ocean.
and he didn't
And then
reply.
everybody's like, fuck this, and they start kidnapping people.
Wow.
And then they just chew and
And he had never returned to the forum again.
There it is. Somalis initially banded together to protect more than 1,000 miles of the country's coastal
hilarious.
waters from illegal fishing vessels and the dumping of toxic waste.
1,000 yoyos, a
When
glass of lazy
Mohammed
has shown.
Salvar
He's like,
was
dude,
ousted
I just
in
went to buy.
1991,
Dude, I got a lot of
Somalia
yoyos. Not
disintegrated
1,000.
into warring clans, each
Not even
with its
100.
own militia.
I
14
got some
different
I got a nice
national
collection.
governments followed, but have failed to unite the country.
Over 20
Ethiopia
years?
inspired and supported,
More than that.
Yeah, so they started off just trying to protect their waters.
30 years.
They got turned
All right, let's
into
read Cash's
characters
message.
of Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah.
I didn't see
That
that movie.
seems like it would really suck. It would just. I remember when they had that thing going off the coast in the Gulf. What was that deep water something?
Deepwater Horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was gnarly. That was really gnarly. I remember seeing pictures of the smoke coming up off of the sea, and when you're flying.
Oh, yeah.
And people were taking pictures up there. I don't know how many of them were from Skylab. A lot of them looked like they were just commercial pictures, but boy, that was sketchy.
That's what's so nuts about pulling stuff out of the ocean, pulling oil out of the ocean, when you realize they have to cap a broken pipe at the bottom of the fucking ocean that's spewing oil out. Like, and you're like, hey, do you guys have like a backup plan? Can you do this quick?
Right.
Like, how long does this take? And it turns out it takes a long ass time.
It sure does.
Is that it right there? Is that, you can see it from the sky?
God damn it.
Is that a satellite view of it?
That's not the smoke, though.
Is that just the
hate-
oil spill?
Yeah, it's just the oil. I don't think
Holy shit.
Instagram videos. I
You
hate
can
it.
see it from space.
First of all,
Well, fortunately, the ocean is really fucking.
I love the video that you sent me though, buddy. It's a
They
nice
cap
discussion,
these
but I
things,
hate
even
that.
when
I
they
hate.
dump trillions of gallons,
Like
it's
I
temporarily
can't fast forward.
horrific,
I
but
can't
the
scroll
ocean
through.
eventually
It's
sort of,
vertical.
Like, gets
I'm
back
sorry
into
to say,
form.
yeah.
Look at that! Look at the fires though. They're coming off. Of
It's
that.
an interesting
That is
question
so
though, Keshev.
crazy.
I will think about
That's
it, and I'll have to
literally
watch the video because I
ocean
can't fast
that
forward.
a
Like
hole
I'm
that
not
we
gonna.
dug into the ground is on
It's an interesting
fire.
postulate though.
Fire right through the ocean.
It's a question like,
Oh my
do
God!
people
we're
in
so
heaven
nuts.
know that hell
It's like
exists?
to
It's
be
a
able to do
theoretical
that,
thing.
like, that to
People in
me
heaven know that hell
is
exists, and
like
do
a
people
lot
in hell
like
know
the
that heaven
early
exists?
nuclear
And if they
power
do,
reactors, like
does even the
atomic
thought of knowing that their
Fukushima thing.
existence help
It's like
them
they didn't have
further?
a,
It's like
an ability to
like a
shut 'em
psychological
off.
thing.
What are you
Yeah.
doing?
No contingencies.
Not on Instagram, because Instagram's a piece of
You're
shit.
literally
Instagram's a
making
piece of fucking
nuclear
trash.
waste.
God damn it.
You've got a
I hate
nuclear
Instagram so
reactor
fucking much.
going,
It's
and you can't
it's
shut it off.
Instagram
We have a
is
song on the record
the
about Chernobyl.
Oh, yeah?
and,
it's the
it's called "The Dogs of Chernobyl," which was about.
it's such a symbolic removal
people
of
got the
human rights and
evacuation.
abilities.
I had watched that B movie.
And it's like if you're forced to use Instagram and accept it, then
Chernobyl. And then they had something
you're
else that was
accepting
on,
less and
TV
less in
in
every
LA, I think it
else
was,
every other thing in your
it was a
life because it's
series
just
on
a
Chernobyl.
shitty compromise because
And
it's
a
such a
lot of
shit
people thought
program
that I
with
wrote that
shit
about that,
videos
but
and
I'd watched
shit.
that other movie and
You can't even
there was a scene where
widescreen the photos. You
kids
can't even
that
save
had
the
gone on this,
photos.
extreme vacation
Piece
had
of
seen all
shit.
the dogs that were left behind in Pripyat in the city.
Gyges has a room.
Chernobyl
Yo,
is.
thanks, man.
And the song, believe it or not,
As I say that,
is-
download the
it's a
game
love song. It talks
and
about
reach
an
level
angel
5. So
and where the person realizes the girl person
no,
he loves,
Instagram
whoever,
is like needs to be
left him
obliterated.
behind without a peep, and he's like one of the dogs of Chernobyl because I was listening to the movie and
It's
watching
definitely
it,
holding
and
back our
can
society.
you imagine what it must have been
It's
like
holding back our
pet owner
like
having to be
rights and freedoms in our
pet, so imagine
society.
what it's like to be the pet.
The shitty quality of Instagram videos and photos.
Yeah, so I use a lot of weird metaphors like that. When you were saying about the meltdown and stuff, I did a lot of research. And in fact,
Instagram should be like,
radiologists
and the
did
fact that
a
Facebook bought Instagram and that Facebook is continuing to run Instagram shows that Facebook is on board with providing us less and less. It's like with Google. You know, when you use Chrome, I find that the YouTube videos aren't the same quality. I swear they reduce the quality and stuff. YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, buddy. I mean, Facebook is great for photos because you can save the photos. You can watch them. You can see them in full screen. You can download full quality image. You know.
Just not being an observer.
I'm just my rant's just the quality. And Facebook, you can have quality videos too, full screen, proper. This is the worst one ever.
The meltdown again. It's like I can see so many pictures.
So yeah, Kesha, I'm gonna have to watch that again.
Across the lyric is really tough. I don't know.
Interesting thought, though. Interesting postulate.
About getting into research on lyrics and stuff like that, but that's usually the thing that takes me the longest to get a record done is doing the research on the lyrics.
That's interesting because I've never talked to anybody who's done.
I can't believe I missed that fucking guy.
I guess it's obviously there's different ways of writing lyrics and different things you want to project. Have you always been a kind of guy that, like, when you write a song, you have a kind of like a theme to it that you're trying to express, like with this Chernobyl thing, and you want to make sure that you get it through research, you want to make sure you get it through the proper use of terminology, but also like has that always been a way that you've done music, or do you just...
I've tried really hard to do that. Yes, in fact,
it's insane too because I use a lot of Instagram on my computer, and it's like, why can't I scroll through a video? 2, why is this video vertical? 3, why can't I save these photos unless I take a screenshot and you get this low quality, low resolution, low quality, high bullshit thing.
So like with Conjuring, like that was something that you there's something in that
and there's exclusivity you can't. I mean, Facebook has exclusivity too, but
something's missing from that hex, so that
garbage.
You can't do it. Even if you knew how to unjumble the words in there, there's a couple things missing.
That's fascinating. Do you do that with all your songs?
And it's just the society accepting less, accepting lower quality.
Try to
just do the masses.
People think that's about the pandemic or the
right. We saw that kind of with the iPhone when Steve Jobs was around. His psychotic attempt to make everything proprietary. Fucking psychopath.
Wanted to just put one foot in front of the other and get to the studio, do my job. Right. You know.
Able to get grocery Rexall.
When this lyric started to come together.
Granola bars.
Actually,
quality.
Ago, Joe, I was
crazy.
Watching,
Yeah, you're right, buddy.
I think it's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the one with De Niro.
Oh, yeah.
He had that fucking badass jacket. Oh, I wanted that jacket so bad.
Oh, for sure, man.
Anyway, so there was one scene.
30 for $6. Nice, man. I'm not a big granola guy, but granola bar guy.
It just made an impression on me, and I thought, that to me is...
Look at that thing.
So I mean, I try not to rant about. I try not to rant about Instagram too much because I mean,
it was interesting to watch.
People have different skills. I think I'm passions. I think I have a good video and photo eye and passion. I think I do have that. Not just from my Twitch, just from my YouTube and stuff. It's a hobby.
He was great.
So I mean,
he is great. De Niro's the fucking
people have different skills or in different levels of skills. So I mean,
to life the reanimation of Frankenstein or Stein.
But it's like when it's like a vertical long video. I'm not hating the video that was sent to me. It was a good point, good postulate. But I mean, it's just like I can't.
Instead of
it's
being
just
about the pandemic, which is obvious, is to sing about that. Would be to talk about the black.
It's something really silly to get upset about,
it's
but
more along the history of what Gyges writes about.
Because imagine the future, everyone only uses Instagram. It's like what?
The ship sailed to Sicily, and
the quality of everything.
That bit the rats, that bit the people, and affected
the quality
blood,
would be, man, it'd be like dollar store. The internet would turn into a dollar store.
Basically, how the lyrics on that song.
Instagram, like if Facebook, because Facebook is really tempted to do that. I'm sure they will. They will sell out. I know they will, because they will. That's who they are.
Bands still do this because when I
But
was a
internet
kid,
will turn into a fucking dollar store.
Today,
If Instagram's only art sharing program left.
Look at fucking artwork.
Absolutely.
That's a big part of it for kids. When I was a kid, to look at it, you'd be like, fuck. You'd open
Not
it
either.
up and check
One for a
out
couple
the-
weeks at that
the
price.
liner notes and that was a big part of the experience.
Yeah, you can have one.
Unfortunately,
That'll last
kinda went
forever, right?
away with CDs,
Or on a walk or
where it was
something. You
this
go on a walk or
smaller,
some
sort
shit.
of less compelling.
Oh yeah, you go on
version of
tons
it.
of
It was
walks.
still, you still had CD art. You still had a cool cover. And some of them, like Dr. Dre's The Chronic,
I
were
think
very
these exclusively
iconic.
art.
A lot of them were iconic. Like you could see that image. But there's something about
Oh, Instagram, yeah.
And I actual physical album that was so important when we were kids. It was
Only
such an
that's true.
important
That's a
part
good
of the
point.
experience.
You listen to music, an album at a time. You didn't listen to a song at a time.
I mean, I'm happy with my friends on Instagram. I have people on Twitch. I'm happy to see that. Like, I love seeing their photos. I want to see their photos. I'm honored. I'm honored they add me on Instagram. I'm honored they follow me, you know? But it's like,
We also have a 180 gram.
it's not the best platform. It's not.
It's a twofold album.
Objectively speaking, independent of like people's emotions.
Unlike Black Dog.
Is this the same Japanese GoldenEye rant again?
Hey,
But with
hey,
Instagram?
you know, it's
Right.
because the groups are so damn close together. You know, you hear it bleeding through the track.
Didn't understand what you're going
For
off
this
Instagram.
album, it's just pristine. We had Ted Jensen,
No, it was someone else, homie. It was
master
someone else.
engineer it, and Chris Rakestraw and I.
It was someone else. It was someone earlier in the chat.
Mixing
It was
it.
Keshiv.
And God, I just lost my.
It was just basically a video explaining
Last thing I was talking about was the
the
oh, I know what I wanted to say.
the
one
philosophical
of the vinyl
postulate
has,
of do people in
rare
hell
songs
know
that
that heaven
are
exists, and do
celebrated
people in
people
heaven know that hell
saying
exists, and if they do,
This Planet is on Fire from when he left Montrose.
what effect does that have on their life? And
He had this raging
there.
song called This Planet's on Fire, so we did that, and I
Hope,
called Sammy up and
mainly
said,
Hope,
"Hey,
I think.
don't you wanna play
Must have
on
missed
this?"
that.
He
No
said,
worries,
"Yeah,
dude.
sure, send me the track." So we sent him the track. and
yeah, I
he
was
said,
at the
"Oh,
start
God,
of the stream.
But dude, I ain't fucking playing on that with you shredders. And I went, oh man, that's cool, because I really looked up to him. And we played that song, This
I
Planet's
suck.
on Fire,
I suck.
before I joined Metallica.
Damn it.
Oh, wow.
Almost
Could've been
probably
great.
would have played it in Metallica if I would have stuck around a little longer.
Wow. That's fucking awesome. When you were...
It's
when
just so
when
great.
you were
Isn't it just
in
so wonderful?
Metallica, what was the stuff you guys were listening to?
Isn't it just like so wonderful, guys?
I think I listened to different stuff than James and Lars. James was kind of being held hostage in Ron McGovney's house, so whatever was being played there, or whenever
Wow,
they would
that's
go
insane.
to the local import
26,
record
baby?
store, they would get cool stuff. We usually went up to the
Yeah,
record plant in
I
San
know it was not
Francisco.
26.
Really cool store up there, and they had the greatest vinyl patches, T-shirts. Every time we'd go up and play the Stone or the Mabuhay, we'd go
Going
in
too
there
far
and
there
we'd get,
still.
patches and T-shirts and stuff, and not so much vinyl because you know you're traveling, you don't want to get vinyl and take it home and have it all foobar by the time you get home. But,
Right.
but that was a real cool thing, was the trek from LA up to San Francisco and whatever souvenirs we'd bring home.
How was James being held hostage?
He had to live at Ron's house.
He had to?
It's a metaphor. I'm joking around.
Oh.
Like
so,
what?
So what was happening was
It's just so
James,
ridiculous.
I think he mentioned something about. I can't really remember much about him when we were growing up together, but I think his dad died, and then his mom got really sick, and he moved out. He was living with Ron, and I'm joking when I say he's being
I know,
held
I
hostage by
understand.
Ron. But he was living at Ron's, and then when we kicked Ron out of the band, James moved in with me and my mom down in Costa Mesa, which was really uncool. Me and him sharing a bedroom that was about the size of this table here, and yeah.
That's rock and roll, though,
We used
right?
to, yeah, we would get so, I mean, he loved to drink vodka. I don't know if he's still drinking or not, but we would drink vodka like crazy, and he had this little pickup truck, and we would drive from Costa Mesa up to Huntington Beach, where we would celebrate and party with all my friends from Huntington Beach that James didn't know, because James was from Norwalk and Downey, kind of an uncool little area where he was living at. They covered it with a freeway now, so it gives you an idea how significant the neighborhood was. But I remember driving back and forth up PCH, and it was foggy. I mean, bad.
Oh my God, this
And
fucking
guy would be
stream
driving
elements
pretty
thing.
quickly down PCH, and we were both drinking, and it was probably a safe bet. If we would have done that too many more times, we were going to get in an accident, because I lost a friend the very first time we played down in Dana Point with Panic. On the way home, the drummer in the band got in a car crash along PCH coming home. So it's always been a sore spot for me, that area in Huntington Beach and the coastline.
Well, the coastline has always been a really dangerous place.
Yeah.
Particularly for car accidents and drunk driving, like around Malibu and that area. There's a ton of accidents. I know multiple people that have been in accidents there. It's easy to get distracted. The ocean's on the side of you.
Ketchup, I will
It's
watch
on
the
a
video
two-lane
later,
road
and I
in
will
some
give my
spots.
opinion on it after I see it.
And there's a lot of bars around there. You know, there's a lot of people.
I haven't spent much time in Malibu. I preferred, when I went to the beach, I went down by Huntington and
Honored
Newport.
you think
I
of
used
me.
to surf down in Newport, and that's where a lot of the punk rock stuff that
And value my
influences
opinion.
this new record came from. I was a big fan of Jello Biafra and the Dead Kennedys, and we ended up doing Dead Kennedys cover on this record again, Police Truck. I don't know if you've ever heard that song or not, but
Should I just go slow and get a 26 or something? Not go slow, but
some of the things that the frontman Jello had said, I think,
aim a little bit and
Nick
get
Mueller and his
26.
lyrics, but they weren't having any part of it anymore, and I just loved that band. That was a little soft punk, and I thought,
Not a bad idea, but then I got a YOLO, super YOLO at the end.
Biafra say they got people.
I don't know. Jamie
He's
can probably find
he's a
out.
fascinating guy. There's a lot of his spoken word stuff that's to music. Have you ever heard
Brutal,
of that?
that's terrible.
His stuff.
No.
He gives these long rants to music that are very interesting.
I've heard his rant done by someone else. I heard when Ice-T did
Making
the
songs.
beginning of his
Yeah,
album, he
it's
had
intense, man.
Jello do something on a song called "Shut Up, Be Happy." That's how I ended up becoming so close with Ice. We met at our management's company, Minnie Kahane, and Ice and I were in there talking, and I said, that's the desk that Gretchen, or whatever the girl's name from the Nymphs, or the
Come
Pixies or
on,
whatever,
what?
pissed on the
Like, what did I
manager's
hit
desk.
there?
That was the famous desk he was sitting on, and so I told him, my what's that? So then we ended up becoming friends. I did a Raider record one time, and I got
What?
top 5 records, and I said,
Like what?
OG.
You're so
And
stupid,
he
guys.
heard about that and he thought it was really cool. I had heard some of his stuff and I had no idea it was even Ice, like Colors. That's a great song.
That's a great song.
It is a good movie too.
Yeah, that movie. That was. God, it had to be like 88 or something.
Was it Penn and Dreyfuss? Was that who that was? I
Yeah,
think so,
Sean Penn. Yeah,
Richard Dreyfuss.
yeah. Was it Dreyfuss or
No,
was
no,
it?
no, it's the
No,
wrong name. That's the guy from Jaws.
it was right. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't.
I
It
can
was.
picture him right now.
Oh God, bald guy. He's
Glasses.
in a lot of shit. He always plays like
Thin
the old cop
mustache.
that knows better.
Yeah.
God damn it. He's a fucking brilliant actor. Colors. Robert
Oh,
Duvall. Thank
yeah.
you. Godfather. He was in The Godfather. He was a lawyer, right? He was in a lot of things. That guy's amazing. But yeah, that was a
Wow,
fun
the
movie.
last
Song
bullet.
Colors.
Yeah.
Last
Yeah.
fucking
Oh,
bullet.
Ice-T had some great
26,
shit.
please.
He asked me to do a couple tracks on his body count stuff, and I was really eager to do that. There's a song called Civil War, and I played on
Okay.
that and did
Look at
some
this.
spoken word on that too. Yeah, it's cool talent. He's the longest running male actor on a TV show in history.
Isn't that crazy? And he plays a cop.
Yeah.
The guy who wrote and sang Cop Killer.
The guy he's a jewel burglar. Yeah, I'm reading his
Yeah.
book Split Decision right now, and it's crazy.
Longest running cop ever on television. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's great. Good for him.
Yeah.
He's killing it. He's one of the OGs of the LA rap world. You know,
He is.
when gangster rap became giantly popular in the late 80s, Ice-T was one of the OGs.
He is.
Yeah. I mean, he has some fucking great songs.
Ice Cube is not a
Some
cop
great
now.
songs.
You
know,
cannot be
it's,
serious.
I love seeing those guys still doing
You
it today,
cannot
too.
be- Ice
You know,
Cube
I-
is
I-
not
When I was a kid and rap was
a fucking
first
cop.
sort of coming out, I was wondering, like,
Fucking
are we
get
gonna see,
over it.
like, rappers tour in their later years the same way that we see rockers tour in their later years? Because when we were a kid,
No way.
we thought of it as being a young person's
Don't tell
game,
me that,
you know?
please.
Rap
That's
or
like
rock
full
and roll.
Clown World coming
Right.
full
You know,
circle.
but it seems like there was a renaissance somewhere at some point in time where people wanted to see those old guys get back on the road again and still do the same shit, still kill it.
I have never really gotten that immersed in the rap or hip hop world, so I don't really know a lot of
Cold-blooded,
players. I know
premeditated
the regulars,
murder. Guilty on every charge.
Right. Obviously Ice and
Racketeering,
Ice Cube, all those guys.
drug selling, conspiracy to use
there's,
firearms, conspiracy against an
Not
officer,
anybody that really came to mind to do
Sodomy
that
of the
part.
black
we
man.
have Ice singing on one
Rape.
of our songs. I think. Did I tell you that?
Mm-hmm.
So there's on the Night
Cold-blooded,
Stalker track on here, we actually had him
premeditated
do a guest voice
murder.
appearance for me now, because
Guilty on
we're
every charge.
ping-ponging back
Right,
and forth to
right.
guest
I'm a cop
appearances
now.
on each
Awesome.
other's records. So he is playing Colonel Kretz from Apocalypse Now, so to speak, in the lyric where we, in the Night Stalker song on the new record, I was going to write it about Richard Ramirez, and then I did some research on him and Joe. I thought, this guy's just too evil, too sick. I would never want to write anything about him. So I ditched the Night Stalker thing, and then I found out my daughter was dating a fighter
Yo,
pilot
we got an
from,
image.
the base up in Kentucky with the Apaches, and
Is that Ice Cube
and
being
I
a
thought
cop?
that was pretty cool, and found out that the battalion up there is called the Night Stalkers, and I went, all right, I got my title back. I got my title back. So I met a friend of mine who I'm very close with named John Clement, who was a pilot and told me a lot, introduced me to several of the people up at the base, and we started our relationship with the Night Stalkers there. The song has Ice in there playing pretty much like how Lou Gossett Jr. did in Officer and a Gentleman, when Gear goes, I got nowhere else to go, while he's holding his nuts, right?
Yeah.
And I think he was the one that got kicked in the balls. And I just thought, you gotta have that kind of...
Wow, is that last one real, Dick? That last one's real.
And then,
Dang,
and then
man.
cross that with Colonel Krebs.
They've
and
gone
see,
super liminal.
Who could do Ice? Ice is perfect. And then, so I said, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to say, and I gave him artistic license to do whatever he wanted to do to what we sent him. And
Okay, I just want to explain. I'm not hating
That's
on
awesome.
everyone that uses Instagram
Well,
or all the
what's
art
also
on
awesome
Instagram.
is,
What I'm
you
saying
guys
is that
are
the
constantly
there's
putting out new shit still.
just a better platform
That's
for
really
sharing it, I think.
I love like I saw the Stones.
Unless they
down, and
just
it's amazing.
improve, they should just improve
It's
it. Just
mostly-
improve it, make it
Keith Richards
widescreen and
played a
stuff, you
couple
know?
New songs, but it's mostly
Full screen, like why not
stuff that
Facebook?
they've
Why
been
not?
known for all
That's
the
what I mean. Like why not?
But
They
it's
can
still
literally
amazing
just do
to
it. They
see,
literally have the same
like,
software.
at
That's what I
70s,
mean.
fucking Biden's
They
it.
choose not
Yeah.
to for some
Mick
sort of weird
Jagger's out
reason.
there fucking
Yeah.
dancing around on stage,
Yeah,
and it's
exactly.
Biden's it.
He's joking.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's wild.
yeah.
I mean, when
We
we were
need the
kids, we
dick
never
emotes,
thought
man.
of 78-year-old rockers. That would be...
I didn't know anything that was 78 years old.
Right, but you would never imagine that, because none of those people from the early days. I mean, I guess, I don't wonder how old James Brown was when he stopped touring, but most of those guys, you didn't see them in their 70s doing rock and roll songs that they would sing when they were in their 20s. It's wild to see.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, lyrics when you change meaning, for me, it's
Pretty
kind of hard to
slow.
sing about anarchy. And I've got
That last cam was fast, but everything
Martin
else
in
was
my
pretty slow.
driveway. You know,
Not like
but,
amazing.
I thank the fans for that, and I would never, I don't want to ever lose sight of that. And think
I know, I just wanna see the
what I'm
pace.
doing. I work my ass off.
26
and I know you
pace.
do
If
too,
I hit the warp.
and, the things that I
Wow,
have,
it is
I
real.
know came from the support for what we're doing.
Wow.
And we sing about stuff not everybody wants to sing about. You know,
Crazy.
there's a lot of stuff on this record. Like Junkie, for
It's crazy,
example,
Dave.
we started off really heavily on this conversation with drug talk and stuff. But I think the beauty about that was we talked a little bit about it. The people who are out there that are struggling heard what we were saying.
Wow, that's getting better.
Maybe
That last
something
cam's
that I
getting way
said that
better.
Maybe made them, not hear me, but listen to me, and maybe find out. I don't like Dave, but I like the fact that he was dying and that he was able to pull the nosedive up. And boy, things have sure gotten good for me lately.
Well, that is always a great message for people to hear, especially someone they admire. Someone they admire that has gone through everything that you've gone through, that you've been open about, from drug addiction and chaos, and then now health, cancer-free, doing great, doing jiu-jitsu,
Doing great.
living healthy. That's so important for people to hear, because so many people, when they're on a certain trajectory, they feel like there's no way getting off the train. They're on the train
They're
too.
stuck.
Yeah, they're stuck. They're headed to a fucked up life. And when a person like yourself can say, you know what, I was on that train too, and I said, fuck this, I'm getting off, and you turned it around.
So a lot of people are afraid to make that jump, though. They're afraid to take both feet off of first base, and consequently, they'll never get to second base. And for me, I look at a lot of the things that were holding me back, and I needed them, Joe. I needed them to beat my ass. I needed to get all of the stubbornness whooped out of me. I was a person that, if I wanted something done, I was going to get it no matter what. And now I step back and I say, if I want something done, it's what's right that needs to be done. And if it's not what I want, it doesn't matter. It's what's right. Because we have a huge organization. And there's a lot of people who are counting on
God
us
damn
to
it.
be able to bring them
Back
entertainment,
boost fucked me
especially
up
now
there.
with the way the economy is, the way the people are just feeling like, what's the use? We come there, we help them just let go. Just for that hour. We've got 55 minutes. We get to
That's
play
so
with
bad.
five-finger.
I don't know why I left strafe there. It was really
And
dumb.
we make the best out of it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing for a fan, that you're continuing to do that. And for fans that are of everything and anything that artists produce, it's when your life is shit, but you know the fucking new Megadeth album's
Streaming
coming
rig
out,
cost,
you get pumped, and you hear it, It elevates.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
don't like to
beautiful
think
thing
about that.
art.
It costs money.
Beautiful
It costs
thing
a lot of
about
money.
someone creating something that people can enjoy is that for those people that it hits them like,
Especially when you're just starting, because
they
you're
feel
learning
better.
what works, what
It really
doesn't.
music in
You like
particular
use
is amazing in a way. It
pieces
actually
for one
changes the way
thing,
you
one
feel.
for another.
It's like David Goggins
Bang
won't
your
listen to
phone.
music when he runs because he thinks it's cheating. I used to say that too. But I'm a hypocrite because I started listening to it when I work out because it really does make working out easier. If you listen to a great soundtrack, like when you're on like an elliptical
450
machine
USD. Wow, that's pretty good. I mean, I spent a lot of money on my computer.
Boring. You don't want to
Spent a lot of money on my
sitting there
computer.
and huff along for an hour. But you listen to good music, you get fucking pumped.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a drug.
Yeah,
it really does hit you.
Yeah, there's a motivational thing I mentioned earlier with you about Schwarzenegger was on it, but it was this hour-long motivational thing called "Let's Fucking Do It." And
I'm glad you think it's not bad. That's not bad. It really isn't
I
bad.
remember I was going through a hard
People
time.
spend like a lot of money on the
I
computer and
just moved out
stuff.
to Nashville, and I was having this real awful
Wow,
feeling
27.
in my career. He was trying to say he was, working with us as a manager, but it was nothing farther could be from the truth because we went 60 days one time without talking. And I wrote him a letter that day, and I said, "Look, man, you know what? We're out of here." And I went over to 5B. The last 7 years of my life has been the Dave Mustaine Charm Offensive, and we've been really, really working on getting our rightly space in history and our position in the whole touring world and recording world. Some things we had to let go of, like some
150
people
nice,
that we were
man.
really close to, and it was they were just bad for us.
Yeah, well, that's one of the unfortunate things that does happen in a journey.
Lots.
That's one of the things that I admire most about bands is they can figure out all those internal disputes between band members, which are inevitable. Band members and then also members of the crew and members of the management, and it's constant conflict. It's hard for people to like find peace in that.
It's a great
It's
price.
amazing when a band can keep it together. You know, I mean, artists are crazy. I mean,
There's a lot of stuff.
so many crazy people, and including guys like yourself who come out of that with peace. It's like in the beginning, like people are nuts, and they're trying to make nutty music. It's like there's a lot of thoughts that don't gel together. A lot of people's ways they're living their lives. I think what's cool is what you're saying that's so important for people is to see that you can have those things in your life and still get past them. And then be a guy like yourself who has a very specific ethic that he lives his life by. And that's available to other people.
It's getting better. My
You
endings
hear
are
you
getting
say
way
that,
better.
but you know what? I want to do what Dave's done. I want to live my life in that manner. And it's really positive.
Thank you.
And I know you realize it's positive.
Wow,
too, which is really cool.
25 with the
You
Miss
talk
Warp.
about
That was
it.
insane.
And you know that it can affect people. Like if you think about who you were when you were a 14, 15-year-old kid, if you'd heard a guy like you that you admired talk about that, it puts it in their head. And they realize like, oh yeah, there's a right way to live this life. There's a way to live this
It's
life.
a seal of approval from someone that you look up to.
Yeah.
It's almost an endorsement.
And that's one of, I think, a very strong benefit of religion for a lot of people is that it gives them a very strong moral scaffolding to live their life by.
Good word.
You know what I mean? I mean, sort of like it's a structure that allows you to sort of like you always have a place to think, you always have a place to go. It's like there's ways you live, period. And in doing that, it makes trials and tribulations, difficult moments easier. Because you do recognize that there's a process to life and that there's a way to do this where you're going to be a good person, you're going to feel good about yourself, and still you can overcome things and succeed.
There's a lot of stuff that you need to. I don't know. You gotta have.
Why is he so far over here?
To know you've gotta.
Like, it's like,
People,
what,
they
guys?
just get trapped in that place
Guys.
where you get to, like we were talking earlier about the Brian Wilson story and all these other stories like with Elvis and where you have enablers around you.
Yeah.
And an enabler is a word that signifies
I cannot
security.
believe I missed him.
People helping you do things that aren't good for you sometimes. That could be good for you, but most often it's not. And those are the people. I was just working with my son. He was managing a group with Danny Nozell over at CTK, and they were managing a band. One of the band members just died because he had someone that he started seeing who the guy would wake up and she would give him 4 beer cans in this vest he used to wear, so he'd start his
Guys, jeez, yeah. Yep.
And he was staying at a house when son over there was someone
That's how I
else
feel.
who moved him, and the dresser, all the drawers were full of empty beer cans. It was so bizarre. You know, so, and this is someone that's coming in there and sneaking booze to a guy that's supposed to be going out to save his life, and consequently he's dead now, and which is about
That's the worst, when someone finds an enabler instead of someone who can pull them out. Just lets you keep doing it. It's such a normal part of people that are going through any sort of success in the public eye too. There's so much pressure that's involved, whether it's performing in a band or anything, doing it publicly. It's sort of people look for.
I gotta YOLO it.
they want what they want.
Yeah, and they also want escape. You know, they want escape from just the angst of being. You know, and that's.
That was not YOLO.
One of the best escapes because you just don't give a fuck. You get hammered, you don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You're slowly killing yourself.
It's not pace.
You know,
It's
and
terrible.
It's one of those things where
Terrible
it's
run.
so common. You know, that
I did.
common sense is such a strange term, right? Because it's not that common. It's
I did it, Vifix.
I mean, it's less common than not having common sense. You know,
Yeah, unpopular.
Yeah.
Oh, what, on
If
stream? Like this stream?
common
No.
sense is probably like, you know.
No, I did
50%
not.
of the people have it.
Off stream I
At
did,
the
not
most,
the
if you're
stream.
being really, really generous, 50% of
Alright,
people
yeah.
have common sense.
Right. Well, I heard Einstein had said that people use between 3 to 8% of their brains, and 8% obviously would be the geniuses. Imagine what it would be like if that was really accurate, and people could access more than, you know, the 8%.
That was the premise of that movie, Lucy. Did you see that movie, Lucy?
No.
It was a movie with, was it Scarlett Johansson? Yeah, Scarlett Johansson plays this woman who gets a hold of this drug accidentally. She's like involved in some sort of drug trade thing that goes sour, and she gets a hold of this drug accidentally that turns her into a person that can use 100% of their mind. She becomes like a god.
Oh,
It's a really wild movie with Morgan Freeman.
I think I saw this.
It's great. It's fun. It's really fun. It's really interesting. It's just, it's like kind of like a superhero movie. But it has I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but it's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But the idea of using only like 7 or 8% of your brain, I think that's not real. I think they used to think that at one point in time, but now they don't. They think there's different parts of the brain or for different things, and their understanding of the brain is still relatively.
That was a big boost. That was such a huge
They
boost.
don't know really a lot of like what's going on in there. They know specific areas of the brain create memories, or was where you store memories and motor skills, and they know that like when you get injuries to specific areas of the brain, that's where there's problems, and they can sort of isolate that. But I don't think they think you use only 7 or 8% of your brain anymore.
Well,
Right?
that's Einstein's quote. So I would probably tend to go.
Did Einstein say that?
Yeah, he did.
He only used, maybe he was being like
I didn't make that up.
right. I know, but people say that. It's one of those things. And it's in that movie, Lucy. That's why I said that.
Yeah.
And even in the movie
Who
Lucy,
said?
when they said that, I'm like, I don't think that's true.
I can't believe I missed
I
them,
think
man.
That's,
Well, I don't
What?
feel like I
Yeah.
use 100% of my brain. I can tell you that much.
10.
well, I don't think anybody does. But it's like, what does that mean? Using your brain. Your brain varies with how tired you are,
Or what it
with
all
whether you're
does.
sick, whether you're stressed out, whether you're at peace, whether you've exercised, whether you're in love, whether you're, happy with your life. Your brain varies constantly depending on how many things it has to think about. That's why I love the
What?
sensory deprivation tank, that thing that we talked about
Flotation,
earlier. That,
Altered states.
the ability to like separate yourself from as much physical input as possible is pretty amazing in the way your brain can function. Okay, here it says. Others have claimed that Einstein attributed his intellectual giftedness and to be able to use more than 10% of his brain, but this is itself a myth. Another possible source of the 10% myth is neurosurgeon Wilder Penfield's discovery in 1930 of a silent cortex, brain areas that appear to have no function when he stimulated them with electricity. We now know today that these areas are functional. Okay, so it was just I think it was just a thing that people used to say. Where does the myth originate? No one knows for sure. Popular theory is the journalist Lowell Thomas helped spread this myth in his preface to Dale Carnegie's blockbuster self-help book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. There it is. So he misquoted the brilliant American psychologist William James as saying that the average person specifically develops only 10% of his latent mental ability. Okay, so it's just a misquote.
Fuck
of
him
a
then.
myth. Fuck him. Yeah. But we all know that your brain, or at least your mind, the way you think, works better if you're feeling good and if you're healthy.
Sure.
And if a person's constantly whacked out on coke, it's probably not so good for the way you think and live your life.
No.
You happier now?
I think so. I think what makes me happy is different, Joe. It's it's relative. I think when you're around people that are complaining all the time, you're going to want to help them.
I'm gonna get that back boost.
Don't want help and they keep
Messed up my
complaining.
timing so much on that guard, man.
Yeah. Has that been like a consistent formula for you in terms of like living your life in a happier way? Just get rid of the people that suck?
No, because there wasn't that many people. I think what needed to happen for me was just to kind of get my priorities in order and to learn a little bit more about what I'm doing that's right and stuff that could be better, in all areas, with being a husband, being a dad, being a friend, being a leader. It's evolved to have an organization this big, so there's a lot of stuff there, and I think that the cancer was a lot of perspective. And, some people can have chronic perspective loss with the music industry, just how distorted things are from reality. And I guess as I started to get healthier with the cancer and the success of everything now, it's making me want to help people more. I've been saying this in some of my interviews lately about being more philanthropic with some of the younger bands that reach out for advice and stuff. I mean, you can't teach, some people, you just can't. But I like to
Nice boost.
help when I can if they
That
ask.
boost is
But
really
you can
nice.
teach the ones who you can.
That was really
If
big
they
boost.
want to learn.
Right. But there's enough of them out there that it really does make a difference, right?
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
One of these days.
that wanna learn, that are just
One of
looking
thee
for somebody
days.
In their life, like me, man. I was
That's too bad.
searching for a male role
It's a good
model.
pace.
Since my dad was gone,
It's really
two
too bad.
brother-in-laws were both dealing with their own kids. I always had to go over and have to
Oh
say
wow, I
something.
suck. I suck, guys.
I'm sure.
I suck. Wow,
When
27. I'm still
you're,
that slow.
Thinking
Wow, I
back
suck.
on the moment where you got cancer and like the shift in your mindset because of that. Like,
I just gotta YOLO that first
other than
cam, I
being
think, and I just gotta
philanthropic,
pause out.
what-
I
how
just gotta
did
get
it
more
alter
runs.
the way your perspective was.
Well, I think you tend to look at the calendar a little different. I never really looked at it like I've got such and such amount of days left to live. I've always tried to look at my life as every day is a gift, and just try my best to go home, not have made any trouble in anybody's lives. I heard this saying a long time ago. Somebody was saying it in a meeting, and he said that if you meet 3 assholes in one day, chances are one of them's you. And I thought, I don't like that saying, so I'm going to not meet any assholes today. And you'd be surprised how it works if you just kind of take a step back sometimes.
Right.
And people don't always need to know what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, you can avoid conflict. I had to learn that. That's something to learn in life. That
Right.
you can avoid, and you're going to create more by
Yeah.
talking.
Right. It's like that saying the cops say, you have the right to remain silent.
Yeah.
I think more people should say that.
Anything you say can and will be held against you. Yeah, when you're experiencing a giant health scare, that's generally, for a lot of people, that's a moment where you either wake up or you go further to sleep. And some people like yourself chose to change, chose to see things differently. And I think that's great.
I thought I wasn't going to take it lying down, although I know that it could have been a lot worse. I caught it early, and I did everything the doctor said. So
What were the symptoms?
It was a tumor in my throat it was on this side in the back of my tongue, and inversely, the lymph nodes down here had been affected. And
So they were swollen?
2 of them were affected here, and then the tumor was on my tongue up here. And they didn't have to take the tumor out. they hit it so hard with the radiation that I think I had 31 treatments. I think he said I had something like that. I think I had 13 doses of chemo. It was really, really heavy, and we got it in a short period of time. You know, that much over a long, long period of time is, I guess, not that bad, but, you know, we really wanted to hit it and make sure that we didn't have to go in there and start cutting things.
How did the chemo affect you?
I had 2 bad days, Joe, where I was thrown up. We were in the studio, and I got up.
Damn it.
And just kind of felt nauseous. And fortunately, my doctors were great, and I had some additional medication for nausea, and I took that.
26,
I threw up a little bit.
25
and
with the
then
wart.
The second day that happened, kind of the same drill, and that was it. You know, I had icky days, but there were no other rough days. It was just those 2 rough days. Everything else was pretty. I'll get through it kind of a thing.
Just not comfortable, but not horrific.
Yeah, just, I mean, it felt like a bad Taco Tuesday the next morning, you know what I mean? So I guess I just, during the course of it, with all of the medication coursing through your body, you know, the doctors are trying to kill off a big part of what's wrong inside of you, and so your body's going like, hey, what's going on here? So eating
Wow,
became,
it's still 27.
a chore. I still can't eat very well because of spices. I was drinking that delicious drink you gave me earlier, and all I could taste was the spice in it. You know, and
So you become more sensitive to spices?
spice. I can't hardly have spice anymore at all.
Really?
It's ruined my sushi experience. It's ruined my
wasabi.
Mexican food
Oh, no.
experience. 2 of my favorite foods, and I can't do it anymore because I take hot as.
What? Like what?
So that's been the big
So
just
dumb.
a shift in taste buds.
Yeah. It's kind of like using mace for banaka, you know. My mouth just goes nuts.
Wow. And were you allowed to exercise during this time?
If I wanted to, I was still doing jiu-jitsu.
Really? While you were getting chemo?
Yeah.
Wow. How did it affect you on the mats?
Well, I wasn't really. I wasn't growing really hard with anybody. I think this
Were you
happened.
just drilling? While
Yeah,
that was
and
happening?
it was still.
Should've just
early enough,
YOLO'd it.
Where
Whatever.
I think I was still a blue belt at the time, or I may have just been ready to get my blue belt when this happened. So I know I got my blue belt on the team there two times ago. So I don't remember. That's one of the bummers. Is there's some gray spots where memories they're coming back, but they're not really 100% right now.
Was that from chemo, you think?
I don't know. You put your head in a microwave, you know,
Oh,
see
right.
what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like the comic books
No.
where people come out with powers.
Well, you know, I wish I had powers. You know, the funny thing is that I went in there to have the little mask put on when they clamp your head down, because you can't move your head around when you're doing the radiation. They don't want to miss with those lasers. So your head's all clamped down in this piece of plastic, and they said, well, we got to heat the plastic up, and you're going to sit there for 15 minutes. I'm thinking, I can't sit anywhere for 15 minutes and not move. So I said, okay, I'll try it. So I sit down, they click everything in, and a drip of water, because the mask is all wet, drips down my scalp into my ear. And it was like I had a door worm going into my brain. All I could think about was that water dripping into my ear. I couldn't handle it. I said, I gotta come back. So I told him, I said, there's no way I can do this and sit here for 15 minutes. I just can't do it. I have claustrophobia. And, you know, whenever I do those CAT scans and stuff, I have to be knocked out to do that. So I finally got it done, but yeah, it was a trying situation. You don't really know how involved all the technology is until you have to go through it now, because it's gotten so much more advanced. When I think about stuff you would see,
I should've
on
just
TV,
YOLO'd
you'd
it.
see people that have cancer, they have balls.
I don't know why I'm not YOLOing it anymore. It's gotta
You
YOLO
don't-
them all.
You don't see how the
Literally
medication
all of them.
the techniques have improved. I didn't lose any hair. I like I said, I only had 2 bad days.
That's
But-
amazing. That's amazing that they've advanced to that form. And isn't it also amazing that just a drip of water will fuck with you so hard? Like,
8
that's Chinese
seconds.
water torture, right? They make
9.
people lay there and just drip water on their head, which is so crazy that bothers us so much. such a weird thing about the human mind and the human senses. Because if you're walking in the rain, it doesn't
I don't know why I
bother
pushed
you at all.
left C
You'd
there.
think
It was
that
dumb.
would be excruciating. It'd be impossible to deal with.
Right.
But if you're walking in the rain, you're like, I'm fucking wet, whatever.
Right.
It just sucks, and maybe nice. Might be nice. Might be a hot day and it rains out. It feels good. The thing about the mind and the senses that a drip of water can fuck with you that hard. It's crazy.
Dude.
Especially if you're a person that freaks out about closed spaces. A lot of people ask me that about the sensory deprivation tank. They're like, oh man, I'm claustrophobic. I don't know if I could do that. I'm like, I think you can, because it's not like you can't get out easy. There's a door right there.
Yeah.
Just get into it for a little bit, get comfortable with it, and then do a little bit more next time, a little bit more, and then after a while, your body gets accustomed. It took me like a year to get used to like what you're doing when you lay in there. That you're just gonna just chill. This is what you do now, and so now I can just do it. I can just get in there. I remember it's like the cold plunge, the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
You
That
first
I don't
get in
think I
there.
could do that.
Say that, you say that, but you could. I
Yeah.
guarantee you could.
If I was thrown off a boat in Alaska. maybe,
Hard
I don't
level.
know.
You could do it. People say they couldn't do it, but you could do it. You could do it for 10 seconds, right? If you could do it for 10 seconds, you could do it for a minute.
We do the cryogenic chamber down by our dojo. There's a place you go into, but it's not the same.
No, it's not the same, but it's still great.
Yeah.
If you can do cryotherapy, I used to do cryotherapy in Woodland Hills, cryo healthcare. It was great. You go in there for 3 minutes, you
3
wear
minutes,
like a
yeah.
face mask and gloves, and I would just listen to Queen. I'd listen to Dragon Attack.
Ah.
Because
Yeah. I know that song.
I
yeah.
just move around. You know, it was just like that was my I'm freezing my dick off song.
Yeah,
so I would
yeah,
always
yeah,
listen
yeah,
to that when I would
yeah.
go in there.
I hated that.
It was cool though because they could play music in there, and you know, it's 3 minutes. You could do it,
Yeah.
but you'd get out of there, man. It took so long for your body to warm back up, but man, did you feel good?
Yeah, going outside has always been great.
Yeah,
Going
it feels
outside,
so
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It makes the sun feel amazing.
Yeah, it does.
But it's super good for you. We were talking earlier about sauna too. We're talking about doing that. You know that we have one here, and you have one, but you just haven't been like on like a regular use of it. You don't.
Well, I don't know
really
the proper
exactly
way to
what
use
do.
it. I know in Finland that they swear by sauna and that you have to do a hot cold thing, or that you have to be so hydrated or not hydrated, or you know, I want to do it right. If I go in there, I
Jesus.
want to just fall asleep in a sauna and come out weighing 30 pounds.
You won't fall asleep, guaranteed. It's too uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But
You
just
can accomplish anything in this life, Dick.
Do you take any electrolyte supplements?
May you accomplish all your dreams.
Let's see, what do I take? I take so much nutrients and supplements.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh,
a
that's
lot,
great.
A lot.
Just don't try that young.
Do you take anything like liquid IV? Do you know what that stuff
I mean,
is?
depends. Do you want a young head in the future, or do you want an
Yeah,
old
or
head in the
Element.
future?
Those are all really good. It's hydration.
And beware those
supplements,
salespeople
water,
that guarantee you it.
bunch of, electrolytes in there.
'Cause I'm sure there's a lot of fakers out there.
When you go to a doctor's office and they have to give an IV.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah.
One of the things was they were radiating
Wow,
Oh, that's
isn't it amazing?
It was really advanced. And there was another one you would go in there and you get like a vitamin cocktail.
They're radiating your blood?
Yeah, it was some crazy technique. I can't remember what it was. We were just starting to get it. we were starting
Wow,
to
that
get
was
it
still
back.
28.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
Have you heard of that, Jamie?
yeah, they take
What
your
is
blood out
what's the
and
benefit of it?
clean your blood.
Clean it?
They just had something, and it went through this crazy machine and it would spin around.
Like an ozone or something? Like what
Well,
were they?
it wasn't like, one of those.
I've heard that before.
You weren't spinning it for stem cell stuff like that. I just think
Like
they were-
PRP, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But they would take it and treat it and then put it back in your body?
I don't think it ever really actually. Well, it came out to go through the machines, but I don't think that there was ever really.
It's not pace. It's not
because
pace.
there was a connection made.
Right.
It wasn't like they took it out of you to its own necessity.
Isn't it just
So it
amazing,
sorta
guys?
pumps into the machine and pumps back in your
Yeah,
body?
like has this crazy light.
Isn't it just like
Okay,
amazing?
so some sort of wasn't that what they were talking about with COVID and some other things that they had exposed it to ultraviolet light, and that you could they were taking one of the therapies that they were considering is that they were going to put UV light into people's lungs, like they were gonna like anesthetize them.
What?
Or,
I just heard about this too.
yeah, they were gonna put them under, and then they were gonna use UV light on their lungs
Oh my gosh.
to kill not just COVID, but other things. Ultraviolet blood treatment. There it is. Ultraviolet blood treatment is simple intravenous therapy, which a small amount of blood is drawn from the patient's body through an ultraviolet
what the
light
fuck,
emitting
man?
machine, and then reintroduced to their system. The UV light acts as a cell cleanser, killing bacteria and viruses in the bloodstream. Unhealthy cells absorb 5 times as much photonic energy and die off, while healthy cells remain intact and the blood gains oxygen. The effect is a vaccination-like response in which patients' immune systems is activated to counter the specific virus or bacteria the body is trying to defeat. In our clinical experience, this treatment has been highly effective against viral infections. Is this a real thing? Bourne Clinic, but why don't you Google ultraviolet blood treatment debunked? Google debunked. It sounds interesting. What a great thing that would be. That if every time you had a virus, just go and get hooked up to this machine. It would just clean you out real
I
quick.
can't believe
Did you
that.
know that these viruses, that many viruses rather, are killed with the introduction of ultraviolet light?
Yeah.
That's why they have these
Let there
things
be
called-
light.
Have you ever heard of a SteriPen?
Explain.
A SteriPen is something that hikers and guys who go into the backcountry for multiple days at a time, they need water sources. There's a thing called a SteriPen, and you can literally take water from a lake, and then you dunk this SteriPen in, and there's a specific amount of time that you expose the UV light to the water, and it kills all the bacteria in
Wow.
the water.
This might be
Yeah,
26.
so you can drink it.
Yeah.
So Google that, SteriPen. All
We've
these
got a
backcountry
bunch of
guys-
stuff like that. When we were living in Fallbrook, we had a bunch of stuff for water.
I hit the warp. It's 26.
Fact check: UV light is not an accepted medical treatment.
Hey.
The cure that time forgot. Was it?
So what?
Is it legit?
did we
Dick
just,
of
like,
IFX for Kesha for everybody, man.
No, it's not.
Thank you.
debunked.
Baron.
It's just when we bring up something, we have to make
What?
sure.
I
that
don't
it's-
even know that's what he was talking about to be the first. I mean, I just brought it up
No, that's right.
thinking
you
if that
know.
was the
Yeah.
thing he was talking about.
But
People do
that
offer it.
SteriPen thing is 100% legit.
Yeah.
I know they absolutely do use that. And I know they have used UV light to kill bacteria and viruses. But the SteriPen thing, how does that thing work? Google that, SteriPen.
It's like the military pens. You can drink ocean water with the desalination stuff, and you can take like crazy sewage water and make it drinkable. I don't think that's the same pen you're talking about, but I know they got a lot of stuff like that. The desalination.
Yeah, there
things.
it is. UV water purifier. It's pretty.
Yes,
wild.
Bobby. Yeah, 26, man. Okay,
So if you
dude.
see it how
You know what
it's used
points
there, they
is?
just dunk this
25 is
sucker
points,
in
man.
In the water, and it kills everything.
Knocking on points door.
Which is wild. You just have this little pen that you dunk into a Nalgene bottle filled with pond water, and you could drink that shit.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
Yeah. So did you find a good benefit when you did that? The blood thing?
Happy wife, happy life.
It made your wife happy?
Because I went with her.
Oh. Yeah. But did you feel better after doing that treatment?
I'm sure I did a little bit, but I think the going with her was better than not.
Right.
It was a fun thing to do for us to just do health together. You're married, and I'm sure your wife is probably very happy, very healthy, and I think it's a good thing when you can do stuff like that with your significant other.
For sure.
Find things outside of the norm that you guys have in common that you like to do. Health is something that's really important with us. Pam's been, my Florence Nightingale when it came down to the whole illness and helping me with, not only my current issues with, the longevity and the continued maintenance that I'm under for my skeleton that's been damaged from the fusion and all the other stuff that I've had done to my body, and just being a great moral support. There's times we fight. I think every couple does, and we've been married over 30 years, which is a huge accomplishment.
That is.
Especially
Congratulations.
when you think about some of the people that in the music business. I can't think of a lot that I know that have been married that long. Alice Cooper is my godfather. He's been married 27 years, I think. So, yeah, you don't find a lot of people that have been married for a long, long time.
You don't find a lot of people that are married a long time in regular jobs.
Yeah.
But in rock and roll, I'm sure it's way smaller.
Well, that probably had a lot to do with Britney Spears and that Kevin Federline 45-second marriage that they did in Las Vegas so many years ago. And
that had to do with it? You think that's...
I think what happens when you have a bunch
Yeah,
of
buddy, we might be able to get 25 to like
listening
right here,
to a
honestly.
band and the front person or the leader of the
Okay, maybe
band
not.
does stuff.
Maybe not.
Absolutely.
I got a super YOLO it. I had a pretty good last cam, but I still got boosted, if you remember. And I lost full speed. I had to come to a complete stop. Yeah, buddy, 26. Yeah, man.
Somebody, it's supposed to be your soulmate. You see beautiful things in nature like these eagles in the death spiral when they're mating. And
Is that beautiful?
I think the flying and a lot of like the courting that you see these other birds and animals and stuff when they change their color to appeal to the mates.
Yeah.
That to me is really neat. I've often wondered why in the animal kingdom that the males are so much more exotic looking than the females. It's interesting, but there's so many different things, when for me when I look at how my relationship with Pam is, because I've tried to really, really be in the marriage and in the parenting. When we would come home from tour, I'd be gone so long that she obviously had to leak over into being the dad every once in a while, which she didn't like, and I don't think the kids liked it either. So when I came home, instead of coming home and saying, okay, this is how it is, this is my way, I had to really quickly ascertain everything and see what's going on, and to help. If I didn't like what was going on, I needed to address that privately and not in front of the kids, and make sure that we were properly aligned, that we were evenly yoked, you know what I mean? So that if I come home, because one time I came home and Justice had said something really awful to his mom, and he spanked him in the butt, and his mom he goes, you didn't give me many chances, and I went, okay, your mom's busted. And
That's pretty good. PP7? Look at that, maybe PP7's more accurate. Who knows?
They got spanked a couple times, but it was not something that was
Can you imagine?
done a lot in our house, because I'd been spanked so much as a kid. But I think about when you have two parents and one's gone for so long, especially in the military too. You come home and you've got to learn that family dynamic. That's why it gets so difficult, because one person has to make do, and then someone else comes in and maybe screws everything up, maybe doesn't.
That's terrible.
Right.
So
that's the
juggling
dilemma
act
of being on tour for so long. Right?
Yeah, it is. You have to. I remember the guys in Iron Maiden. There was a guy that was their tour manager. I think his name was Dickie Bell. I think he was their tour manager. And he would come home from touring, and this is a known thing with the tour, with those guys from Maiden, that the guy would go to a hotel and stay there for a week after every tour just to detox from being on tour. And I get it. When I go home, the last thing I want to do is pick up my phone and not get room service.
Spanking is a very controversial topic.
It is with a lot of them.
A lot of people don't believe it's ever justified in any way.
We're going for the Shiva tie.
On the fence.
We're going for the 25.
I think there's a fine line between spanking.
It's the Shiva tie.
Yeah.
And it's like when I
It's
lived
the
in Florida,
D-Masson tie.
I got paddled once.
That'd be so epic if I get 25.
Me too.
Hit you at school.
That'd be
Me
epic.
Me and this kid got in a fight, and we both went to the principal's office.
You got a SWAT.
And we got one
that's
swat
terrible.
on the butt, and it hurt.
Yep.
It hurt, and it was humiliating. It was humiliating that a man makes you bend over and whacks you on the ass. I don't think it was good, though. I don't think it's a smart thing, and I don't think they do it anymore. But I get what they were trying to do. They had order. I guarantee you that. They definitely had order in the class because of that. That threat of paddling was real.
Right. Well, I guess the motive behind it is what's important. If you discipline with anger, then you're not disciplining, because disciplining is supposed to be a conjunction of discipline.
Wow, I just literally threw my control on the ground.
So if you're disciplining your child, you're supposed to teach them. You're not supposed to hit them. So one of the things I've always said, anybody asks me about, advice for parents, I always say, kiss your wife goodnight, tell her you love her, don't ever discipline your kids in anger. And
Yeah,
Kids
Dick.
need
I know
structure.
FX and
Do you
everybody. I'm
think
been playing a
that
lot of
spanking is
N64 this
still
winter,
good?
I
Do you
think.
still believe in it?
Dude, I set up my room. I made it like
Do
really nice
I-
now.
If you were
It's
to do it all
amazing.
over again,
And this mic is really
if I
nicely set
spank
up.
kids,
Well, it depends on what
Got my
it's about.
PS2
You know,
set up
Hector
now
never got
too.
spanked.
It's gonna be amazing.
She was a child that could be reasoned with.
It's gonna be the winter of Mark.
And, Justice.
Oh, what?
only got,
Get out of here.
Like I said, spanked a couple times, and
I'm
you know,
playing a lot of
he was,
GoldenEye.
there was a lot of stuff that was going on, behavioral stuff. That
Like, look how
Justice discovered
inaccurate. Like, I
because
swear my
was bad.
PB7 is more accurate than this garbage.
I
Look at this.
know that the family dynamic really needs to have two parents there. I mean, that it takes a village thing, that quote, whatever the saying, idiom, cliche, epithet. It's true. You need to have more than just one person parenting. You need help sometimes because the parents will get exhausted and overwhelmed, and sometimes you need.
I gotta
someone
have faster fourth cam set up. I gotta YOLO it
I
more.
think people are missing the village these days.
Honestly.
You know, there used to be a thing where people would help with each other's children as well.
Mhm.
Children would learn from other parents as
Right.
well.
The other men in the tribe.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Like that.
And if the dad couldn't
Seven?
handle
Is that a seven
boy,
pause
then
out?
another dad would come along and
No,
find out
dude.
what the interests were, and you know.
Slow first cam.
What was that? Is that lightning? Jeez.
Yeah.
That was loud.
Too wide there.
They agree.
Yeah,
They
the
agree.
Lord has spoken.
You know, just to come
It's a lot
alongside
faster.
people, you know, for me, I think part of the.
Okay, we're gonna go for
reason
25
that I
right now.
made
We're not gonna go for like
did
anything
have
lower.
people
Right now, we're gonna go for
alongside
25.
And did have them speak into my life, you know, and it is difficult when you got someone who's not your dad or your mom, you know, trying to tell you how to do things. You want to say, "You're not my dad."
Well, that's one of the things that really helps young men with martial arts is to find these figures, these male senseis and martial arts instructors that they look up to that have like great morals and ethics and talk about things in front of class. And when you're a kid and you admire your instructor so much, and it's such an important role model and such an important authority figure,
Right.
that has a great benefit on kids too in terms of like ability to recognize the importance of discipline and being able to do things that make that person proud of your behavior
Right.
and the way you conduct yourself.
No.
Right. Well, my
No.
work ethic changed tremendously once I started working with Cincinnati.
It's fine.
You know, also my ability to be able to tolerate people when they would say stuff to me that I didn't want to necessarily hear. You know, 'cause
Okay, that was
before,
super close.
You know, people would say sit down, and I would sit down, but
Gets to get more bullets off with the KF7. Maybe that's why people prefer it.
Nowadays, it's like
PB7, you get boosted.
don't need to be
You
in the
like
front
you don't
row.
shoot.
I can enjoy.
KF7
the
you keep
show
shooting.
just as
Maybe
much
that's
in the
why people
second or
use
third
it.
row.
Don't you think that benefit that comes
Interesting.
from martial arts training also is in the exertion itself? There's something about the explosive nature of martial arts, like hitting the bag, hitting pads, sparring, all that stuff. It exhausts all of this need for aggression that a lot of young men unfortunately have
Wow.
in our genes.
That suck.
Right.
And
Well,
that you can get that out, and it makes you a more reasonable, polite person. Yeah.
Yeah, I just was talking to Justice when we were coming back from class the other day. He's just started.
Damn, that was pretty good. That was better.
He's got his first stripe, so
That
he's
was
really
definitely
excited
better.
about it.
Look at that.
And I said, see.
Wow. Okay, we're good. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's
You're
go.
going to come across. He's going to have.
In front of the table. My in front of the table
And right
is
now,
very good.
you
My
know,
behind the
as-
table is
as a white
terrible.
belt with even just one stripe, you really don't know very much at all. And that you never know when you're going to come across somebody who may look like they're just
No,
somebody that you
what?
can put around and you
Damn
say,
it,
"Oh,
man. That was
man."
fast. That was probably my
It's like that one
fastest
fighter
start.
down in Brazil who had tragically lost
Like
his life.
2 camera
Can't
fast
remember
start.
his name, but Professor Richard was talking
Oh,
about that,
Leandro
right?
Lowe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well.
that's terrible, terrible story.
Did I hit it? I think I hit it.
That's the reality of violence, right?
Yeah.
And avoid it whenever possible.
Insane.
Absolutely.
And I really do believe that for young men in particular, that it's
Damn
great
it. Too bad I didn't hit that
to
other
find some
one,
sort
eh?
of an outlet in that way where you can express all those, all the anger and all the shit that just comes with being a man.
Mhm.
You can get that out in training, and it makes you so much more reasonable in regular life.
Right.
It's a giant benefit. How did you wind up hurting your neck? Is that from music?
It was from headbanging.
Really?
I'd been headbanging for so long. I got degenerative disc disease in my neck,
Oh, brutal.
and then I have. There's 2 forms of Stenosis. There's the one where the bone closes in on the nerve, and there's the other one where the nerve swells up inside of the hole. So I had both of those, and they were going to do, I think it's called a foraminectomy or something like that, a frenectomy or something, where they go back in and they bore a hole around the nerve, and I said, no way. I was in the emergency room, and I was, it was right near my birthday, and we were supposed to play Yankee Stadium with the Big Four. And
You know who inspired me to play this level? Alchemass, man. Alchemass. She's the one that inspired me.
So I said, okay, and I told my manager at the time.
I want to be a legend just like Alchemass, man. Fucking 22.
And
I want to be.
he called up and
I want to be like.
that I needed emergency
I want when
surgery
people
on
to
my
like
spine,
talk
or
about
that
me. I
I
want them to be like, hey,
be
man.
able to
You know that guy?
probably
He's
play or walk
22.
again, and the guy called me a pussy. And I thought, oh boy.
He tied Alchemass.
Christ,
Yeah.
you're a bad manager.
Yeah. So
Oh my God.
They gave me a shot. They fixed me up. I flew out there. I drove to the stage in a golf cart with a neck brace on. All over the stage there was paper that said, "Don't headbang," because my neck was barely holding on. And then I went home and I went to Marina Del Rey, I should say, and had my neck fused together. Took a long time. I still have that neck brace. I need it from time to time because, you know, my neck kind of leans forward a little bit. All the headbanging and stuff has made these muscles in here really disproportionate because they had to go through the front in order to get to the bone here. And this muscle in the front's much
Wow,
like
isn't it amazing?
So they
Isn't it just like
aside,
amazing?
And this side
But I
had
started
to go
all my
across
muscles.
farther
Yeah, really.
because they had to go in here. So
Strapmaster Alchemass.
they kind of grew in sideways. And then they
Rubik's
had to go
Cubing.
over. So there's all this
That's insane. Rubik's Cube is so friggin' hard to like do and do fast.
Byproduct of
I
trying
can't
to
even
stretch a
imagine.
lot,
It's so insane.
you know, and
Remember
I
the
don't
dog
mind
emote, the
getting
Alka
old, but I
Brain?
do
That was
like
such a good
getting
emote because I didn't know who Alchemass was when
do
I.
exercises for your neck.
I just know about him in Dogger's chat because he would just friggin'.
Traction device that you stick your head in, you sit down, you place it
Yeah.
like this.
Oh, what?
And then I've got a rack that you lay on.
Now she would just post all these like crazy strat ideas, not ideas but actual strats.
And the front goes
That was you know Alka friggin' or she discovered the.
I've got one of those guns like you have.
Dude, I owe everything.
Yeah.
I owe all of my
Yeah, so
speedrunning career to Alchemass
not yet. I've been
for
trying
finding
to
that
see what's
infiltration
gonna
clip.
happen with, where
That was the
we're
greatest
at.
discovery, like, of my life.
My whole situation with cancer if I start doing surgeries or anything.
Have you ever used a device called the Iron Neck? Have you ever heard of that?
Never heard of
It's well, the good thing about it is you're not articulating those discs, you're not moving them, but it still strengthens your neck.
And you believed
Put
in
it
me,
on your
Dick.
head
You
like a
did
halo.
when I.
It has a bungee cord that attaches.
I
off the
couldn't
halo,
even. I
and
spent
you
an entire
vary the
stream
amount of
just getting out of
tension
bounds
on the
once.
Bungee cord based on like the position you
You
are.
call
in
me the next
relationship to where it's
W.
connected. So if you
I was
pull
like,
back
wow,
further,
dude.
It's more tension.
You're just using your head like this?
No, you don't bend your hand back.
You're the
and forth
man.
at all. You turn it sideways like that's. There it is, right there. See that thing right there? We'll give you one. We have one here if you want it.
Excellent, yeah.
So what you do is you pull.
Wow.
See how his muscles are engaged,
Yeah.
and then he's going to turn to his right shoulder and turn to his left shoulder. And as you do that, it strengthens the muscles on the neck, but without bending your neck forward and back. So if you have, from head banging, I'm sure that area gets irritated very easily.
Yeah.
Bending forward and back.
In the back is hot.
So what this does is it strengthens your neck while it's in a straight posture. So you do this and this with it on. So it's strengthening the neck, but see how he's using it? See there?
Oh, yeah.
See, that's
Oh, it
actually
rotates.
right here at the
Wow.
Onyx Gym. It's here in Austin. So as he's doing that, the tension on the actual halo itself, you vary. So in the beginning, like you could do it very easily and build up to it. And then eventually you can get it to where, see that thing, as you adjust that little dial, that red dial?
Is it like a TRX too, where you're leaning out and increases the...
Yes. And also, because it's a bungee cord, it's a direct connection to the amount of tension. It's just directly proportionate to how far you pull it
That's
backwards.
crazy.
Yeah, it's great. So see how he's doing this? That's, they call that
Yeah.
the Stevie Ray. Or the Ray Charles, rather, excuse me. Not Ray Charles. So as you, because Ray Charles used to move his head like that. So as he's doing that, he's strengthening all of the muscles in his neck but he's not putting undue stress in a forward and backward way. Yeah, there's a bunch of different exercises you can do with it. There's videos online. We'll give you one of those. It'll help you. But
Thank you.
when anybody has a fucked up neck, I always have a lot of advice because I've gone through a lot of shit with my neck and luckily figured out ways to strengthen it and make it much better. But that's just a sort of common thread in jiu-jitsu. So many people in jiu-jitsu wind up with fucked up discs.
You know, the first couple of months that I trained, I had so many injuries. I sprained my right elbow, and then I had ribs on both sides that got
Separated.
beat up.
Terrible.
They didn't break. I don't think they,
Terrible.
I don't know what happened to them, but they hurt.
A lot of times you get the tear in between the two ribs as you know they get pushed forward and you get injuries inside the ribs.
I was just saying, when I started, I was obviously not in great health and not very flexible either. So I think a lot of that happened when we were doing some tosses.
Boosts are
and
insane
crap
in this
and
run.
Go flying through the air. I wasn't comfortable, hitting that yet. And I used to do that with your kid all the time. I just had gotten out of it and I'd forgotten. So.
It's also age, my brother.
Yeah, it is.
Brutal.
Cocoon.
Yeah, Father Time beats us all.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that, we were 58 when you started jiu-jitsu? Somewhere around
I
that
think
range?
so, yeah.
That's
Now
amazing.
about
I
57
love it.
maybe.
And you've got to purple belt, which means you can get to black belt.
Yeah.
Once you get to purple belt, you can get to black belt.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time and effort, and it's the hump between white and blue. That's the big hump.
That's what Professor Reggie told me. He said that most people quit at that part right there, and I was thinking, God, that's the part where I'm the most angry that I want to get through, And I've since changed my mind because I looked back and I remember Sensei Benny saying, "You don't digest, you just chew." And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You gobble. You just chew. You don't digest the material." And I went, okay, I'm slowing down. Because I just wanted to train every day with him. And he would say, no, you need to take a day off. You need to take 2 days off, whatever. So,
Well, there's a thing in learning
White belts.
technique in particular with any kind of martial art that's very important to learn it correctly. Because you can learn bad paths, and then those paths, even if you
What?
get
I can't believe I
past
didn't hit
them,
him,
when
man.
you get tired, when you get
Whatever, it's
fatigued,
moot.
Or when you're under stress,
It's moot.
you revert to your earliest teachings.
yeah, to the bad habits, yeah.
When I was teaching Taekwondo, I had a really hard time trying to teach people that had learned something the wrong way already.
Yeah.
So they threw kicks, but they didn't have the right amount of power because they weren't using their hips properly. So I
Right.
try to express, there's a way to articulate your hips. So you're not doing that. You're just kicking with your leg. And when they would get tired or
Just flop it out there.
or they get nervous if they were competing, it would just fall apart and they would go right back to their earliest teaching, which is really, to me, ingrained early on in my mind. You got to learn something right the first time.
Yes.
You don't want to unlearn shit. It's very hard, like when you're talking about guitar. It's very hard for people to unlearn. Once you learn something, I guess guitar it doesn't really matter because some of the greats, like Hendrix, I think, didn't he learn? Wasn't he self-taught as well?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. But, God, I didn't know you're such a big Hendrix fan.
Oh, I love him. That's why
I was thinking, I don't know. Let's just keep
when I was
playing
a
this
kid,
level.
I just was blown away
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
don't remember what the first song I listened to, but the sounds that this guy was making with his guitar, I was like, this is insane.
Yeah.
It's like, and as I was saying before about music, one of the things that's so fascinating to me
That was
is
terrible.
that someone's expressing their creativity through these sounds, and these sounds literally change the way you feel. They do something to you that just excites all of your nerves and all of your sensations to this point where it's a great song that comes on at the right time is an amazing drug. It really
Sure
is.
is,
It's
yeah.
a drug that your mind produces based on someone else's creativity.
Pick you up, pull you out.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's why I named this the Joe Rogan Experience. It's based on the Jimi
Oh,
Hendrix Experience.
Terrible.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
Yeah, it seemed like the only name for it at the time. But
It's perfect.
yeah, we're very fortunate, and especially today, that someone can tell you about the song and you can have access to it almost instantaneously. Just pull it up on your phone and bam, next thing you know, you're listening to it in your car. It's like it's a wild time for the consumption of other people's work.
Whoever thought Captain Kirk would have all that stuff on his wrist and one day, dude, screw Captain Kirk. What about Dick Tracy with the
Yeah.
watch that? Calling Dick Tracy.
We thought that was so impossible. Now it's 100% normal.
No kidding.
There's so
Yeah.
many people out there with Apple Watch. I have friends that wear an Apple Watch when they go out, and they
What?
don't even bring their phone. They just have like earphones, like earbuds. So
yeah.
they'll put earbuds on and they'll talk to their goddamn Apple Watch.
Yeah. You know, that's one of the things I can't stand is going out to dinner with people and they sit on their phone across from me.
It's a bummer. Well, I think one of my friends who does it says that this makes me not look
Wow.
not looking at my phone, but if someone needs to call me, I can still talk to them on my watch. Which
That's justification of abuse.
it is, but it's at least he's not like on Instagram and checking Facebook all day. Like he's just using the watch and making phone calls and stuff. It's probably a little better, right? If you're only getting phone calls and text messages through your watch.
Yeah.
You ever do that, Jamie? You ever leave the house with no phone, just a watch? I know you.
Running, like if I go on a run or exercise.
And do you ever like make phone calls or talk to people when you're doing that?
Like,
Yeah,
why
and
was
it's
he-
actually come in
why
real
was,
handy.
like-
One time, my phone fell out of my pocket in someone's car, and I was like, "Oh fuck, how do I get a hold of them?" Hopefully this watch thing works. And like,
Oh, that was the first time you used
I had to
it?
call you, "Hey man, I come back? You got my shit."
Do you ever get on
What?
social media? Do you do any of that?
We had the very first website back in 1994 when Countdown to Extinction came out.
Wow.
Or no, when Euthanasia came out, and it was called Megadeth Arizona, and we had the first
Wow,
chat
that's
room.
terrible.
Really?
Yes, I remember being immersed in my in every waking moment of my life when that came out. There was a guy named Charles who was the webmaster, and we were in Telnet, and all that fucking sounds. My
Yeah, the
goodness.
modem sounds.
Yeah, and so we were so far ahead of everybody else. Gene Simmons even said, "Hey man, I want one of those band website things like Megadeth does."
Wow.
So yeah, we had the first website,
God.
and we've tried to always be at the forefront with our band, with what we're doing on this record is no different. We have NFTs that we're going to be releasing with our fans.
Do you understand NFTs?
Yeah, I do. And
Do you?
we
Tell
have,
me.
Well, I have
'Cause
some,
I don't
I have
understand
something
it.
for you.
Oh.
A very special gift for
Ooh,
you. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, now that I think about it, it's I was thinking about something else because I got some little souvenirs and stuff from touring over there. So I have a little teeny thing from the Hendrix experience. I was thinking about sending down here to put up on the wall or
Oh,
something.
fuck
but,
yeah. I would love that. Thank
yeah, it might not be as cool as your other things you got
you.
here.
It'll
but-
be fucking cool as shit.
yeah, but the other thing, what were we talking about? The other. What was the other thing we were talking about just now? Not the hanging.
Oh, your website. We're
The
talking
website.
about social media.
Social media, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the beginning, I did the Twitter stuff. We were very, very, very active with Megadeth Arizona, which was our chat room, and then we had Megadeth.com, and then we had what was called the Diner, was what they called the chat room with Megadeth Arizona, and. That lasted for a while. Then there was some woman who said she invented it all, and we kind of said, look, we don't want to be part of this website over here. We want to take Megadeth.com, and we want you to let us free.
Right.
So the label was basically doing the website domain hosting at the time, and I knew the future of the web. I knew what was going on with the beginning internet, and now that we're on the cusp of Web 3.0, with cyber currency and cryptocurrency, and with the NFTs, we've got our NFTs are going to be launching September 13th, which is going to be my birthday, consequently. And we
No.
also have,
That was like the
a lot
perfect
of
start,
things that are
man.
membership oriented.
The
where
guard was in the
all you
wrong
need is a
spot
little
too, though.
Megadeth coin
That start was
to,
insane.
hang on to, and it gives you access to all kinds of other really cool things like meet and greets, concerts, early ticketing, different merchandise nobody else is going to get.
Guess I gotta wait the cutscene
and
now,
the non-fungible
or
tokens,
watch some of the
we,
cutscene. I can do that.
It's so involved.
I can do
with,
that.
Everything. All I can tell you right now is I've looked at other people's NFTs that they have, and I think we're a little bit farther ahead from other people with their NFTs. The
was better.
Bored Ape Club, or the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
10.
I would
Dang,
say
it was not better.
Was really a cool kind of thing in the beginning, and it's taken on a life all of its own. And then you look at the NFTs that Ozzy did, the Crypto Rats. A lot of people like it because it's 8-bit. And it looks like it's old school Atari kind of stuff, But I think that when you do something like that, you also run the hazard, if you will, of somebody saying you're not doing it. somebody else is doing it for you. So we try and be as authentic as possible.
Okay, it's
and make sure that
4:20. I'm gonna use the washroom, and then I'm gonna use the vape, and then I'm gonna play some
I
more.
think people really like that.
Oh, I can't believe I didn't hit that
You
there.
find out that someone's posting on
That was
social media
insane.
for you, like pretending that
Never.
they're a band,
Mhm.
or pretending they're a comedian or whatever. People get upset at that.
Right. Well, I don't post on the Megadeth socials because that's the whole thing. For my own personal stuff,
What is your personal account?
just Dave Mustaine. That's it.
All right, be right back.
We did this
Be right
long
back,
enough,
thanks.
Ago where there's no real challenges to the name, and
Wrong-
the
wrong button.
social services, the different ones you're talking about, they're congenial enough. I don't know if that's the right word, but to work with us and make sure that hey, you got some imposters, got Dave's name out there. It's not like Buck Owens, where everybody
Right, Dave
Tom
Mustaine's pretty.
Smith,
It's
you know.
pretty distinctive.
It is. It's
hard
one of
to
a
find
kind
another
name.
guy like that out there.
Yeah, so that's one of the things. The thing I'm most excited about right now is what we're going to be doing with the whole Web 3.0 experience for fans. I don't want to see this turn into an isolation kind of thing where the fans, they get into the Web 3.0 stuff and put on their Oculus Rift helmets and start going into this world and not coming up. But in the same token, it's also going to be exciting to see who's going to be able to pull off the first legit, viable, authentic concert in that.
In virtual?
Yeah, in virtual. Because, you look at a lot of it and stuff that people are doing, like the hologram stuff that was going on. Everybody was saying, like, holograms, Tupac Shakur, Elvis, oh my God, are you kidding?
Right.
But then when you get there in the concert and you see it, it's a little bit wanting.
Well, also, Tupac looked like a CrossFitter. Like, they made it a little too vain. They didn't really duplicate Tupac's body. They made Tupac super jacked.
Oh,
Did you
of
see
course.
it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, let's pull it up because it's really interesting. Because, like, Tupac was always, like, a
He's
pretty
healthy.
thin, healthy guy. But in this, it looked like he had done a cycle.
He's on the weight pile.
Yeah, and started fucking hitting. Look at that. I mean, come on. That dude looks like Kamaru Usman. Look at his six-pack. That's
Yeah.
incredible. Look how jacked he is in that photo down there, Jamie. Look at that.
Which one's real?
Look at that.
Oh,
That's the fake Tupac. But
he's pretty skinny.
but the real Tupac did not look like that. He wasn't that
And
built.
that's a hologram.
Look how jacked he is. That's not fair. Because, like, if you were going to bring back Hendrix and make Hendrix look like a bodybuilder, people would be like, what are you doing? I mean, look at that. Look how jacked he is. That's like a legitimate 20 pounds heavier than Tupac really was in real life.
That's crazy.
That's
That's the
silly.
first time I saw that. I didn't think it was
Silly
going to be
that
that.
they
I thought
did
it was
that.
going to look like R2D2.
Right. Like, what if they brought Biggie back, but they made him look like Mike Tyson? Everybody
Yeah.
like, come on, man. That's not what Biggie looked like.
No.
You can't be vain. That's the real Tupac. See, he's pretty thin.
Yeah, he's
Pretty, like, in the right-hand corner, that one next to that, Jamie. Yeah, I mean, he's in.
That's not him. That's not him.
That's not him?
That's from a movie. So
That's not him?
yeah, the pictures are getting confused.
Oh, what is that?
That's an actor.
Oh, wow. He looks a lot like Tupac.
sure did.
So that's him. Okay, so that's perfect. Look at that. So he's thin. He's got a six-pack going on, but, I mean, he does not have nearly the bulk. The fake one was
Yeah.
just super jacked. That's him for real life. He's pretty good shape. Good
Yeah.
shape.
Yeah.
But, like, thin like a thin boxer. Like
Yeah.
someone who's fit for
Flyweight
sure.
or something,
Yeah, but not like fucking super jacked like that hologram, dude. If I saw that hologram, I'd be like, damn, man, I wish I looked like that for real.
Yeah.
Get in shape, man. Time to get in shape. Yeah, there's the hologram. I mean, the hologram is fucking jacked.
Yeah.
But it's the virtual world. To me, what's interesting about that is people that don't have access to your concerts can't go. I would like it as like a supplement thing. It'd be fucking amazing if you had a virtual reality concert where someone could sit there in like the second row and see people in front of them, and it feels real, and they get to see you guys actually perform. The actual real high definition video of you there, but in a virtual space where you can move around and actually watch you right in front of them. That's an amazing experience.
So you're saying like set up some of those 360 cameras in the second row and have people be able to
Fuck
look all
yeah.
around. Yeah, that sounds totally doable. I know ZZ Top was doing that when they were filming themselves live, but ZZ Top isn't a really high energy band.
You would need
so-
a real live crowd too, though. I would think you need to like do one of your real concerts and have like people with the cameras in the crowd, so it feels like you're there.
Yeah, you
That'd be incredible.
We won a Clio Award for having the best virtual reality performance. It wasn't about the virtual reality performance; it was the best business idea. And this company is known for giving out awards to Honda, to Palmolive, to Procter & Gamble and stuff like that. And we got the award because the forward and extra cerebral thought process that comes from our brain trust and doing a 360 degree virtual reality concert where they came, they got the...
Is that this right here?
Yeah, they got the CD package, and the CD package came with the helmet that you had to wear, and
420 Blizzard.
You would slide your cell phone into this helmet, and then you could go through here while we were playing, and you could get any position that you wanted to watch how we were playing from there.
That's
and
amazing.
This is some of the songs that had Quartet in it.
So that helmet, does this 25,000 units worldwide of these helmets? Is that what that's saying?
That's the CD and the app. I can't remember how many of these things there were, but we had
So
that was
it?
the thing right there I was holding. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what kind
There's
of phone?
the camera.
Wow.
No, I think it was a Droid.
Right. A lot of them are Androids.
Yeah.
That's like Samsung has.
Oh, there it was.
That's it right there?
They were just showing you how to make it.
Show that again, Jamie. Right there. So this is the box. You take it out. You open it up. And was this like a specific Droid that would do this? Was because I know Samsung had a thing where when you would buy their phones, yeah, that's it, and you'd put the lens in there. Wasn't that what Samsung was doing for a while, Jamie? You remember that? They had a thing that came with one of their Galaxy phones. That was like a sort of a headset type deal.
Yeah, it's all been, the Oculus has now
Right.
erased all that stuff. But yeah,
Right.
yeah, there was
Now.
an option for that for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think they do it anymore though.
Probably
Right?
not because
Oculus is so good. So do you guys have this available for things like Oculus and?
That version, I think it's sold out. I don't think they made any more of this. It was a limited edition.
Have you thought about doing that for like HTC Vive or Oculus or any of these platforms that do virtual reality?
You know, I did the very first interview that Oculus ever did. They came to my house in Fallbrook, and the guy brought a duct-taped together prototype of the Oculus camera.
Okay, what?
And gave me the headset, and I put that in, and the very first scene that I ever saw was a dog walker walking dogs down the beach in San Diego, because the guy had just gone there before he came to my house, and he filmed some dog walkers, and I thought, this is the coolest thing ever. And I think you might be able to find it online. They show this picture of me by my pond in my house we used to have in Fallbrook. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, but the picture made it look 5 times as big. It was really amazing. And seeing the Oculus Rift thing in its beginning stages, you know, I didn't really have a lot of with my desire wanting to pursue this. I knew it was something neat. I knew it was cool, but you know, he told me that the guy from Doom, I think it was
John Carmack.
Yeah, he was going to get involved in that.
He did,
and he put like $75 million or something into the company, and you know, because I wanted to get on that too, and I don't know whatever happened. You know, we talked. I did some press for them. The next thing you know, we've got this opportunity to do the performance. We win an award. Gone. Now we're on to the next thing.
There's a lot of really cool things you can do with those Oculus now, and one that you might enjoy as a martial artist is they have boxing games.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're great, and it's a surprisingly good workout because you hold the hand things and then you put the helmet on and then you're in this ring with like this virtual boxer, this cartoon boxer, and every time they hit you with a jab, your vision lights up.
Oh, wow.
Like you
So
got
it's
rocked.
sensory, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. It doesn't hurt, you know, obviously, but you get the sense like, oh my
What's
God,
it
I got
called?
hit. There's multiple games.
It's
that
not
are
Fight
available
Camp,
for
is it?
Oculus Rift. No, Fight Camp is different. Fight Camp is pretty cool too.
I got Fight Camp in my
It's
house.
great. Fight Camp is essentially like a Peloton, but with combat sports. So you have like sensors that are on the heavy bag, and you have sensors that are in your gloves, and then you follow along with a video that'll tell you what to do, and it's great because it
Right.
like forces you to do what they're doing, and you don't work out to your pace.
Yeah.
You work out to a trainer's pace. But these games, there's more than one. There's a ton of them. There's a ton of them for archery, a ton of them for other things too that are fun to do. But the boxing one is a particularly good workout. Like I was surprised. I was like, oh my God, I'm gassed out. This is crazy. Because you're really going after it with this, and you're not hitting anything, which is actually sometimes when you're moving fast is harder because nothing's absorbing your shot. So since nothing's absorbing your shot, you have to kind of like slow it down yourself. So that as you're throwing these punches,
you
you're
gotta
moving
control,
around. Because you're doing it pretty fast. You're not doing it just like you're just shadow boxing and moving in front of a mirror. You're doing it where you're trying to hit this thing that's hitting you. And so as you hit it, it registers. Like you see, like as your gloves touch it, it reacts to it. So it feels, you don't hit anything, but it feels like, yeah, this is one of them. There's many of them though. But so you can actually duck under punches and move around. It recognizes where you are in 3D space because the playing area is mapped out. So you map it out on the floor, and if you walk past those ropes, it would like give you like a red screen that shows you that you're fucking up and you're in the wrong spot. It's really fun, but it's good for people for a workout. You know, it gives you. It's a game that you play. That's here you go. See you guys doing it.
You know, I got one of Raging Bull's boxing gloves.
Oh, really? Jake LaMotta?
One of Jake LaMotta's boxing
Really?
gloves. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I got a picture of him signing it too.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
When did you meet him?
When I first came to Nashville, there was a boxing match that they had. It was a celebrity boxing match, and this attorney fought this other attorney, and I thought, good, kill both of you.
Yeah, Jake LaMotta. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Doug Stanhope used to party with him. He was living in Bisbee, Arizona for a while. And I think his photo. Doug Stanhope is a brilliant comedian. Good friend of mine. And he lives in Bisbee, Arizona.
Did you say his name's Doug Stand-Up?
Stanhope.
Oh, Stanhope.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what a great comedy name.
Yeah, I would be
Doug
suspicious.
Stand-Up.
I'd be like, let me see your birth certificate. Here it is. Jake LaMotta smoking cigarettes with Doug Stanhope. Isn't that great? Drinking
He
and
looks
smoking
tired.
cigarettes. Oh, he's 150,000 years old in this picture.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody
the one
of
I
his
had, he
era
looked
is
really young.
long dead. I mean, Ray Robinson, long gone from that era.
The golden years.
It was a great year.
Yeah, it
a
sure was.
great time rather for fighters. I mean, not so great for their health, but man, those guys fought.
When I was a little kid, I used to have these little plastic models that we would make, the Revell ones. And, they'd make like cars. Or
Mattel?
planes. Revell was
Revell?
Revell was the name of the company.
Oh, like a glued together model? Those kind of deals?
Yes.
Oh.
And I remember having this one model where it was half of a boxing ring, and it was Gene Bell and Jack Tunney.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Jack Tunney.
I think that's what it was. It was a real old boxing match. This is like back in the 60s when I was a kid doing this. And I thought it was the neatest thing because I've never seen
I can't believe I didn't.
Yeah.
Like what? Come
That is
on,
cool.
I don't know
man.
why I
Like,
thought
give
of
it
that,
to me,
but I
please.
remember distinctly now seeing the two
It's
fighters.
25 pace.
Yeah.
Do they even make those anymore? No, they don't like them for kids because they sniff the glue.
That's 25.
That glue's toxic.
It is.
That shit's terrible for you. I always used, as a kid, I had one of those
You
Thai.
always use glue?
Yeah, I always did a lot of models when I was a kid. I had when I was a kid one of those
My
TIE
best friend had.
fighters, those Star Wars things. You glue it together and shit.
X-Dice, yeah.
Yeah, there was always a bunch of like cool little models, cars. They always put together model cars. That was a thing.
Yeah. Remember the guy that did the bug out kind of hot rods? The guy with the big the eyes and bloodshot eyes. And
Oh yeah,
Rat Fink, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the stuff that I used to make too when we were making models. Was a lot of those what did they call it? The Snake and the Mongoose dragsters and Boot Hill Express. They had all these crazy cars that were like Mattel cars too. That was really fun.
Are
Games
you into
different
cars?
now. Yeah, I am. I've got. I did some foreign car mechanic work when I was younger.
Oh yeah?
I just did R&R stuff, removing the place, and mostly on English cars, and mostly Triumphs, where you had to take the clutch out, and in order to get the clutch out of those things, you had to take the whole front. Down where the feet are, the whole console out of the car, and then go under the car that way. And I thought, surely these guys are making me do this the hardest way possible.
What kind of cars are you into now?
Well, I have English stuff. My wife and I both have a Range Rover. She's got a Bentley, and I have an Aston Martin. And my daughter, she has a Range Rover Justice. I gave him an Aston, and he traded it for a Raptor, which I think A lot of people would say it's nuts, but I think here in Texas, a lot of people would probably say they understand.
Those things are fucking great.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. But why English cars? Why are you so into English cars?
Well, I don't know. I used to hate English cars, and I had Mercedes for pretty much all my driving adulthood. And I had a manager at one point. He said, "Yeah, you should just get an Aston Martin." And I said, "Really?" And that was the one after Pierce Brosnan, who I thought was the worst James Bond of all.
Who's the best?
Huh?
Who's the best James Bond of all?
I think now, because I've been able to see some living, breathing James Bonds. I thought Daniel Craig was good. I thought Sean Connery was cool until I found out that he likes to
Like,
smack
come
his
on,
ex-wife
man.
around or whatever.
Whatever.
You know, everybody's got skeletons in their closet, and it's better not to even hear about it. And, you know, when I find out stuff like that, it's so disappointing. You know, that's why they say never meet your heroes.
Yeah, I think Daniel Craig was the most believable
Yeah.
of all the James Bond. Like, I believed he was an assassin. That made sense to me. Looked like it. Fit the role.
He wasn't so artificial,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Well, it's also a product of the times, right? Like, during the Roger Moore days, it was, like, more silly. Like, James Bond was silly. You know, it was like half of it was comedy.
It was all the
Shame.
smarmy talk and
Yeah.
It's a real
silly
shame.
one-liners. Yeah.
you know.
Catchphrases. And the Daniel
That was
Craig
really
era,
fast.
it was like more a realistic action movie. Not necessarily realistic.
That first movie when he started off on that crane,
I got to yellow that
I was
first. Well, I guess we're going
Yeah.
for
you know what?
25,
He
so
could have been dead right there. And
I
would've
could
watched
go
this.
a little
I
slow.
love
It
those
was
movies.
so great. Yeah.
Well, listen, Dave, I chewed up 3 hours of your time. I appreciate
Hope
you
I made
being
my
here.
flight.
Yeah, I hope so too. I appreciate you being here, though,
Yeah,
man.
you
It's
got it.
great to hear your story, and
Thanks.
it's great to meet you finally.
You too.
It's cool. So, thank you very much for everything.
You're welcome. I have something I want to give you.
All
too.
right. Well, thank you for that too. And that's it. All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Really bad. Really bad. I wasn't in line. I tried to correct it, but I overcorrected too much. Especially those first bullets are really key. That's fine. Everything was just bad about that run.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, we're up. All right. Dave, what's happening? How
Here
are
we
you?
are, finally. Yeah.
I'm excited to talk to you, man. You've had a wild ride.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Pleasure to meet you. I've I've really enjoyed your conversations online. I love your perspective, and it's really a real pleasure to have you in here.
Well, I'm happy to be here with you. Thank you.
My pleasure. This book, The Myth of Normal. This is your book.
Yeah, it's called The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture. And it kind of sums up everything I've ever learned.
What exactly is toxic about our culture? Is that a too big a question?
No, it's the central question.
Yeah.
If you imagine you're a microbiologist in a laboratory growing microorganisms in a petri dish, that's called a culture. You know, you put in a brew and with the right nutrients, and the microorganisms thrive and they multiply. But if a lot of them start getting sick and a lot of them start dying, you'd say this is a toxic culture. Now, if you look at what's happening in North America now, there's an article in the New York Times 10 days before we speak of a teenager being on 10 different psychiatric medications. 10 different psychiatric medications. More and more kids are being diagnosed with ADHD, with anxiety, with depression. The rate of childhood suicide is going up, and everybody's saying, what's going on here? Why is this going on? More and more people are getting autoimmune disease, mental health issues. The overdose crisis in the States, over 100,000 people died of overdoses. Either we assume that these are all accidents and sort of blows of misfortune, or we get that there's something about this culture that's fomenting so much illness. 70% of American adults are on at least one medication.
70?
70, yeah. 40% are on about 2 at least. That's a toxic culture. There's all kinds of, now I could talk about what makes it that way, but when I talk about toxic culture, I'm talking about its impact on the people who inhabit it.
So this toxic culture, are you just talking about the overall way human beings communicate? Is it the way we're being raised? Is it the foods we eat? Is it everything?
It's all that.
It's all.
And salient amongst them, how we raise our kids.
What about how we raise our kids?
Well, if you look at how human beings evolved over millions of years and hundreds of thousands of years, and even our own species has been on the earth for about 150, 200,000 years. For all that time, until the blink of an eye, we lived out in nature in small band hunter-gatherer groups where kids were raised communally. So that it wasn't just an isolated nuclear family or an isolated mother or father. It was grandparents and uncles and aunts and a whole community. It takes a village, as the saying goes. It takes a whole community. Now, children also were picked up when they cried. In fact, they were never even put down. They slept with their parents. They were breastfed for 3 or 4 years. In today's society, and I can start even before that, already we know that stresses on the pregnant women have a negative impact on the infant. Physiological impact on the infant's brain development. I mean, it's not even controversial. In our society, we don't pay attention to women's emotional needs when they're pregnant, and we don't pay attention to the child's emotional needs. So the child needs to be held and accepted unconditionally. Now, in our society, we actually tell parents not to pick up their kids when they're crying.
Yeah.
And that is an insult and a trauma to the child.
What?
And that has an impact on the child's trust in the world, sense of safety, sense of belonging, how they feel about themselves. You know, in the book I talk about my mom, and I talk about my own infancy in
That was so
Budapest,
long.
Hungary, as a Jewish
I just gotta
infant under
go.
the Nazis. So you can imagine how stressed my mom was. But forget the Nazis for a minute. I read her diary, and she writes, this is when I'm 2 weeks of age, and we're in the maternity hospital. And she says, my poor little Gabor, my heart is breaking for you, because you want to be fed and you're hungry, but I promised the doctor I would only feed you every 4 hours. And you've been crying for the last hour and a half. What's it like for an infant to lie there next to their mom and not be picked up and fed for an hour and a half? Or try telling a mother baboon, or a mother cat, or a mother bear to ignore their child's distress for an hour and a half. So the very advice that we give to a lot of parents these days already damages the child.
Where's that advice coming from? Like, who are the experts that thought it was a good idea to not pick up children when they're crying?
It's been going on for about 100 years. maybe even longer. Dr. Spock, I don't know if you remember the name Benjamin Spock. His book was just the most influential parenting Bible for decades, through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And he talked about the tyranny of the baby he wants to be picked up. He says, well, how you deal with that is you walk out and you shut the door and you don't go back. In other words, you isolate the infant. No. Look at how hunter-gatherers raise their children. They carry their babies everywhere. I met a Cree woman once who told me in our community, kids weren't even allowed to touch the ground for 2 years. They were just held up. So it's modern life. It's the pressure and the stresses of modern life acting on parents that makes it so difficult for them to really be there for the kids. Now, my mother's heart was breaking. She went against her own instincts to follow the doctor's advice. Again, you tell a mother rat or a mother baboon to ignore the baby's cries, and you find out what mother rage is all about.
And what does this effect of not holding babies and not comforting them when they cry, what does this have on the child?
Well, let's say you're my friend, okay? And you come to me for help as an adult, and I ignore you. What's the impact on you? What are you going to believe?
I don't know. I mean, if you ignore me, I'm gonna take into account what the rest of the world says.
You might, but what would you feel about my attitude towards you?
I would think you're ambivalent.
Yeah, and I
You
don't
don't
care.
care.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly the impact on the child. Not consciously, but unconsciously, the child makes the assumption that there's something wrong with me. I'm not lovable. The world is an unsafe place because we learn about our worlds through how we interact with our caregivers. That's the template. I mean, if you ever raised a puppy dog, you know that how you treat that little infant animal has a huge impact on what kind of a creature they're going to develop into. Well, human beings are the same, but even more so, because we're more dependent and more helpless than the average animal.
What? Come on,
We need
man.
that care and that connection.
Like, please.
Even more
Please.
powerful than we were lacking it. The infant is saying
Like, it's just so amazing.
unconsciously that there's something wrong with them. They're not lovable. The world is not this trusting place. Then we spend our lives acting out from that unconscious belief.
So the majority or a large portion of our culture develops as a child with this problem.
In this world, yes. In this world, very much so. Then there is like if you look at what a psychologist.
Okay, we can get 25 right now.
irreducible
We can do
needs
it.
of children. Irreducible meaning that if you don't meet these needs, there's going to be negative consequences. The first one is unconditional loving acceptance. Just the sense of belonging, attachment,
What? Like, come on, man. Please.
connection. The infant needs that. You know how baby elephant is born? When the mother elephant goes into labor, all the mother elephants stand around in a circle. When the infant plops on the ground, they all reach out their trunks and they stroke the infant. That's natural.
Brutal.
instinct.
Suck.
You belong to
I
us.
suck.
You're welcome here. The
27.
human infant needs that at least as much as the baby elephant. Now, so the first need is this unconditional loving welcome in the world. The second need of the child is that the child shouldn't have to work to be loved, to be accepted. They shouldn't have to be pretty, smart, successful, compliant, good, nice, anything. I shouldn't have to work for what is my birthright, which is to be accepted as a person with value and worth and lovable in their own right. That's the second need. And the third need is the freedom to experience all our emotions. Okay, all our emotions. Now, our brains have emotional circuits for rage, which we need to protect ourselves, for lust, which we need to reproduce, for seeking, curiosity, to explore and get to know our world. One of the, and there's other emotional circuits as well, for care, so that we can look after each other. These are circuits that nature, evolution has wired us with. This has been studied. Now, So one of the needs we have is the freedom to experience all our emotions, the gut feelings and everything else.
It's really shit.
A lot of parenting experts will tell you an angry child should be made to sit by themselves till they come back to normal. I'm quoting a very famous person here, a psychologist, who said this in his book. An angry child should be made to sit by themselves so that they come back to normal. No. What's the message to the child? Anger is not normal. If you want to belong to us, you have to suppress your anger. Now, suppressing anger is a trauma, because anger is given to us by nature as a natural boundary defense. If I enter
I can't believe it.
in a way that threatens you,
It's just
you
so
better
dumb.
get angry with me. Get out. That's healthy anger. If I suppress that, if I depress it, push it down,
It wasn't even
30 years later
pace.
you're diagnosed with this disease called depression. It's not a disease. It was your response to the stupid advice of the parenting experts that your mothers and your fathers believed they should follow. It's a coping mechanism. You pushed on the anger to be accepted by your environment, but later on that causes you problems, mental health issues and physical health issues.
Come on,
So when I'm
man.
talking
Like,
about
what?
irreducible needs, I'm talking about the real needs. And in this society, parents are told to keep ignoring their own parenting instincts, to make the child behave the way they expect them to behave, and the result is a lot of kids are hurt without parent means
Disease,
to
monk
protect their
ass.
love
Yeah, I
of
don't know what he
kids
was
and
talking about.
their
That's why I turned my head. I'm like, what?
Because
What's he even
it's
talking about?
just
First of all, is he like a doctor? Is he a medical doctor?
So this is standard in America.
pretty much.
And you feel like this is the base of this host of psychological problems.
Well, I wouldn't want to put everything down to just one dynamic. but
Right.
Yo, thanks for still being here, man.
what
Dude, I'm
happens to
friggin'.
children in the first 3 years is a
Dude, if we can get
huge
25,
family
it'd be
full of
insane,
problems later on.
And once a child develops and becomes an adult and has all these issues that are connected to the way they were raised, what can be done then?
Well, that's what the
But yeah, the
Process of
mind, the
healing
state of
is
the mind does control a lot of the
and,
body and the stress and everything, right?
by the way,
Corticotropin
let me
and
deal
everything.
with
You
the
have to get
question.
really high where you
what can be
get.
done?
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
the
I'm
first
going.
thing
I'm
you
going to do
have
another
do
bowl, man.
recognize what's
This is
going
this is this is the
on. That what happened to me. Like,
this is the pre. You
Second dog of my
you
own
saw how I roll. I don't want to say. I don't want to
So-
talk about. I don't want to be like, yeah, it's how I roll. But you saw
medical
how I
doctor,
roll
I'm in my
in
40s,
person
successful
with-
physician,
with the
newspaper columnist, respected,
you know.
good income and all that. But I'm a workaholic.
the Justin Trudeau special,
I have to be working. If I'm not working, I'm kind of depressed, and
the bait and switch.
alienated,
That was the bait.
which is how my family experiences it.
I didn't know he would bring in total tyranny as a
Why
price
am I
for
that
it.
way? Because as a Jewish infant under the Nazis,
It's really high.
the message that I got is that the world didn't want me. Now, not because the Nazis directly affected me as an infant, although we lived under Nazi occupation in my first year of life. So my mother was, our life was under
I don't think it was
daily
pace
threat.
anyways. Been like
In the
12
book,
pause
there's
out
a
or some
painting
bullshit.
Of my mother and I.
10, wow, that
with
might have been
yellow
pace.
star. When I was 11 months old, she handed me to the complete stranger in the street to save my life. In Budapest. I stood on that very pavement.
Like, that's the start I want. That's an 8. Down the
So she
stairs.
couldn't
Oh,
control the
9,
stranger.
yeah. I'm still not
Bringing
yodeling
to
that
some
last
relatives in
cam.
hiding
Taking too
because she
long with
thinks
it.
where we're living, I'm not going to survive another day. So she does this to save my life. And what message do I get? I don't know that they're Nazis. I don't know that my mother's passing me on to a stranger to save my life. What sense do I get? I'm being abandoned. I'm not wanted. I'm not lovable. Well, if you're not lovable, if you're not wanted, one of the things you can do is to go to medical school. Because now they're going to want you all the time. And every day you get to prove to yourself how important you are, how much they want
I
you.
don't know why I keep pushing left
how
freaking
essential you are to
strafers.
everybody's
Such
life.
bad habit. I don't know why.
What message do my kids
Brutal. Wow, I forgot what I
get
was
when
doing.
daddy's not around all the time? Or when he's around, he's kind of in withdrawal from workaholism, they get the same message. So we pass it on. This is what traumas. We pass it on unwittingly from one generation to the next, and we don't even know we're doing it.
Damn it, man.
I didn't know what I was doing. So, you know, when you say, how do we, at some point you have to say, so there I'm the successful doctor, columnist and so on, but I'm depressed. At some point I have to start asking, and my kids are afraid of me. I have to start asking myself, what's going on
That was a
here?
big boost. That boost was necessary
Why
to
is
save this
tension in the
run.
family? Why
Otherwise
are my
it's
wife and I,
slow.
we've been together at this point.
That was bad. That was really bad.
54 years coming this November. But when my kids were small, we were very consummate. And I have to start asking myself, what's going on? And that's when you start looking for the answers. So the first thing is we have to recognize that the way it is not working, and maybe it doesn't have to be this way.
So how did you go about shifting the way you think about your life and the world and being a workaholic and becoming what you feel like? Do you feel like now you're a healthy person?
You should ask me that.
Relatively?
You should ask me that on my deathbed, okay? Because then I'll give you the final answer. But
Well, right now, how do you feel right now?
I've come a long way. I'm much more balanced. I'm not 100% there. I'm not. You know,
Like, what's missing?
every once in a while when I get triggered,
I don't know. I keep
still
pushing
can
left
behave
strafe there. Like,
I've
why?
never learned anything at all. You know, sometimes when
It's
you're triggered,
terrible.
the circuits in your brain that can regulate you and guide you, ground you, go offline. I can still go offline sometimes, but much less than I ever used to, and I come back to groundedness much more rapidly. I also have learned how to take care of myself, you know. So, but I've done a lot of work to sort out all the traumas that I experienced as a child. So
Wow,
it's taken a lot of work.
And what kind of thing really triggers you?
When I'm not understood. When
Well,
I'm
you're
not
not understood.
when
Really?
when I'm not seen, and when I perceive as myself as not being respected for who I am. And I don't mean respect for what I do. I mean respected for, 'cause, I mean, people can disagree with what I do, and I don't take that as a
Push a
sign of
weird left strafe again. You see that?
But
I had it
I'm
like a
not
whole
respected
second.
just for who
It's
I am
terrible.
as a person,
As a human being.
as a human being.
I got
So if someone
Iran.
insults you or someone dismisses you or treats you like shit,
Iran Supreme
Very
Leader
often you
breaks
can see
silence
that
on
as their
protest,
problem.
blames
They're
U.S.
projecting
Wow.
something on me.
It's crazy.
I'm sure you've had this thing.
Sure.
In fact, I
Blames
know
the
you have,
United
'cause I saw you
States.
interview with Lex Friedman,
mm-hmm.
and he talked about how you handled
Their
the
regime is
negative
crazy.
vibes that come your way sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I can see that as their issue. But if I'm particularly vulnerable, maybe stressed, maybe I hadn't taken care of myself, maybe I haven't swum for a few days, so my nervous system is
Why did I go left strafe there?
Then maybe I can take
Am
it
I
personally,
retarded?
and then I can get
Like, am I
triggered.
actually retarded?
That seems like one of the best forms of medicine. Some sort of rigorous exercise.
That was really dumb.
You don't want to talk to me if I haven't swum for a couple of days.
Swimming's your thing.
That's my thing.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
It's a great one because it's
Yeah.
physically exhausting, exhausts the muscles, the cardiovascular system.
Yeah.
The mind gets in that meditative state of constantly stroking and constantly
Exactly.
kicking.
And you have to breathe, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a,
Yep.
you know, and so I do that.
Tried the
15
double
minutes,
quick
an hour
pause
a
there.
day, and that makes
Like an
a huge
idiot.
difference.
Mm. And when you do that, do you do it with the intent of enjoying it, or do you do it saying, this is the necessary work I have to do, or is it a combination of both?
For me, it's enjoyable. I look forward to stretching out my body in the pool and just getting that rhythm, as you say, going,
Mhm.
getting the breathing going, and just notice the thoughts. Oh, next week I'm gonna be on Joe Rogan, you know, and notice that those thoughts come and go, but not stay with them. Just watch the video in my mind as I swim.
Yeah. So you recognized.
Damn.
How old were you when
How
you
good that
recognized
was.
you really had
Look at
a problem,
that.
you had to do
I
something
would say I was in
Look
my
at
early
that.
40s, early to mid 40s.
It's getting better.
So what were the first steps?
I was
you
getting
did
way
to
better.
Try to come out of that and just evolve your process.
Yeah. I will answer that, but I have to tell you as well that this is not separate from my medical work either, because in my medical practice I began to notice
Wow, it's terrible.
that who got sick and who didn't wasn't accidental. There were certain traumatic imprints in people who got physically ill and mentally ill, who got addicted and so on. So what I saw in medical practice...
It's funny he blames the United States and not his insane sexist law.
To start talking to my patients and to find
It's
out
like-
about their lives. And I began to see the commonalities amongst people.
The United States, the American people are not protesting in your freaking country. Sure, the United States has ulterior motives that could benefit from a destabilization of Iran. The people like in the streets right now are not American.
The child developmental and trauma literature. And the more I did, the more I learned. So and then, you know,
I'm guessing when he's blaming the American culture, the half-naked women.
But it was all that.
Could Christina Aguilera
what
really
psychedelics
cause
was
so many people suffering halfway around the world?
How did that happen? So my book on
She
addiction,
just wants
in the
you to
realm
rub her the
of
right way.
Close Encounters with Addiction, was published in 2009 in Canada.
Imagine having
2010
to
in
cover your hair. Gee,
Huge.
oh my god, it's
out.
man.
That addiction is always really big trauma.
Always.
Always, yeah, 100%.
What about
I would
genetics?
have
Does
all
it play a
these sort of
factor, or is the
weird
genetics
skin
just related
rashes
also
that
to
have like
trauma?
friggin' like
Well, here's the
head
interesting thing
friggin'
about
fungus or some
You know what
bullshit,
the
man,
best
dude.
letter
No,
I
like
received was?
I gotta put my head with the sun. I got it.
So a woman who was 48, and she wrote me from somewhere in the States.
Here's one,
She sent
12,
me an email
22.
to thank me for the birth of her 4-year-old child. She said, "We just celebrated my daughter's 4-year birthday, thanks to you."
Damn, dude.
She said, because
It's a
my
bad
husband
year.
used to be an alcoholic, and he used to
Bad
believe
time to be on
that
Earth.
his alcoholism was genetically determined.
What
So
is
he
that?
didn't want
Right in
any
the
child 'cause he didn't
middle of
want
the
to pass
Dark
on
Ages.
the alcoholism.
That's
gene
like the
'cause
heart
he
of the
suffered
Dark
so
Age,
badly.
right? That's
But then you read your
pre-plague,
book, and
heart
I realized
Dark
it wasn't
Age,
genetics at all. It was trauma.
pre-Renaissance,
As a result, and I was just at the edge of the childbearing years.
Pre-world
I was 44.
discovery,
So now we have this
travel,
4-year-old child. Thank
pre-Magellan,
you. And I thought this is the best praise I've ever got, because I've been
pre
thanked quite
Cristoforo
often for
Colombo.
saving people's lives, but never for causing one, never long distance. So go back to your question about genetics. There's no gene for addictions. I don't care what
Imagine
they call it.
2022 would be the worst time to live on Earth.
What there are, there are some genes that make it more likely that you might become addicted, but they don't cause addiction as such.
I think
fact,
also
addiction has nothing to do
climatically, I think that
sorry,
was
the
the
genes
Little
have
Ice
nothing to do
Age,
with
but I might be
addictions at
wrong.
all.
I can't remember. Might be off by like
And so
200
how
years.
come, my father was an
But still, it
alcoholic,
was
my
colder
grandfather
than
was
usual.
an alcoholic. It's not the
Like,
gene that's
that period they
it's
called the Little
trauma
Ice
that's
Age.
caused. 'Cause what's
But it
like
might
to
be like
grow up in a home with
1400.
alcoholism?
I think it might be like 1350 to 1450 or
There are
something.
some genes
But
that
they
make
attribute the
some
Dark
kids
Age to also
more
kind of the
prone
cooler
to
time
mental
that the
health
world was in during
conditions
that
and
time. It's
addictions
really
and so
interesting
on.
stuff.
But there's no gene that causes any specific
Determined by
illness,
ice
sorry,
cores in
specific
Greenland and
alcoholism,
Antarctica.
any specific addiction. What there are is a large group of genes that the more than
Oh, what?
the more likely
Okay,
you are to
did you see
any
that?
mental
Did you see how many
health
bullets were there?
including addictions.
Did you see that?
You can have those same genes.
What?
and be
That may have been
perfectly
25
happy,
pages.
Successful, joyful, creative person,
Or-
depending on how the environment acts on those genes. Which means that the genes are not for disease, they're for sensitivity. And the more sensitive you are, when things go well, the happier you are.
Damn it, that was 25 pages.
When things go badly, the more unhappy you are, the more pain you have, the more you have to run away from pain, and that's where the addiction comes in. So the genes are not for addiction as such, and most of my profession gets this completely wrong. So yes, there's a genetic predisposition not to addiction as such, but to either joy or suffering, depending on what the environment does when it acts on you. So
4 viewers for another hour and I get
it's
affiliate.
gonna
Nice,
be
man.
bad, but this is
Hell
what
yeah,
they're
man. Go
Well,
for it,
we're
my
just
man.
talking about addiction and
You can do it, my
genetics
dude.
and whether or not, you know, when you hear about families that have
If you have a camera,
history of
100% like you
alcoholism,
will, I think.
we just assume
But I don't know, it's up to you though.
based
You
on
can
what
do
we're
you can
told
do
that that's because
your
this
first few
is-
streams
yeah,
are they
and
do they
it's
have like
probably the part of
0
the
1
world
viewer?
your
Because if you
ancestors
let
are
them
from and whether or
lapse,
not they had
I don't know
a
the
history of
30-day window
abusing
you have, but you can
alcohol,
look
and
at
there's genetic
the viewer count
predetermining
per
factors.
30 days
Okay, there's a
in your creator
great
dashboard. First
example
camera
to
stream.
refute that.
Oh, really? I missed it,
right
man.
here in the
What?
United States.
I missed it, dude.
Prior to
Oh, it must have been
colonization,
streaming, dude.
the native people had no problem with
How was that,
addiction at all.
man? That's epic.
And they even had some alcohol in New Mexico area. There was
Really?
there was, yeah, apparently so. There was all these other plants around, by the way. There was no addiction.
9 viewers? Holy
They
shit, dude, that's
traumatized that
amazing.
population.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
You're
if you're
subjected to
smart about it, you can you could see,
extermination and the
you can look at your 30-day
destruction of their ways of
viewers
life and their culture,
and see if one of those old stream will lapse, and then your viewers per stream will automatically go up.
They make up 5%
You know what I mean?
of the population. 30% of the people.
But I mean, I'm assuming you already did that.
50% of the women
This
in
goddamn
Canada
stream elements,
are
man.
indigenous people.
Post problems had encountered before, no way.
Addiction, child abuse,
Very tight space to work.
mental health issues,
Oh,
suicide.
I see.
violence.
Interesting.
Maybe you heard about the stabbings up in Canada right now.
Yeah.
It was in an indigenous.
Well, I have the exact same camera. I'm using the exact same camera right now.
Traumatized by what happened to them, and for 100 years, their children were abducted from their homes by the
Huh.
state and the church, sent to these residential
You could just always
where they were sexually
set it
physically,
back
emotionally
further away.
abused.
A tripod helps a
I met
lot.
woman-
Like a
by
full
the way,
standing
remember where we
tripod
started talking about
helps
this
a
now. You were
lot.
asking about psychedelic work, so I'll come back to that in a
Yeah.
minute. I was in a psychedelic ceremony
Wow.
with some indigenous people in Canada, maybe about 8 years ago now.
Visual stuff, half
I met a
square foot
woman.
area. Wow.
Who was taken from her family by law, abducted by the police, taken to the residential school. The parents weren't even allowed to visit.
Times are hard.
They were
I'm not joking. I'm not being an asshole,
her
but that was a
first
pretty
day
funny
in
joke.
school as a 4-year-old. She spoke her tribal language. You know what the punishment was? They stuck a pin through her tongue. This was in the 1960s in Canada. 1950s, I'm sorry, late 1950s. For
Half
all
square
our
foot,
girl
dude. That's
couldn't
tiny.
talk.
That's like
Yeah.
my remember
Couldn't
my
put her tongue back
the
in her mouth
asteroid, the
for fear of
white
cutting her lips.
the
That's before the
box,
sexual abuse
the
began.
light
By the time
box
she was 9 years old,
with
she
the,
was
with the
in
asteroid
college.
stream
By the time she was 20 years
That
old,
was
she
half
was
a
heroin
foot.
addict.
by half
Not
a
her
foot by half a
grandchildren
foot,
are heroin addicts.
half
What's
a
being
cubic
passed
foot,
on here is the
quarter
trauma,
cubic foot.
not the addiction. Now, the reason I began to talk about addiction is after that book came out, showing the relationship
Bump to the
between
mic.
addiction
Mm.
and trauma,
Yeah,
I would travel and I'd be speaking, and people
yeah.
would
You
ask
got
me,
it. It's
what do you know about ayahuasca and the healing of addiction? I'd
it's
say,
like a
"Well,
moving
nothing."
target. You always have to watch
Next
and listen to your stream
city.
after to perfect
Hey, what do you know
volume
about
levels. Like
Addiction and
the other
healing
mic,
trauma?
I'm using a different mic. It
Nothing.
was a little, it was a
Finally
little
got sick of
robotic
it.
and
I said,
raspy. Although it
"Right.
was the exact same company
I've just
mic.
written
It
a
was
book. I've just
too
spent
bad.
3
I
years
bought it
writing
for,
a book, and you keep
for
asking about the one
podcasting.
thing I don't know anything about.
2-person
But
podcasting.
you know
Hopefully, I
what?
won't interview
The
my
universe is a way
parents.
of knocking at our doors.
But
And somebody said to me, "Did you know you could actually do
it's
this
not as
up
good
here in
quality as
Vancouver?"
this one. This one's
I said, "Okay,
amazing quality. I don't know
this
if
is
it's
the
a
message.
setting. I
I
gotta
gotta do
see.
it."
It also
the ayahuasca.
echoes a lot less.
In half an hour, I got why I've been asked that question.
The new one I got is
Ayahuasca.
like shit, really shit quality.
Because
I might
with the
even
ayahuasca,
complain and return it.
and
I
the
don't know, but it's
chanting,
so shit.
I had these tears
It was a lot of money.
love
It was like
flowing down my
80 or
cheeks.
90 bucks.
Not love for any one particular person, just
It's
open
definitely not
heart.
this one.
It was amazing. And
This
this
bachelor, oh
was
wow, you're in a bachelor,
how
holy shit,
close they
dude.
had been
And
to
you got
love
your
all my
fucking
life,
chin up
even
thing,
to my spouse and to my
your
children,
power tower.
and to the world. Why was my heart so
Insane, dude.
cold? Because it had been bruised so early, and so they closed down our house.
Wow.
We don't even know
It's
what
ridiculous.
The plan was. So that with this
Gym,
plan,
yeah,
that
really.
opened up, and I also got
Literally.
the pain of what happens to us when we close our hearts. All of us human beings, it really hurts. And then we have to protect ourselves from that pain.
Really bad.
With drugs and behavior.
I just gotta YOLO it, my friends.
Gambling and work and everything else. So I got that if we can both feel the pain that we've been running from all our lives, but also maybe experience the love that's
Cutting my
underneath
time
all
in
that
retail with
pain.
allocating the floor
We don't
space
have to keep
efficiently.
running.
I bet.
No, it's not that simple. And it's not like overnight I was a changed person. Believe me, I wasn't. You know, but at least I saw the possibilities.
That's the proper
And then I
way.
decided I'm going to work with
That's
this
the proper way
plan.
to do it.
I'm going to help others with this plan. I'm going to help myself with this plan. So that's how I got into psychedelic work.
So this one experience, you have this revelation, you feel this
I don't know why I
love,
didn't let
you
go.
understand that you have been closed off to this your
Yeah.
whole life.
Yeah.
Do you need subsequent experiences? Do you just internalize and reflect and try to sort things out, and then, or like how?
I
what
can't
is the
believe I missed
process
them.
for you?
That's
So,
so
like you said,
such a
should have been the
shame.
process, but I didn't know that yet.
It's such a shame.
You know, I
10
had
though.
this thing, and then Now the Buddha has got this terrifying story that he tells. It's one of the metaphoric stories that he tells of this two strong men dragging a third man towards an abyss. They're going to throw him into the pit. And he resists, but he's not strong enough to resist. The Buddha, the two strong men, he called it, are habit energies, our ingrained habits, beliefs, subconscious emotions, everything that's driving us. And
Like what?
if we want to overcome those habit energies, we have to do what you said, integrate, work on it, reflect, hang out with it. I didn't do that. I just plunged back into my workaholism. Now I'm going to save the world using this plant, and I started leading retreats, and I did a great job helping others,
What?
but I didn't go far enough with myself. So that's something I had to learn.
How did you recognize that?
Well, I can tell you a story.
Sure.
So it's in the book. 2019. This is like 3 years ago now. In June, I flew to Peru to lead an ayahuasca retreat for physicians and the healers and psychiatrists and psychologists, counselors from around the world. And by that time, I had a worldwide reputation. My books had been published in 30 languages, and so healers came from all over the world to work with me in the Amazon jungle at this ayahuasca center.
Yo, what up, Cédric? Salut,
Now,
Cédric,
I don't lead
comment
the
ça va?
ceremonies. I'm not a shaman, so my role is not to pour the not to
Wow,
pour
that's
the
terrible.
blue or to lead the ceremony, but to help people formulate their intention.
Salut, Cédric.
And after the experience, to help them
Bienvenue.
integrate it, to help them understand what happened to them. And I'm adept at doing that. So we do the first ceremony, and there are 6 shamans.
Bien,
maestros
ça va
and
bien, et toi?
maestros,
Ça va bien?
3 men,
Merci,
3
merci,
women,
mon ami.
these beautiful,
Mon
short
ami
people
français. Oui, oui, oui.
to my
Sorry, man.
eyebrows. And
Pour être
it's the
étrange.
first ceremony in the Malacca, the tent-like building in which the ceremony is held. And they chant.
C'est beaucoup de merde.
Each of them chant. There's 24 of us.
Toujours,
There's
toujours.
23 participants that came all over the world, all over
Toujours.
the world, 4 continents to work with me in the
Tous
jungle.
les jours.
There's me.
Pour toute la journée.
When the shamans come to chant to me, all 6 of them in turn, I'm sitting there thinking,
Diable.
you can do your best, but this brain is too thick. You're not going to get through. This
Bien
skull
dit.
is too thick. Try and break through this one.
Bien dit.
And not much happens. Next morning, they send a delegation to me. And they say, we can't have you in ceremony.
Tu aimes bien? Oui. Quoi? Le Zelda?
Ouais.
Oui. Aussi,
Because we think that
aussi
there's such dark, dense energy
007.
that affects everybody else in the room. And it interferes with our capacity to help the others.
Et qui n'aime pas?
Because of this dark energy
Tout le
that we're
monde aime.
carrying, our Icaros, our chants.
C'est de merde, ça.
What is like?
Enjoy
what's
single digit
causing
temperature?
them to
No.
have this reaction? Like, what are you doing?
Jouer Zelda? Yeah,
No.
man.
It's not what I'm doing. It's
I did the randomizer.
And how do
J'ai
they know?
joué.
How's it manifesting?
Because they're shamans. They just feel it. They sense it. They're highly trained.
J'ai joué
people. They
le.
pick up on energies. I don't say anything, and they don't know who the heck I am. They're not impressed with my reputation,
Randomizer.
international standing, or the books that
On
I've
stream,
published.
like a few months ago.
They just pick it up. That's what.
Oui,
shamans
j'ai
do.
joué
That's what
le
good shamans
randomizer
said.
sur stream il y a quelques
our
mois.
chants can't penetrate it, but worse than that, it's affecting the others. So we want to help the others. We can't have you in the room. And furthermore, they said, we think you have worked with so many traumatized people in your life, and you've
J'ai eu
absorbed
beaucoup
their
de ça
traumas.
à
You
Miami.
haven't cleared it out of yourself. And furthermore, they said, you
Online,
were small,
streaming.
You think you had a big scare and you haven't got over it yet. This is me at age 75.
Wow.
Now, in the book, I'll show you a painting. If I may get this is-
It's too bad.
From a photo-
Je, oui, oui.
the photograph
J'ai
is in the
beaucoup de
upper left-hand
sword.
corner of the
J'ai
painting
beaucoup de sword, man.
of my mother and I at 3 months of age. You notice she's wearing a yellow star. That she
What?
used to
Like, what the
wear on
fuck
her
was
mask.
that?
What do you see in the expression?
You traumatized baby.
Yeah, these people picked that up.
Oui,
Send
oui,
friends.
j'ai beaucoup de jeux.
And so what they did
J'ai
is they
beaucoup de
assigned one
sorts.
shaman to work with me alone. And I had my own ceremonies over 10 days, every second night.
I have a bunch of
And
games.
they
I have
were-
Smash
the other 5
Bros,
worked with the rest of the group.
Ocarina of Time,
And so
Perfect
they fired me
Dark,
from my own retreat.
GoldenEye,
Now my ego didn't like that very much.
Mario 64,
But, you know, these
Donkey
people
Kong
came over to work
64.
with me, and now you're telling me I can't do this? Yeah, we're telling you.
Pod
you can't do this.
Racer.
I said, yeah, I get it.
Do you recognize that they were correct? Like, do you see what
I
you
knew
were?
right away they were correct,
Yeah.
and I accepted it. And so this guy worked with me for 5 nights, and by the 5th night,
What?
I had the big breakthrough.
Like, it's so dumb.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that
What was the big breakthrough?
I describe it in some detail in the book.
What the fuck was
But
that?
you've had those experiences, and as far as I can tell, it's very difficult to describe them in language because they're like beyond
Yeah.
words, you know. But the download I got was, yes, my grandparents died in Auschwitz when I was 5 months of age. Yes, my mother was terrorized and stressed. Yes, I was a very scared little infant. Yes, the world was a terrible place to be born into. At that place at that time.
Could it really not just give it to me? Like, are you serious? Did you see that attempt?
It doesn't have to define.
Did you see that
how I
attempt?
touch the world.
Damn it, man. That was
It
it.
doesn't have to make me defensive and scared anymore.
Why does it do that?
Because there's also love. And there's also
28, that
acceptance,
wasn't
and
it.
there's also a reality
too
that's
slow.
much bigger than the trauma that happened to me. So it kind of liberated me from having to drag that experience around in my soul. The way I really have.
So you feel like up until that point you couldn't accept the fact that there was love in the world. There was good things to focus on. You were too consumed by your own personal trauma.
You know, everything works in layers. So in many ways I did accept it. And if you had asked me, I would say
Wow, that was the
yes,
worst second cam of all time.
be a beautiful, loving,
I
accepting
think I
place,
should just
but
YOLO
there's
it.
some deep
I think the
emotional
first one you, I think,
going on
okay, I
yourself
think I
to
know what I
feel.
should do.
So you had perhaps developed a pattern of thinking that was insurmountable, and that even though you had had psychedelic experiences, and even though you thought you were doing a great thing by bringing people to these ceremonies and exposing them to the mother and all that comes with it, you had not changed the way you really viewed the world.
Well, again, that's true in a very deep sense, but again, it's sort of relative because I've seen a lot of people heal. I have guided them to healing.
Right.
I've seen miracles.
But you know, that's sometimes people do that. They concentrate
Like,
on
where is
others
this even
instead of
key card? Where is
concentrating
it?
on themselves, because
But
it's
that-
kind of
what?
easier to fix other people's problems.
But that's exactly the case.
Yeah.
I was one of those, and but also because one of the impacts of trauma is that you feel so alone with it.
Oh,
So
no.
it's sort of unique.
No.
Right.
So even though I knew intellectually that was the case, I knew how to
Oh,
work
man.
with people.
That was a
who
good
had terrible
start.
experiences. I mean, much worse than mine.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't allow that to penetrate me very deeply, as deeply as it needed to. And what these shamans helped me to do was to kind of help remove another skin of the onion. Let me put it that way. It's more like the skin of the onion. It's not one layer, really. There's different layers. And so I've been through many layers, very important. But what I can tell you is that since that experience, people who have seen me before, they say there's a more lightness about me than there used to be. You know, so people pick up on it.
I wish I had met you before.
When I was really dark and dour.
Man.
Yeah, I'd like to see what
What?
the difference is.
Dude.
Because I've met people that have changed because of psychedelic experiences. You know, and I certainly have changed.
Yeah.
So I
What
kind of
else?
would have
So-
liked to have met me.
So what? How would you summarize your experience with them? I don't mean the different experiences, but in terms of the transformation that you've experienced.
Much kinder.
Uh huh.
Yeah, it just I grew up in competition, And most of my teenage years were spent competing in martial arts competitions.
Well, I know I read somewhere about you that you said that you hated the idea of losing.
Yeah, I hated the idea of weakness.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even like the fact that I enjoyed sex, because sex to me seemed like pleasure, and pleasure seemed like a lazy, weak way to approach life.
Wow.
But I was very dedicated to winning. You know, I was very dedicated to being the best, and that mindset is very ruthless, and it takes a long time to get that out of your system.
So when you say dedicated to being the best, it's two ways you can be the best. We can be the best version of ourselves, or we can be better than anybody else. Which best were you thinking about?
I was trying to be the measurable best at a specific form of competition.
Yeah.
Where you're just essentially trying to
Taekwondo.
Yeah. Yeah. So the problem with that is it's to be the best.
You have a Lemmy beard? No fucking way. That's gross. No, not gross. Sorry, I didn't mean to say gross.
And you have to be pretty ruthless.
Let's rock and roll, man.
You know, and it took a while for me to realize what that was.
Yeah.
It took a while for me to realize that
what?
My desire to do that was not a healthy desire, and that it was a desire based on trying to acquire love and respect and the appreciation of others, and I was trying to do it through accomplishments.
And are you aware of the trauma that led you to believe those things?
Yeah. No,
yeah, really.
My path is pretty clear. I mean, my childhood was very fucked up, and my father was very physically abusive, and my mother left him when I was 5 years old, and there's a lot. There's a lot.
What? Like, why? Did you see that start?
No,
Did you see that?
By the way, create the
oh, man.
Psychedelic
What?
I think psychedelics have a role, but it's somewhat of a limited role overall in healing, and then when it comes to social issues and even individual healing. So it's not like I don't create the impression.
It's not the only thing.
It's not the only thing, and certainly in my experience, it's a relatively small part of what I do, but it's a very cherished part of what I do.
Well, the experiences are so profound and so significant, but they are just a day.
Yeah.
And then, whatever more you do, but there's a lot of days, and so it's very easy to go back to baseline. It's very easy to slip back into your old way of thinking. One of the ways that I describe psychedelic experiences, like a DMT experience, is that it's like Control-Alt-Delete for your brain. So your brain reboots.
I can't believe I missed them.
With an empty desktop, but with one folder, and that folder is labeled "My Old
Clown World, bro."
And you can either choose to approach life with a completely new perspective because you've had this experience, or you can comfortably and easily slip back into that old "my old bullshit" folder. Yeah. And most people do that.
Yeah, and I would say that's true for me as
well.
But the learning continues.
Yeah.
But overall, there's so many issues and so many problems in this culture, and psychedelics will never be the answer.
No. It's not the answer, but it's one of the answers.
It's one of the answers,
and
for
I
sure.
think it's also having the option, and having people know that there is some sort of a deeply profound, transformative option.
I got a YOLO
this
second
thing that happens that brings you into this other dimension, which is truly feels like another dimension. I don't exactly know what's going on, but whether it is or isn't another dimension, it has the feel of another dimension.
I think it opens up a part of our brain and consciousness that's usually not accessible to us. I mean, some people get there without psychedelics, don't they? They have these
holotropic breathing,
or just deep meditation for some people.
Well, but that's also igniting endogenous. I mean, if you look at
that's what I'm saying. So it's in our brain, that capacity.
Yes.
Psychedelics get us there much quicker.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's even very.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Would drive me.
Like, it's just such a meme.
To your studio.
It's just such a fucking meme, guys.
And he's got friends with severe PTSD, and we know.
Like, it's such a meme.
There's a plant called ibogaine. It's been shown by experience. First of all, it's got this amazing quality that it can get
Wow.
people off heroin overnight.
Yeah.
You know, and I've seen that personally. I've done it myself. It's not for the faint-hearted, by the way.
What did Ibogaine do for you?
You know what? I'm going to forget what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to.
Yeah, we'll go back to it.
So, this man who was driving was talking about, and I was saying, you know what? There's actually a plant called Ibogaine. That Iboga is the plant that is really good for PTSD. And there's people working with it south of the border here, but they can't work with it in the U.S. because in the U.S. it's illegal, which is insanity.
It's insanity.
You know, and he's
What?
actually,
Like what?
this friend of mine with severe PTSD has actually gone south of the border and working with one of the universities who's doing a study on it. I said, oh, good. And he says, the driver, he says, there's already been such profound changes in my friend. Now, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
Making that illegal instead of embracing it and researching it.
Yeah, it's not harming people. That's the thing about Ibogaine is it's not.
Oh, this is
addictive
fast.
substance.
This is really, really,
It's
really
almost
fast.
impossible
Come
to be
on.
addicted to it.
But
Please.
Who'd want to do it anyway?
Please.
So I have never done it, so I'm just going on other people's experiences, but it doesn't seem like something that you would ever want to do a lot. What was it like for you?
Yes, toughest experience. One of the toughest experiences of my life. It's just you're so out of you so lose control.
That was such a good attempt, man.
You know, and felt pretty dark and heavy at times. Afterwards, I felt very clear.
Like, that was such a good attempt, other than the ending.
Dark
Yeah,
and heavy house.
Can't look down. I
So
tried something
Dark
different to
and
look
heavy
down
house
there.
up. How did it feel, dark and heavy?
In the body.
Oh, man, that was a good
And
run.
there's nothing you can do to change it. Like if you feel uncomfortable in your body, and there's nothing you can do to change it,
Yeah.
that feels pretty scary, you know? Now, even though I know that this experience will end, now, again, I have to say that I'm more resistant to psychedelics. than
Going
most
too
people.
far
I have
there.
a pretty thick skull, as I told you before, and it takes a lot to get through to me. I keep getting worried that we keep talking about psychedelics, and there's so much more that I want to say.
No, but there's plenty of time. Don't
Okay.
worry about it.
Okay, great. So in March of this year, I did a mushroom ceremony with some indigenous Canadians on their land. It was one of the deepest experiences of my whole life. But the dose that I took was triple or quadruple the dose that most people take, just because it takes a lot.
What was the dose?
16 grams.
Whoa.
Motorhead
going
boys
And it took
didn't
me
live
deep.
too long, really.
It was beautiful. It was great. It was a
How
great
old was
experience of
Lemmy
my
when he
life.
How long
passed?
did it last?
About 7-8 hours, something like that. And you know, it rains, and then I sat outside with my indigenous friends.
Wonder why.
who
Yeah,
I'd never
really.
met before, but we were blood brothers right away. And
70, wow.
this is
It's
beautiful
amazing.
mountain and bison grazing in the field in the sunset, and oh my God, the beauty of it all, and the lovingness of it all, you know, and the companionship and the camaraderie of it all.
61,
These people that
67,
really
dang,
suffer.
that's sad.
And their suffering was right there as well. They asked me to participate to help them with the trauma part.
Yo, we've had a couple good runs right now
So it's
where
not
we
that
missed the last cam.
poignant, but also most beautiful experiences of my life. But it took a
25
lot
paces
to get
for
me
sure.
there.
Yeah, the North American indigenous cultures, and I think you could say the same about Australia and some of these other countries that have been occupied.
Yeah.
It's one of the most devastating things in modern times, and it's not discussed.
No.
It's we have relegated them to reservations, and they're
Top
kind of
69.
removed from the cultural conversation as far as like people in this country that are troubled. You know, we think often of slavery, which is also horrific. We think often of immigrants from other countries that
Yeah.
are disparaged and
I'm
Yeah.
terrible at this
racism,
KF7 shot.
but
Like,
we
I'm
don't
terrible.
think about the native indigenous people that were here that had everything taken away from them.
That's the colonial mindset, is that the indigenous people, they don't matter.
Right.
Oh, what a robbery! What a robbery!
About Quanah Parker, do you know that name?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
robbed there,
It's a
my
vampire
friends.
thing.
Shot too high. That's
Summer
my
moon.
fault.
Summer moon,
No
yeah.
boost.
Yeah.
Beautiful dog.
Yeah, we have a photograph of Quanah Parker outside.
Was that him out there?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. And I quote him.
Look
in
how
this
fast
book,
this is, though.
And I do talk a lot about not just the indigenous experience, but also the wisdom they have,
Mm-hmm.
and they have. If we're only willing to learn
24?
what they have to teach.
25.
Not that we have to give up our science and our medicine and our technological achievements, but my God, if you could infuse some of that with the wisdom that they have to offer us, but we're so bloody arrogant.
Yeah.
Primitive, we have nothing to learn from them, you know? And yet they have so much to teach.
Oh, the last
They
bullet.
do.
I thought I got
mean,
robbed
and
again. I
they
was
most
about to
certainly
like
had
scream
an
and be like
incredible way
robbery,
of
but
living with
the last
nature.
friggin'
Yeah.
bullet.
They were also incredibly ruthless, also to other North American tribes.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they lived their life was absolutely savage
Yeah.
and barbaric.
It's sort of like the white man, no?
Sort of. I mean, there's
That was
there's
it.
certainly
That bullet.
parallels to all sorts of
That was my
conquerors,
PV
the
right
way
there.
they
That bullet.
treat their victims.
Yeah.
I mean, it
That
seems
bullet.
to be a human characteristic.
That was
of
it. That was
cruelty.
25.
I think part of that is based on the fear of being conquered yourself, or the fear of, you know,
Mhm.
of being captured and killed, and
Yeah.
being have someone else's will imposed upon you, so they impose it upon others.
I
Wow.
know they were quite
Like I'm
capable
starting to
of
lock in.
terrible cruelties. I wouldn't put them
Starting to lock in. Let's do it. Let's do it.
with
Let's do it.
anybody else on that level. I mean, when I think of all the tortures and massacres and cruelties, and, you know, that
It's
people
a
have-
human characteristic.
that- well, it's human characteristic under certain conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, it's unfortunately it's more common, like the human cruelty. You know, that whether or not it exists in cultures is more common than that.
At a certain stage of history, that's true.
Yeah.
I might give you an argument that it needs to be that way, and in small band hunter-gatherer groups, it doesn't seem to be quite like that
Until they're invaded.
until they're invaded, or until they go too large and the territory gets
Can't believe I missed
a
them.
matter of competition, and you know. So, I do think that, and I do discuss this as well. I do think that we're very much creatures of our environment, and so that what shows up as human nature is very often human nature as it is determined or influenced by a certain culture or a certain set of circumstances.
Yeah, it's but when you think about the way human beings evolved, it seems like we have a brain and a body that really is designed for these small groups of humans, like 200.
I can't believe I missed the guard,
That
man.
seems like
Okay,
That's
let's
the
see what this
design,
time is.
yeah, that seems like
9,
when
yeah, it's pretty
we're
fast.
in symbiosis, when we're
Damn it,
in harmony,
Yeah,
when everything is working and it works well.
yeah,
That's when it works well.
exactly.
When you get to Los Angeles, you know, this indifferent mass of human beings that's
Yeah.
impossible to scale. When you look at the numbers of like New York City, people stacked on top of each other, and the indifference they show towards each other, and the disdain they have for other people, because other people, instead of becoming a valuable part of the community, they become a detriment to your ability to move around.
That's all true, and then the question is, can we somehow learn what we've lost and meld that with modern civilization? You know,
That's
No.
the real question.
No, in this culture, where the general belief is that greed and competition and aggressive interaction, no, I'm good, thank you, and
Listen to your enemies.
and
Well said, man.
selfishness and aggression are the way to make it. It's very difficult for people to get to that place of communal kindness and but when you talk about human nature, I mean, you talked about the kindness that you think you've attained or found that you've attained through psychedelic work, for example. I don't know if you can answer this question, but I'd be curious. Which feels more like yourself, this kinder state of being, or kind of the aggressive?
It's too far.
I gotta be the biggest MF on the block. Which are they both equally you, or
No.
Which one feels more like you?
The kind part.
Yeah, well,
the
that's-
other part is just a means to an end. It's trying to accomplish a goal. It's trying to fill a hole that can never be filled.
Exactly.
And
So-
that's the workaholic. That's, you know.
Yeah.
But that's also the thing that we cherish in this society. We cherish the outlier, the overperformer, the one person who can push the boundaries past and above and beyond all others.
But sometimes at the expense of others.
Yes, most of the times, I believe, at the expense of others, and certainly at the expense of their own peace.
Exactly.
You very rarely find a workaholic, supremely motivated, conqueror-type person who's truly happy.
But that's the whole point, and that's why I talk about the myth of normal. That what we assume is normal in society is completely unnatural and unhealthy for human beings. It's a myth that it's normal. You know?
Hence the title of your book.
That's the title of the book. So that kindness then is actually much closer to who we are as human beings than all that other stuff.
It's certainly when you feel the best.
Yeah.
You don't feel the best.
What is like what?
You feel the best when you're
like what, guys?
And you're happy and you're having friends.
So stupid.
Yeah. My favorite moments in life is laughing with my family or laughing with my friends. That's my favorite moments in life. Just having a good time.
And who says it? You know?
Yeah, everybody says. That's what we're really supposed to do.
Yeah.
But then there's also this sort of inherent desire to achieve success. You know, and what is that success? Problem solving, accomplishing goals, creating things.
It's not good at all.
There's this desire that human beings sort of inherently have to do these things.
That's part of our nature as well. That's why we've created so many amazing things, whether it's science or technology or art or music or anything else. But that doesn't have to be at the expense of everybody else.
Right. It should be morally and ethically pursued. That's also why we hate fraud, right?
Yeah.
When someone is stealing money and they have all this success, but it turns out that what they've done is like done something illegal, like pyramid schemes or something where someone's using this sort of desire to succeed as a justification to victimize others.
Yeah, but you just described the corporate world.
Yes, narcissism.
Yeah, it's narcissism.
Corporate narcissism.
Corporate
What?
World, what somebody calls it social.
Like what, guys? Did you see that? Like, it's just so
we live
dumb.
in a world where, like you talked about sugar, for example. Well, there was this book
Like, look at
a
that.
few years ago called Salt, Sugar, and
Oh
Fat,
my
or something
God,
like that.
man.
By the American journalist, who shows that food corporations quite deliberately set out to find what they call the sweet spot. Just the right combination of sugar, salt, and fat that's going to make people addicted to their products, which is going to kill them.
Yeah.
So these corporations are quite willing to make people sick. And so I was talking to a colleague of mine, Rob Lustig, who wrote a book called The Hacking of the American Mind. And it's how about the corporations deliberately create products that make people addicted at the risk of making them sick. And so what kind of minds would deliberately set up to sell products and advertise them and to manipulate the market that will actually kill people? And this is respectable corporations with philanthropists at the heads of their boards and so on.
Like
Yeah.
what? Like, why was
the
he?
world we live in.
Yeah, that's
What?
very dark. And that's also pharmaceutical companies.
Pharmaceutical companies, yeah.
I was just watching this very disturbing commercial yesterday with children, and it was talking about ADHD, and it showed a kid that was not paying attention in class, and it showed these kids like playing around and doing things they weren't supposed to be doing.
Yes.
And then they introduce this medication. And then you have the child raising their hand, and then you have everyone clapping, and you have the child with a big smile on their face, and you've medicated your child to be a successful and integrated person in society.
Shall I spot off about ADHD for a minute?
Yes, please.
That was my first book on ADHD. It's the American Scattered Minds, depending on which edition you get. And that was after I was diagnosed with it myself in my 50s.
What does it mean?
ADHD?
Yeah, what is it exactly? Is it real?
Oh, it's real.
But what does it mean?
Well,
Like if someone has ADHD, it's not like you have herpes, right? Like you can say, oh, you got a disease. What is it?
Well, that's the whole point, is that the medical profession and a lot of the so-called experts think about it as a disease. Another one of these inherited diseases. In fact, they say it's the most heritable mental illness there is. And I say it's neither an illness, nor is it heritable. So the hallmark are difficulty paying attention when you're not motivated.
Wow, it's
Yeah.
tuning out.
Tuning out, like that kid in
Why
the
am I
commercial.
pushing
me.
left strafe there?
Okay.
It's fucking
Poor
terrible.
impulse control. so that you tend to act out whatever emotion arises.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the hyperactivity, difficulty sitting still and then to fidget and all that. And that described me to a T. But as soon as I learned about the diagnosis, I knew something. This is not a disease. It's not heritable, despite the fact that some of my kids were diagnosed with it. What is it? So tuning out is not a disease. So let me ask you a question, if I may.
Okay.
If I were to stress you right now, create stress, emotional difficulty or tension for you right now, what would be your options of dealing with that, of dealing with me? What would be your options?
I could either get upset or I could leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You could fight back, flight or fight, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But what if you didn't have those options?
Yeah, then you're stuck.
And then what does the brain do when you're stuck like that?
Gets distracted.
It tunes out.
Yeah, it tunes out. You want to do other things, think about other things.
In other words, it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, it's
No.
normal. I mean,
Yeah.
the idea that your child, who is, an 8-9-year-old ball of energy filled with, hormones and life and thoughts and things they enjoy, and then you make them sit down
Yeah.
all day in this
Yeah.
unnatural state in a classroom with fluorescent lights and stare at a teacher that's unmotivated and underpaid and is teaching something in a very boring and non-entertaining way.
Yeah.
And that if this kid doesn't lock in like a zombie, we need to medicate them.
Yeah, well, the other part of it is that if you look at my infancy, and it sounds like yours, we spent our first year or two under very difficult circumstances, a lot of stress. Infants can't help but absorb the stress of their parents.
Right.
They can't help it. What does an infant do? Could I have escaped or fought back? Could you have? All we could do is tune out.
Yes.
But when is this tuning out happening? When our brain is being developed.
Right.
And our brain, this is the part that nobody taught me in medical school, but it turns out that brain science now teaches us that the human brain develops under the impact of the environment. So the most salient feature of the environment that shapes the circuits of the human brain is actually the relationship with the parents. And if the parents are present and emotionally attuned and available, child brain develops properly. If the parents are stressed, the child absorbs the stress.
Okay, I'll be back
What can
in
you
a
do
sec.
with it?
Be right back.
Tune out.
Thanks.
And that tuning out thing is programmed into the brain, and then 10 years later or 50 years later, we say, you got this disease. No, you don't. You've got a coping mechanism that's no longer working for you, but it had a function when it first came along. So this whole idea, and by the way, if a family comes to me with their ADHD child, I'll say to them, what you've got here is a very sensitive child. That sensitive child is picking up on all the vibes, energies, and stresses in your family. Want to help this child? Deal with the whole family. Look at the parental relationship. Look at what stress is there in your life. Look at how you react to the child. Look at, do you understand the child's behavior or the emotions that the child is having, or are you just trying to control the child's behaviors? Look at all that. And very often parents will tell me after they've read that book on ADHD, they've totally changed their relationship to their child. The child changes. What a surprise. But you go to most doctors, you got this disease, here's the pill. And by the way, I took those medications and they helped me for a while. So I'm not anti-
When you were in your 50s?
Yeah. I'm not anti-medication.
Which ones did you take?
I took Ritalin, which I can tell you the story.
Sure.
So, one of the hallmarks of ADHD is poor impulse control, right? So, I found out about ADHD, and even before I was diagnosed, I took Ritalin. And
Why'd you take it before you were diagnosed?
because I'm a doctor and I could, hey? And
Oh, so you diagnosed yourself?
well, they did, and
So you at least assumed that you had that, didn't you?
yeah, I knew I had it. But not only that, also because I had poor impulse control. I never practiced medicine that way. I mean, if you came to me for any problem, my first impulse would never be to write you a prescription, unless it was obvious that you needed it for an infection or something. I'd sit down with you and talk to you about what's going on here, but not me. Poor impulse regulation. So I went to a colleague of mine, medical colleague. I said, "Hey Bev, I think I've got ADHD. Can you give me some Ritalin?" So she writes me a prescription. Then I took it in a higher than recommended initial dose. And because, if a little bit is good, then more must be even better. And again, It's not how I practice medicine.
Right.
When I came to myself, that's a totally different ballgame. So I felt immediately present and calm and grounded and
Really?
focused. Yeah.
And it's a stimulant.
And I went, well, it calms the ADHD brain. Then I go home, and my wife says, "You look stoned."
Because you're calm.
Because, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I got this glassy-eyed expression. And within a couple of days, the Ritalin made me very depressed. That's one of its potential side effects. So I did see a psychiatrist. I was formally diagnosed, and they gave me Dexedrine. And I took that for a while.
That's an amphetamine.
Yeah, it's an amphetamine. It's another
Yeah.
stimulant. And it did help me. I became a much more efficient workaholic, and I could do even work. It didn't change any of my emotional issues, but it made me more focused and so on. It helped me write my first book. But I haven't taken them for decades. But because also I know that the brain can change if you treat it right. So this the reliance on medications that we have is a real poverty of the spirit, a real poverty of imagination, a poverty of medical education. The average doctor never learns this stuff. The average physician never gets a single lecture on brain development, how the brain develops in interaction with the environment. So when you're seeing, and let alone do they hear about trauma, they don't, hardly at all.
Right.
So when they see an adult with ADHD or depression or addiction or bipolar conditions or for that matter, autoimmune illness or anything else, they don't think of trauma. They just think of this disease. And they think that the diagnosis explains everything, but the diagnosis don't explain anything. Because think about it. Let's say Gabor or Joe goes to a doctor and they diagnose with ADHD. Well, what are the hallmarks of ADHD? Well, tuning out, poor impulse regulation, maybe hyperactivity. Why does Gabor have poor impulse control, hyperactivity, and tuning out? Because he's got ADHD. How do we know he's got ADHD? Because he's got poor impulse control and tunes out, and he's hyperactive. Why is he hyperactive, tunes out, have poor impulse control? He's got ADHD. How do we know he's got ADHD? Because, it's circular. It doesn't explain it. It doesn't explain anything. Diagnoses describe things, and that they can be helpful that way, but they don't explain.
Yeah, one of the things that people get, they get treated for and they get diagnosed with is anxiety.
Yeah.
And that one drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts because people pretend that anxiety is a disease.
Yeah, it's not.
And I'm like, my God, the world should make you anxious if you're a sensitive, introspective person. If you're just looking at the world itself and you don't put it in perspective, like it's filled with anxiety. The anxiety it's future problem solving. You're thinking about all the things that can go wrong. You're thinking about your life in a potentially devastating way. And that's not a disease. That's just a way you look at the world. And people getting diagnosed with it.
Well, I won't quite agree with you on that one.
In what way?
I've felt anxious at times.
Sure.
The world every day is the same.
The world is the same, but the way you look at it is not the same, right?
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. So
well,
the
that's
world
true.
is giving you anxiety.
No, the world is not giving me anxiety.
Right. You're giving yourself anxiety by
Yeah.
looking at the world, right?
And by how I look at the world.
Yes.
Because I can look at the same world one day and feel grounded and connected, and I may have all kinds of concerns about what's happening in the world, but my nervous system won't be on edge. My adrenaline won't be flowing. I won't be anxious.
That's my point, is that it's not a disease.
It isn't a disease.
Right.
So remember I talked about those brain circuits of lust and care and
Yes.
rage and seeking and so on. One of the brain circuits that we have, as described by a very prominent late neuroscientist, Jaak Panksepp, is for panic and grief. Panic and grief are the normal responses of the young human being or the young animal when care isn't available. So when the parents are stressed, distracted, economically or politically, or because of their own unresolved trauma, or whatever's going on in their lives, and they don't respond to the child's distress, they don't pick up the child when they're crying. They make the child be alone when the child is upset. The child's panic circuits get activated, as they should be, because when the child's panic circuits get activated, they cry for help.
Yeah.
That's just necessary for survival. A young animal should feel panic when the adult is unavailable. In a rational world, in a sane world, that child would be responded to. But when children, as in our society, are not responded to in their distress, the panic becomes built into their nervous system. And now you have a lot of anxious people. And that's why more and more kids are being diagnosed. You're right, it's not a disease, it's a response to the environment.
And the thought process of like leaving a child alone when the child's crying, is that to toughen the kid up? Is the thought process that you don't want to encourage this sort of behavior because then they'll do it all the time? And then you'll develop an indulgent child? Like, what is the thought process?
The thought process is that the child's behavior is the problem. And so we have to fix the behavior by controlling it. Now, actually, the opposite is true. Because if you pick up the child when the child has distress, physical or emotional distress, you're teaching the child that the world is safe and they don't have to be anxious about it, and they can just ask for help. And it doesn't entrench kind of crying manipulative behavior. How it works, Dr. Daniel Siegel, who's a psychiatrist at UCLA and a very prolific author and mind researcher, he says in his book, The Developing Mind, that the child uses the mature circuits of the adult brain to regulate its own immature, unregulated circuits. So when the adults show up in a calm, loving way, that the child downloads that into his own nervous system, and then he grows up. He's not going to be an infant forever. At some point, he's going to be a mature adult who knows how to take care of themselves. That's a natural process. We don't have to teach kids to be independent. Independent is nature's agenda, because the parents are going to die. At some point, the mother bear is going to disappear. That bear cub has to be able to look after themselves in a mature, confident way. That's nature's natural agenda. What the mother bear needs to do is to meet the needs of that infant bear, so the infant bear can mature. So if we meet the child's needs, they're going to mature out of that helpless state with a sense of self-regulation and calm confidence in their own capacity. But when you don't pick kids up, what you teach them is that the world is not available, that they're alone, and that they're helpless. Talk about a formula for anxiety.
What about the concept of coddling children? And what about the concept of creating, what someone would call a mama's boy? Someone who is scared of the outside world and just wants comfort and attention and just wants to be sheltered from stress and anxiety all the time. They just want to be alone with their mother and their parents.
Yeah, it happens. But why does it happen?
Why does it happen?
So there's a study that I quote in the book.
It's just so amazing.
They looked at thousands or several hundred women, new mothers, and how they related to their infants. And most of them related very well. Some were not that available, and some were extra doting and extra coddling, you might say, with their infants. They looked at the adults 35 years later. The people that were the most independent and successful and self-actualized were the ones that were super loved by their mothers. Okay. Now, and the conclusion of the researchers was you can't love children too much. Now, the case that you describe is not too much loving, but loving that comes from a very anxious place. So these mothers that coddle their kids when the kids doesn't need coddling, they're not doing it because the child needs it. They're doing it because they need it.
Right.
They're doing it because they were not coddled enough. They're anxious, and they pass that anxiety onto the child. You don't create those dependent kids by loving them. You create them by imposing your own agenda on them, your own anxieties on them. So those are the mama's boys, if you want to call them that. But the mama's boy is just a very anxious person who downloaded his parents' or her parents' anxieties.
That makes sense, because the kids that I know that grew up like that, their mothers were terrified of everything.
Yeah.
And so but how do you get out of that? if you're, you've developed these patterns of thinking that are based on a mother that is incredibly anxious and scared of the world, and then you sort of adopted these thoughts, and they call you a mama's boy and that you're coddled. Like, how does someone break out of that?
Well, there was a Greek playwright, Aeschylus, who wrote about drama about 2,500 years ago. And in one of his plays, the Agamemnon, he says that the way Zeus, or the way the master, the god created us, was that we have to suffer into truth. And with most people, I find that at some point, like me and perhaps like yourself, some suffering happens that says, okay, you're not going in the right direction.
Yeah.
So again, it's got to begin with this understanding that what I'm going through is creating suffering for myself and people around me, and maybe it doesn't have to be this way. There's got to be that recognition. Now, once you get that recognition, the sky's the limit, because now there's all kinds of therapies and possibilities. Now you can, I think a wonderful, I don't like this phrase mama's boy, but it describes maybe a certain kind of personality. What if they did martial arts? What if they worked out?
Yeah.
What if they developed some confidence in their own bodies to start with? Because they don't have confidence in their bodies. That's
right.
what, there's all kinds of things they could do.
Yeah, that's a big factor.
Once you get that there's an issue, let alone you can go for therapy, you can do the trauma work, like whatever. You can do the psychedelics, you can do EMDR, you can do somatic experiencing, you can do any number of, you can do the therapy that I teach, compassion and inquiry. You can do the martial arts, you can meditate, you can do yoga, you can go into nature.
But you need to do something.
But you got to do something.
Yeah. And that is the problem. And some of these people, unfortunately, they turn to drugs. Because they're so...
Yo, what's up, Creator Destroyer?
They want a
How you doing, man?
escape from the moment.
What's up, homie? What's up, man? Let's go, baby. Oh, thanks, buddy.
They turn to drugs, or they turn to...
Yo, I got
weed.
26, my man.
Yeah.
Thanks,
They
my
turn to
man. I'm going for
shopping.
25 right now. Let me show you.
Shopping?
Oh, yeah,
That was your thing?
What's up, man?
I
I'm
have
also
significant
picking
shopping.
up... Thanks, buddy.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I know you have like
shop for,
23 or 22 or
Photo
something
books in my
insane.
book.
I think you have 22, which is
I'm a shop for
insane.
classical compact discs.
26, not bad, not bad. We're going for
You
25.
laugh, but some days I spend thousands of dollars, literally thousands of dollars a day.
Did you have the money?
Well, I was a doctor, hey. So.
Yeah, so you could afford these compact discs.
And you know how they
Destroy the
like
legend, man. Yeah, you have like
really
22 or 23 or
justifies
something
one
insane.
addiction by another. I'd say,
I think you have
but I'm working
22,
so
yeah.
hard. I deserve to
Because I was
pleasure
looking at,
myself.
I was
Right.
watching
So
all
one
like, a lot of
addiction
runs. I was
justified
like,
the
holy
other.
shit.
You see? But once,
Insane.
I tell you, I left a woman in labor to get a symphony from the downtown store, and I missed the delivery.
Oh my God.
That's how addicted I was to shopping.
Maybe it's
Well,
23.
Did you
I think
think
it's
that
22. though.
classical disc was going to go away?
Thanks,
why did you
homie.
go
Thanks for being
get
here.
it?
Does any addict think?
Wow, that's
I
a
dropped
weird
my vape
addiction.
and
I've
the
never even heard
glass
of anybody
stem,
being
the
addicted
stem
to
shattered
compact
all
discs.
over the
Well, there are
ground.
people addicted to shopping,
Yes.
and the addiction is not to the object that you're buying.
Good thing I have like,
If
I have 4 now, I have
object,
3.
You just don't enjoy it.
Right.
The addiction is to the
buddy, dude.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, dude.
Now, what happens when you're looking for something and you're excited?
Yeah.
You know what happens? The level of dopamine, which is one of these brain chemicals, elevates in the brain, which is just like taking an amphetamine.
So it's the thrill.
It's the thrill. It's the gambler, the workaholic, the shopaholic, the sexaholic. Any addict, substance addict, they're not after the actual. They're as much as after that thrill, that seeking, that dopamine hit. The pornographer, they're after that dopamine hit.
Right.
Now, the dopamine, which is the seeking chemical in our brain, the one that makes life vital and interesting and makes us explore novel objects or seek a sexual partner or seek food. Those dopamine circuits develop or don't develop based on what happens to you very early in life. And so that the children that don't get the proper experiences, they might be lacking dopamine. Now they have to seek the thrill of the stimulant drug or the exciting activity or the dangerous rock climbing so they can feel really present and grounded.
Oh wow.
Or the shopping or the compact disc, and it's always about the next thing because you're looking after that dopamine hit.
I was just watching this documentary, The Alpinist. Have
Oh,
you
yeah.
seen it?
I've heard about it. Yeah.
It's about a young man who was
Yeah.
a free solo climber.
And did he die?
Who died.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died
Yeah.
in an avalanche.
Yeah.
He was constantly pushing the boundaries of like what he could get away with, and he was free soloing these rock faces, and then that wasn't dangerous enough, so he moved to ice climbing.
At some point, you might hear me scream, and that will be a piece of glass shard going directly into my foot.
Picks, climbing up glaciers, climbing up. In one scene, there was this ice that was detached from the face of the cliff.
Yes.
So it was separated by several feet. You could see the gap in between the ice and the face of the cliff, and he's climbing the ice. Could break off at any second.
All right, here we go. Attempt
And
number
he's just
2. Here we
digging in
go.
his pick and pulling himself up this, and then apparently he had gone to the top with this other guy, and on the way down they died in an avalanche.
No, I bet if you interviewed him, and I've seen interviews with these people,
Yeah.
with free divers and the free climbers, and it's what's happening during the experience. I'm totally present.
Yes.
I'm at one with life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no separation. I'm grounded.
Yeah.
I'm totally focused. I'm fully.
I'm only going to play for like another hour, and then I'm going to eat dinner, and then I'm going to start up again, I think, after.
Because it triggers the dopamine in your brain.
But hopefully we can
you
get it in the
feel
next
like
hour.
People like that probably have
Just
had
try-
something happen when they were younger, where their body doesn't develop dopamine properly under normal
I'm
circumstances.
convinced of it.
Well, that makes sense. I've had Alex Honnold on several times, and he is the guy from what is the document? Is it Free Solo? Yeah, the documentary Free Solo, and he's very famous for.
I've had really good
climbing,
runs
like,
before.
El Capitan
Mm.
and just sticking his hands in these cracks of the walls and climbing up with no ropes. He's a very calm guy. It's very interesting. He's like sort of calm and mellow, and you know. when
Sure,
you talk
I don't
to him
know, man.
about
I haven't been-
climbing, and he's like, no.
I think
it's
high
like
enough.
You're pretty relaxed. It's pretty
Could be
chilled
higher.
out. And they're clearly addicted to that. They're doing it constantly. They travel around the world to do it.
And risking their lives.
Yeah, risking their lives.
Can I
And-
read you a quote?
Yeah, sure, please.
It's okay if I take a moment to
Yeah,
look
yeah,
for it?
yeah. Sure.
It's on
No
my
worries.
cell phone here. This is I carry so many quotes on my cell phone. I'm always trying to teach myself stuff. So
What? Robbery? Robbery.
diving. Let me just look at free diving.
No boost.
This is something that you saved on your phone?
Yeah, I have 1,000 things saved on my phone. I have
Yeah.
whole books that I've dictated to myself on my phone.
Isn't that amazing?
Because
Store that in this little tiny thing you keep in your pocket.
It's incredible. And I keep trying to teach myself stuff. I think if I just dictate it, maybe I'll learn it. But guess what? Next time I read it, why wasn't this here before? Of course it was.
Yeah, of course it
Anyway,
was.
this is a woman called Natalia Molchanova. She died at age 53 in August 2015, free diving.
Oof.
She is one of the world's leading free diver.
Oof.
And here's what she says about the experience. Free diving is not only a sport, it's a way to understand who you are. When we go down, if we don't think, we understand we are a whole. If we don't think, so the mind just gets out of the way. We understand that we are whole. We are one with the world. When we think, we are separate. On the surface, it's natural to think, and we have many information inside. We need to reset sometime. Free diving helps to do that. In other words, free diving gave her this experience of unity and oneness, and that quietness of the mind. But the question is, why do we have to go such extreme limits, some extreme lengths
Yeah.
to find that state? You know, and when I read that quote to a couple of friends of mine who are fierce meditators in a way that I'm not, they said, that's what we get when we meditate. You know, but these people are serious meditators. So, but that state of oneness, that's just the highest state we can experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
When we get that we're not these separate individuals in this society, there's this, what Dan Siegel calls the myth of the solo self, that we're all just individual, separate little creatures,
Yeah.
struggling to make it against competition and in a fearful race with everybody else, and it's so that we get separated from ourselves, which is the essence of trauma, and we get separated from each other.
Went too far.
And then we have these peak experiences, and we keep seeking these peak experiences because we don't know how to make it real in our own lives.
One of the things you find out in competition is that the real competition is with yourself. You are competing against other people, but you're competing with yourself to improve upon your performance against other people. You're not really competing with other people. And once you realize that, it's a real revelation. You realize, like,
I need something to hold
my
this
own demons.
here.
These people are just.
I need something here
This
just
is
like this.
a mechanism for me to be able to find that in me.
Yes, which also means that there's no real loss, is there?
Right.
I'll look for
if
something
you've done
after
your
show.
best.
Well,
maybe you can do better, but there's no failure, is what I mean.
There is, but in failure there are lessons. It's beneficial, even though failure feels bad. Because you didn't accomplish what you wanted to accomplish. That the motivation that you get from that, and the revelations, and the knowledge that you get from that, are crucial to your development as a human being, and in whatever your chosen pursuit is.
Well, let me argue with you again, if I may.
Please.
So, I mean, you work out, and I know you talk. You have this.
Seem going too far still.
Physical workout program and all that.
Yeah.
I don't do weights, and you can see in the relative size of our arms as to which of the two of us does resistance training. I just swim. I don't do weights. Now, if you and I had a wrestling match right now, and or even a taekwondo match, which I've never studied, but I did my best to show up as alert and as powerful as I could.
This might be it.
You defeated me.
This might
Would
be
I be a
peace.
failure?
Well, it's not fair. Okay, and competition, one of the things that you learn about competition is that you need to scale it.
Jeez.
You know, that's why we have divisions. We have
I
weight
shot
classes,
that guy right in
and
the
we also
chest.
have,
I don't know if you guys saw that
belt
chest shot. That chest
So
shot
you
was
would
the
assume
camera
that
shot.
someone who's a white belt is
I don't know if you guys saw that.
That's one of the reasons why
Like-
when we're
like
talking about people who
his
cheat.
there was one bullet that went right in his
is,
chest that was
one of the
perfectly
most
lined up.
reprehensible things
But I
amongst
took too long to
competitors.
line it up.
Sandbagging would be. Imagine if you had a black belt
25.
in judo.
And you played somebody else.
And
6.
No, and then you entered
hit the
into
warp.
a jiu-jitsu
Yeah.
competition.
Slow then.
You would technically be a white
Interesting.
belt in
Yeah.
jiu-jitsu.
It's too bad.
Yeah.
But you would be very experienced in grappling and submissions, and
Yeah.
you'd be dominant, and you would just tear through the field of people that were also white belts. And people would be angry at you, justifiably so,
Yo.
because you're violating
They're
the
talking
rules
like
of
jiu-jitsu
this
experts, man.
scalable competition. And through the scalable
Like they're talking about, like,
competition, you're
anxiety and
supposed to be
stuff. It's like,
met
dude,
with
I
surmountable
understand because,
challenges,
well, I mean, I
things that
did
you can
karate,
overcome,
right? But
things and
I
lessons
understand
you can
because of,
learn.
like,
And even if you
weightlifting.
get dominated by someone, what
Exactly,
you
here
learn
you're
is
talking about
that
being
that
dominated, right? Like,
potential is within a human being. You know, one of
Yeah.
my most
He
profound
understands, like, the
experiences that I
limit.
talked about many times.
it's all
is
relative, right?
When I
It's-
first started
it's
doing
relative to where
jiu-jitsu,
you are
got
and where your
dominated
limit
by this
is,
guy who
you know?
was, he's like an intermediate jiu-jitsu player, but the overwhelming
Fucking crazy.
control that he had over me.
But I don't
and the
do
dominance
jiu-jitsu
over
because
me
I
was
don't really
so
trust others.
eye-opening.
In
Because I
terms of
didn't
taking
know
care
that
of my
a
body,
person
no.
could do that to me.
Not
And
putting
then
other
learning that,
people's
I
hands
knew
on
that
me.
that
I also
potential
don't
was in
enjoy
a
it.
human being. He wasn't
I don't
like
want to roll
physically
around with
gifted.
like,
he wasn't
men. I
much
don't wanna do
stronger
that
than me or
ever,
bigger than
ever
me.
in
He was
my
just
life.
much better
Knock
at
on
this
wood,
thing
never.
that we were both doing.
Right.
And I realized that on the path, he was many miles ahead of me, and that I could go down that path and achieve what he is doing. And that was very,
Not there's anything wrong with that.
it was very enlightening.
Fair enough. When you talk about sandbagging, it reminded me of this Paul Newman movie called The Hustler.
Yes.
You know, the
Big John, you think this boy's a hustler?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that movie 100 times.
Yeah, it's a wonderful film.
Yeah, I play pool, so
Okay.
that is a big part of pool playing, is people pretending they're not as good as they are. But that's a desperation thing and a gambling thing. There's a lot involved in that too.
But to go back to the idea of failure, so let me ask you this question. Usain Bolt,
Again,
if you
that-
line up
see that? Did you see that?
100-meter race, so the 200-meter race against Usain Bolt,
Right.
and you come in second, are you a failure?
I'm so,
Well, you
dude.
didn't
If
beat
they
him.
boost me around
Or
the
you
table,
failure.
it's like over.
Well,
I'm
it
so
depends
bad
on
at it.
where
I'm
your
so bad going around the
performance
table.
Threshold lies.
But nobody's going to be as good as him.
That's not true. Someone will be as good as him.
Eventually.
Yes, and that's the whole purpose of doing that.
But
the
not
whole
in-
purpose of records.
Yeah, but not.
But you're chasing a very specific thing there, though. You're chasing
Yes.
extreme excellence.
Yeah.
And if you choose to be that person that chases extreme excellence in a very narrow and rigid discipline,
Yeah.
right? This is a very narrow and rigid discipline. It's very
Yeah.
comprehensive, but it's very narrow and rigid.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
running in a straight line as fast as you can.
Yeah.
someone has to be the best. And if you choose to do that thing and you are not physically gifted, then you have a problem. Because there are some things that are dependent upon your physiology. They're depending upon the size of your limbs, the length of your limbs,
for sure.
your genetics. And
Yeah.
for some people, that threshold is
I
insurmountable.
can't believe I hit that fucking.
Well, and this is where
I can't believe I got
genetics
stuck
come
there or
in.
whatever.
I mean, we have certain capabilities.
dumb.
And, you know, but all I'm saying is, in my mind, coming in second to that guy is no failure. As long as I've done my best. As long
Damn,
as
that
the
was
person
fast.
in the next lane is doing their best,
Sure.
they've succeeded.
They have succeeded in a way.
That was like ideal start. Was
there's
that
a-
8 pause of it?
There's a great quote
Yeah.
that I remember when my early years of Taekwondo, where my instructor said that martial arts are a vehicle for developing your human potential. And that through overcoming these difficult obstacles and the fear of competition and learning that with discipline and focus you can get better, it can elevate your ability to do everything.
It isn't so much of that also, I get that, and isn't so much of that also being completely present and focused
Yeah.
and connected to your body and grounded and responsive to what's happening in the moment.
Yes, you have to be in the moment. You
Yeah.
can't be thinking too much. You,
Yeah.
you rely on your training and your focus
know what I was
and
doing there.
the ability to maintain this mindset.
Yeah, which is so missing from our lives in general.
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
also one of the things that's missing from our lives is physically difficult pursuits.
You'll have to stream it.
Which I think we
You'll have to stream the
have,
DMT run.
We've categorized
DMT
things
stream.
into two ways. Things that are intellectually difficult, which we praise, and things that are physically difficult, which we think of as being like base and less consequential to your overall development as a human being. But I don't think that's the case, because I think that physical difficulties stress the mind
I feel doing
in a
DMT so much.
way that we don't appreciate.
Don't we value our athletes and our athletics and the people that can do incredible
Sure we do,
things?
but we also dismiss them as being intellectually inferior.
Wow, that's
One
the
of
start I
ways
want. You know what I mean?
justify
The one bullet,
that
one
an
bullet.
athlete is better
What is that,
than
9?
at
I'll
this
take a
thing
9,
is by
man. I'll take a
categorizing
9.
them as a dumb job.
I'll take
Oh
a 9
gosh, I
right now.
read sometimes the blog of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's no intellectual
Wow.
midget, you know?
Of course not.
You
I
know,
mean, to
and-
be great
yeah,
at something,
Yeah.
I mean, whether or not he applies that to the rest of his life is
Yeah.
relevant. That's where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
Because some people don't. They only focus on being the greatest at whatever, whether it's basketball or golf, and they don't think about their life in general as being a project as well. They think about this one thing only.
And you know what? I must say that certainly could have been said of me at a certain point, where I would be really focused on
Yeah, I like it.
being very good at a certain task.
I like
or
it. I like it. I
certain
like it. I like it.
area of endeavor. Which is to say
I'm
yes,
liking my
I'm
movement.
doing. But I wasn't applying the lessons to my own life.
I'm not like
Right.
talking my big
I
up
think a lot
self,
of
but
us
like
have
this movement here,
compartmentalized that.
like,
Yes.
or no, that's not right.
Yeah.
We don't take our wisdom.
What I did the previous run.
into our own lives.
Well, I think a lot of us need mentors, and we need people who have already gone down the path a little further than they have to tell them, hey, this is what's going to come up, and this is how I've dealt with it, and this is what you can learn from my mistakes without
Yeah.
having to repeat them.
I think one of the significant losses in society
Too
that
far.
we sustain is the loss of elders. I mean, traditional cultures would have elders. And
Yeah.
Went too
when
far
we
up,
talk
went
about
too
elders,
far
we talk about
distance.
the elderly.
Right.
We define them in terms of their age. But if you look at traditional cultures, the elders have huge status.
Yes,
Mm.
and
You
they
know,
should.
and as they ought to, their experience.
That box,
It
man.
also means they don't get shunted to the side and get made to feel useless
Right.
and develop dementia, you know,
Right.
because they're active and involved in the community.
Mm-hmm.
And we've lost so much with the loss
No.
of the elder
What?
and the passing on of tradition. So
Yes.
we're so focused on progress, which has brought incredible advances, that again we're sort of cut off from one part of ourselves, which is rooted in tradition and rooted in wisdom. So what if we could have both? What if we could have both wisdom and progress at the same time? I think it's possible.
It's certainly possible. I mean, I've always said that about the idea of an ethical, moral capitalism.
Yeah.
Is that the competition of capitalism isn't the problem. The competition is the end all, be all, like only win. only get ahead. Greed is good. The Gordon Gekko mantra. I think that people get lost
look at
in
this.
the achievement of the
Like,
goal
what?
as being the ultimate
What?
thing that's going to bring them happiness. And it's never the case.
Well, now you have corporations we talked about before, and what's his name, Milton Friedman. This,
Whatever, that was a
Nobel
dead run
Prize
anyways.
and he said that the only legitimate business of a corporation is to make profit.
Yes, and that's how they look at it. And that's one of the reasons why they can justify horrific acts.
Damn.
And it's also one of
Because
the
if,
reasons
see, if
why
we
a
can get an
person
8,
inside
that
of
was a
that
9, but if we can get an
corporation
8
feels
start,
from the actual
you know what I mean?
horrific acts, says there's a diffusion of responsibility in being attached to a group. You know, I am just one of these people. I am just a manager of this region, and that's all I do. I mean,
I suck, guys.
Abide by my
suck.
shareholders' needs.
Damn it.
In the book, I interview.
Damn it, I suck. It's really bad. I blew it.
Vice president
I
for
blew it.
human relations for IKEA,
That was a really good start, and I blew it.
and he found out my work about 10, 11 years ago, and he said, "I want to talk to you." And he called me at home, and I thought he was just a strange guy with an accent. You know, when you get known a little bit, all kinds of people want a piece of you. You know? And I thought, here's another. But anyway, he came out to Vancouver from back east, and we had sitting with lunch at my house, and my wife is there, and Ray, my wife's sister, his name is Ulf, and Ray says, "Ulf, well, what is it that you do?" And Ulf says, "Oh, I work with this company, maybe you've heard about it, called IKEA." And my wife just about jumped off her seat because she'd just been to IKEA that morning buying some furniture. But Ulf says that for decades, all he lived for was to be successful within the company.
See, I like that.
And he totally lost himself. He had no
Don't know if
value,
it's fast,
he said,
but it
that
looks
wasn't
good.
associated with his success
Right.
as an executive. And he says it was an empty
And
existence.
it feels good.
And he says he was making himself sick. So he gave it up.
See that?
know,
I can
but
do
he-
that. It's pretty consistent.
He talked about
I don't know
what
if it's
like
too
inside
far,
our
though.
world. And he's
Maybe
uniquely
too far.
He's a gifted photographer. So he started doing photography, and he's a very healthy man, but he had to really learn after decades that everything had been done for some external. And in this culture, we're so driven to validate our existence by
I love
impressing
slow.
others, by trying to make ourselves successful, by the standards that are laid down for us by external forces that have nothing to do with our real needs and who we actually are as human beings, that it's almost impossible not to fall into that trap.
It's very, very difficult not to fall into that trap, particularly if you're invested in a career path and you've achieved a certain amount of success, and then you have responsibilities and you have bills. You know, you have mortgages.
Not only that, you also have the whole world telling you how great you are.
Yeah.
So
Holy,
when my
look how
wife
far I
walked into a
am.
department store,
I'm down the stairs. That was a while. Oh, because I didn't kill that guy.
anybody
Yeah,
with
that's
a
fine.
credit card and say, you know, "Are you the
That
wife-
guy always
are you
shoots
the
you if you don't
wife
kill
of-
him.
Oh, isn't he
If you don't
wonderful?"
pass him away.
She was just gritting her teeth. Because the same wonderful guy who's such a success out there is not like that at home. In fact, it's at the expense of the home.
That was
that
like
his
perfect.
success is
Dang
in
it,
some
what?
ways achieved. So that there's that. So not only do we have bills to pay, we also even get all this validation
Wow.
for the way that we
Right.
Insane.
abandon ourselves. You know?
Yeah, and oftentimes you don't concern yourself with the appreciation of your loved ones because
Yeah.
you get it no matter what. You
expect it,
live
yeah.
with them, you get it, you expect it. But you concentrate so
Telling you,
hard on this
in a session or
thing that you're
two,
pursuing, whether it's climbing
I'm
the
gonna try
corporate
playing on
ladder,
Japanese
becoming
because I know the
a
quick
physician,
pausing is a little
you know, working
not better
so
or
hard,
easier or
constantly
faster or something.
day in, day out, and
I think you
that's the
can
only
get
way
two.
get any
Obviously,
measure
Ace gets
of
2
this
on English,
feeling
but
of value.
someone like me,
It's when you try and get that
I think I
sense
could
of
get
value
2. And
from the outside.
Mhm.
if you're hit less
if you
in the
didn't
big room,
value
that would
just
help a lot.
existing
Yeah,
from the moment
So
you
I don't know if that's
you
true
wouldn't
for
have to
essay
you wouldn't
Japanese.
have to keep doing it. But
Because I know
the
people
thing
say
is,
like play
so many
Cavern's
people
Agent
from that
and play Damn Agent
terrible
for the boosts
childhood
because you get shot
have
more
developed
apparently
this
on English.
ability
So I
to
don't know if that's
pursue
true in Secret
excellence,
Agent.
And then they have shaped and
Aztec
enhancing,
Double Low
influenced so many other
Japanese, I
people's
feel like you get
lives
shot
because of their
more
work, whether it's
than
their art
English.
or whether it's their sport,
Possibly because
or
maybe
whatever,
just do
something
less
that they've
lag
done, some
overall. I
way
don't
they've
know. I could be
accomplished
making that
things
up.
has been incredibly influential to other people. Yet they came from this horrific trauma.
Aztec Double O in
Well, that's
Japanese
true.
is like
And
Aztec Double O
the
on
question is, can I
speed,
balance that
on cocaine. It's
more self-awareness
insane.
Right.
and
That's really
more
how I describe it.
expansive experience of life where they're
Aztec
narrowly
Double O in
focused.
Japanese is
Let me
like
tell you a story and let me
Aztec
ask
on
you what you think
cocaine
about it.
or speed.
If I told you about a 4-year-old girl
Not that I've ever tried it.
who is bullied by neighborhood kids, you've
Not
got
that I
daughters,
know how it
yeah.
would feel like.
So 'cause
but if
imagine
I-
your
if
4-year-old daughter. Being
It's just
bullied
so
by
much
neighborhood
faster,
kids.
man. You got to be so much more
And one of them
perfect
runs into the
because
house
the
their
English
mom
version there's so much
and
there's
say,
there's I would say significantly more
"For
lag
protection."
and everything, but
and the
in
mom said
terms
to her,
of the quick draw with
"There's
the
no room
guard,
for cowards in this house.
dude, it's insane
You
on
get out and
Japanese.
deal
It's
with
so
it."
hard.
Yeah.
You gotta be
How
so
would you see that?
fast. There's like no lag,
Well,
man.
it's
You gotta be
abusive.
Okay.
the English.
You're
You
setting
you
a kid up to be
the
not
lag is a
protected
crutch,
and
man.
that you
Not
don't
even
care,
lying.
and also this is a
It's crazy.
there's a horrific aspect of human
Which
nature.
is interesting, 'cause
that
I do wanna try
desire
in English
to
again,
gang up
because
on kids. If a group
I
of
have
people gang
a
up on
big
people and
room.
bully
I have a
So
Aztec Double O
speaking of that,
drone
you see that
gun room
interaction with the mom is abusive and
with a
traumatizing.
2-hitter,
Okay. This
which
story
is
was
super
told
rare.
on public television
which makes you
in the
wonder,
United States.
right? Because
front
Carl
of a cheering
Josmy in his
audience.
video, he said it's extremely rare to
Millions
have
of
a
people
2-hit
watching on television.
big room,
The
and I think he was
Democratic
talking
Convention in
Japanese.
2016,
But I have a
when Hillary
2-hit
Clinton
big
was
room on
nominated.
English.
And
What does
she
that
told it-
mean?
and it
I
was
don't
the
know.
Voice of God, Morgan Freeman.
Because
writes
my biggest issue right now is
narrated
survivability in the
this
big room and also
bio
consistency. But
documentary about her, and this was presented
definitely
as a
pacing
wonderful
much
example
better.
of resilience building.
so if I can do that,
And so I'm saying, trauma
obviously
is so
I'm not going to try in English
normalized
before I
in
get a
this
TV
culture
on
Yeah.
that
Japanese.
even
But
when this horrific incident is being depicted on television in front of millions of people, people think this is wonderful. And nobody
Never thought of it that way?
commented on it. No, 65
Thanks, man.
years later or 60
Yeah.
years later, the same
'Cause-
candidate develops.
because the guards have 100% accuracy, right?
doing a
And
campaign. I don't know if you remember that when she got
Mhm.
pneumonia.
English, you
You know
can
what
go
she did?
slower. You don't
What?
have to go as
She
fast.
sucked it up. She didn't
'Cause
tell
those-
anybody
they
about
won't
it. She collapsed in the street with
I get-
dehydration.
I get destroyed in Japanese,
The
man.
supposed lesson was this taught me strength and resilience and independence and self-reliance.
I get shot so much.
So a lot of the success that we sometimes perceive in this society comes at a huge human cost. And
So
don't
what I'm
even
saying is
recognize
I
it. It's
don't-
so normal, we don't even recognize
You know,
it.
if that's
I'm not talking
accurate,
about
because
politics
I play
now.
this in
I'm not- well, I'm
Japanese,
talking
I get
about
the
politics.
benefits
These
of
are
the
very
quick
often
pausing.
politicians,
Hopefully,
but-
maybe the double quick
but
pause, even the single
I'm
quick
talking
pause.
about. I'm not talking about policies of whether I
And
support
if I get
her
shot
or
less-
somebody else. I'm talking about the human experience that's being depicted and totally normalized in this culture.
Yeah, and that example is that is a problem, that people do think that that's a way to handle a situation like that where a child's being bullied, to tell the child to go out there and face those bullies.
Yeah, a 4-year-old.
Yeah. And then you look at the end result, you have this extremely unlikable woman, you know, who
Who's got? She's built a defense
What?
around herself. The
Yes.
unlikability that people pick up on, the unrelatability, is this hard shell that you have to develop to protect herself. It's
yes,
a simple trauma response,
yes,
you know. And when you look at it that way, you just see a suffering human being.
uh-huh.
Is
And
that-
it's even sadder because she's old
Yeah.
and she doesn't recognize this pathway. She
Yeah.
doesn't recognize where she is and why.
Well, her father used to beat the kids, and she doesn't see that as trauma.
Yeah.
No, I'm not picking her up.
It's a different-
by the way, I'm sorry. I'm not.
I know what you're saying. You're not picking on her.
Not picking her. I'm just giving a public example of what
Yes.
happens. Yeah.
The child abuse, the beating of the kids,
Yeah.
was standard.
Yeah.
That's what's really crazy. It's
Yeah.
like if you go back to the 1960s, the 1950s, beating kids for doing something wrong was normal. It was what everybody did.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, how much of an effect did that have on people?
well, there was a study this week just about that, about how traumatizing spanking kids is.
Yeah, I had a conversation with someone the other day, and they were just like talking about how they spanked their kids.
I still can't see it. I thought full
I didn't
screen
know
you'd be
what
able to
to
see
do.
the
I
camera. I
wasn't
can't
sure
see
that I
it. I can't see it.
Just put my foot down and say, hey, you should never do that. You know, why'd you do that? I shouldn't. I didn't want to admonish them.
You might ask them if they're open to an opinion.
Yeah, well, it was just one of those things.
But it's so difficult, isn't it? Because people get so defensive.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, the studies have been done over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep widescreen just because that's
And
what
its
I've been
effect-
doing.
Its
I
effect
might
can be
switch
as
to full.
bad as
I'm gonna try
more
just
severe
widescreen. I'm
forms
gonna
of
keep
abuse.
trying it just
Yeah, I could-
widescreen right now.
I can completely see how that would be the case. I just don't think it's ever required. You know, I wasn't
I'm
really
used to.
spanked. I mean, maybe a couple of times when I was really young, but it was nothing serious.
Well,
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like I wasn't held down and beaten. Or
wait a minute now. Who's saying that nothing's serious?
me.
As an adult.
Me now.
Yeah.
Me
but,
as an adult.
But think of your kids. You know,
Yes.
But let's say
This
let's say you
fucking
did that
guy,
to one of
man.
your children. Would you ever
fucking
say
guys.
to her, "This is nothing serious"?
No, I would. Well, I would never do that.
But you wouldn't do it.
I don't do it, and I
So-
don't even. I would never even consider it.
Well,
I try to have conversations with my kids, and I have since they were really young. I have
Yeah.
conversations with them where I talk to them like I would talk to you.
yeah.
And although I'm much more, you know, expressive and lenient and kind, and I tell them how much I love them, and the only reason why I'm having this conversation with you is because this is just an issue that people have.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I always bring up with my kids is whatever you've done, I've done it. So if you've lied, I caught my kid lying to me once, one of my daughters, and I said, I used to lie to my parents all the time. It's totally normal. What I'm
what I
telling
do.
you
I
is
just
you
got a
don't have
spam
to lie
earlier.
to me. And it's better for you if you
Oh, it was
don't
better.
lie.
That was way better.
If you just address things that you've done that were wrong or incorrect or, you know, unwise, let's just talk about them. I'm not going to judge you on a
Right.
mistake because you're a human being
Exactly.
and you're 12 and human beings make mistakes. But what's important to know is that I will praise you for telling me the truth if it's difficult.
That's
Because-
very good.
Because
So,
I think it's a very valuable lesson for a kid. Because otherwise you pretend, you think you got away with it, and then you live with that lie.
of course.
Yeah.
Well, there's the German philosopher Nietzsche writes somewhere that people lie their way of reality when they're being hurt by reality. And so there's certain politicians who are known for lying.
Yes.
Well, we know about their childhoods. Really traumatic, really abusive.
What
and
kind of
lying.
childhood did Biden have?
There was an article in the New Yorker magazine about the Biden family,
Yeah.
generations of alcoholism.
Well, that
And-
makes sense.
and other forms of manipulation and so on. And so when you look at Hunter Biden,
Right.
and Hunter has actually mentioned my work
No.
because his own addictions, he came to some understanding about the traumatic basis of his addiction problem. But that addiction on Hunter's part is just the downloading of multiple generations of family suffering. So it's not anybody's fault. You're not pointing fingers at anybody. But there's trauma in that family. And there's no American president in recent memory that didn't have significant trauma in their childhoods. And it's affected, of course, how they conduct politics. You know, when it shows up. I mean, I don't know if you know the name Bessel van der Kolk. He's a psychiatrist. There's a perennial bestseller in the New York Times called The Body Keeps the Score, which is about trauma. And this is a book about trauma that's it's been bestselling now for 5 years, and every week in the New York Times. And Bessel told me that Donald Trump is a poster boy for trauma, which he is in a certain way, because even often when people say that he's lying, but by the way, there's Trump supporters here, I'm not arguing politics here. I'm just talking about I'm talking about human being. When they say that he's lying, I don't even think he's lying consciously much of the time. The guy who wrote The Art of the Deal,
Why?
a guy called Tony Schwartz, once said that this man doesn't know the difference between the truth and lie, because if he wants something to be true, he'll believe it. Now, what other class of human beings will believe when they want something to be true? Children.
Yeah.
Trump had a terrible childhood. And his
I've hit
and he's
one
married Trump.
fourth
He's a
camera
psychologist.
today, and that was my
His
26th.
father drank himself to death. It was Trump's brother. And he drank himself to death. So traumatized was he in the Trump family of origin. Well, one of Trump's responses to that, well, first of all, poor pensions. His pension is all over the place. That's a typical ADHD response. I'm not diagnosing him, I'm just saying I recognize that there's a response to trauma. But the other is that he's got difficulty telling truth from reality sometimes because he wants something to be so true because his early years were so difficult he couldn't face the truth of it.
Yeah.
And so what we're seeing in our politics very often are highly traumatized people, who then have to act out their trauma on the public level. I don't care which party you're talking about.
Right.
I'm not being partisan here. I'm just saying how I see it.
Well, it's one of the more difficult aspects of modern politics is that the people that choose to pursue that level of adulation and attention and power are the people that should never have it.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's why it's so crazy. It's this wild pursuit, and every 4 years we hope for a new leader, someone to rise who's going to make sense of it all and fix it all, and it just doesn't happen.
Which is true, and it also points to a real dynamic in political life that we're on a political level we're much more immature than we might be as individuals. So we're looking to the mother figure, the father figure to fix it all for us.
Yeah.
Instead of us asking,
I'm going to do the 2
bullets.
bullets.
What's going on in social
Ari
level,
told me to do the 2
cultural
bullets
level?
and do it.
How do we all play a role in somehow making it better? We say, let's just elect the right daddy or the right mommy, and they're going to make it okay.
And there's also
moot.
That's right. And then 4 years later,
That's
we're
all
disappointed.
moot.
Yeah.
So we elect another mommy or daddy.
And we're also locked into this tribal ideological thinking where you can justify the lies of the person on your side because they're on your team.
That's right.
And so you say, well, better him than them.
You saw that with in your politics, American politics, because the kind of sexual adventurism that Bill Clinton engaged
I
in
didn't do the 2 bullets.
never excoriated and criticized
I didn't do it at all.
harshly as, say, Trump.
I did the exact
Now,
opposite.
Trump was more egregious about it. I mean, he was talking about grabbing people by the pussy because I can get away with it. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but he was caught on
I don't know. He was,
microphone saying
it's
that.
true. Yeah.
I guarantee you Clinton has had similar conversations.
That's a good point. But the point I'm really making is that I have to say, not that I'm defending Trump here. There's nothing to defend. To me, it's a sign of dysfunction.
Right.
But he was criticized for it far more severely than Clinton ever
What?
was
Like
for
what?
the very same behavior.
What?
Yeah.
So that's
So dumb.
and it works both ways. That people tend to criticize in the other side, that which will the completely exclusive
Guys,
and
it's so dumb.
which makes political debates so toxic.
Well, no one's being honest. It's and we decide what team we like, and that's our tribe, and that's also
Wow.
a negative consequence.
27.
Of our development, how we all evolved in these small tribal groups.
I gotta YOLO it way more than that,
outsiders
my
are
friends.
threatening, but you are
27?
protected by whatever group you align with.
Wow.
And you see that with the blue no matter who or red till dead. You see that from either
I gotta YOLO it
ideological
like
position. They support
way
whoever's on their
faster.
You know, there's a
I gotta YOLO it.
psychologist at Notre Dame University. She's retired now. Her name is Darcia Narvaez, and she studied hunter-gatherer groups. It
Look
might be
at
interesting for you to talk
7
about.
paws down the
She
stairs.
studied them internationally, studied them historically.
8 paws down the
I don't wanna
stairs.
speak on her behalf, but she could give you a very interesting.
What's her name again?
I'll write it down for you afterwards.
Okay.
It's Darcia Narvaez, and actually she's written a new book, which when it comes out, you really might want to talk to her. She asked me to write the foreword
That's
for it.
really
And the book
fast.
is called Devolved Nest.
That's
and
really
it'll be
fast.
published next year by North Atlantic Books, and I'm happy to give you her name.
Okay, yeah,
and,
that
and
sounds
she's,
great.
she's got a huge body of work. She's written many wonderful books. She can talk really.
Why?
Maybe I'm talking fast. This must be all the caffeine I'm drinking.
You're not talking too fast. It's great.
Oh, that's good.
No worries.
Anyway, Darcia
So
would
dumb.
really tell you about per studies of hunter-gatherer groups. And not only about that, but how our evolution has mirrored and paralleled the evolution of other mammals, and how much we have in common with other animals when it comes to rearing the young and interacting with each other and so on. She's a very fascinating person to talk with.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised that our evolution mirrors other mammals.
Yeah.
It's like we are mammals. We are animals, no matter what we think of ourselves. We're just this weird mammal that happens to be, at least amongst the ones walking on Earth, the most intelligent.
Yes, and unfortunately, once that intelligence becomes disconnected from our emotional lives, it becomes a dangerous weapon, which is largely what's happened. I'm talking about our real emotional lives. Darcy's got this concept called, she says that we are species atypical, which means that we're actually the only species that is capable of creating environments that actually hurt us. Most species will seek out and cultivate, and like beavers will create environments that'll support the protection and nurturing of their young. They build these dams, they build, they create ponds, they make, we create environments that actually...
So I'm going to play for another half an hour.
Species atypical.
I'm going to eat dinner with my folks.
That's true, right? I mean, we create
7 o'clock,
ghettos,
so...
we create
And then I'll probably play again
horrible,
after
toxic
tonight.
air quality because
Probably
of the
later
way
tonight,
we
probably late tonight.
develop power in our cities, and
So we're close, we were close.
Yeah, and then we justify it by whatever pursuit we're involved in. That you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet.
We're also I as a Jewish kid growing up in Eastern Europe, with the awareness of what had happened.
Wow.
I had some awareness of what had happened. My grandfather was 54, and he was a wonderful doctor in a town, and he was taken to Auschwitz and died that same day, And so I grew up with this huge question in my mind of just how can people do this? And human beings are the only ones that will gratuitously, and for no practical reason, turn on each other. And they do this habitually. It's not even like conquest and war. I mean, that experience didn't serve anybody's needs. It had no purpose other than the acting out of pure hatred and insanity by one people against another, But this happens all the time in my life. And so my quest as an individual, and as a physician, and just as an observer.
What? Like,
how do we do this?
Like,
what do we have to learn about ourselves so that we can break this chain of trauma?
I think people need to hear it discussed in a way that it makes sense in their mind. Like they're like what you're saying here today, I think is going to radically impact a lot of people that are listening to this, because you're saying things that resonate. It works in their mind. They're like, oh, that makes sense. Okay, now I understand it. And then once you've intellectualized that, once you have these ideas in your head, now when confronted by what would be a typical behavior, a pattern that you had fallen into, then you can recognize it and say, oh, this is why I'm doing this. And then the process of change is gradual.
Why did I get the double back boost?
I think psychedelics,
go fuck yourself.
One of the ways they help, and I agree with you that they're only a small part of this process of change, but they allow you to completely detach from the normal patterns of life in a way that is inescapable. Like when you're having a DMT experience or a psilocybin experience, and one of the weird things is that the most profound of these experiences, or many of the most profound, mimic human neurochemistry.
That's the whole point.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's what psilocybin does, that's what dimethyltryptamine does, it's all these things.
And we have even cannabinoid receptors in our brains.
Yes. And, there's undeniable benefits
guard,
for
man.
some people with these things, but
This
it's not
fucking
panacea.
guard.
It's not as simple as like, take this, you'll be fine.
Well, two things occurred to me when you said that. What was the first thing? When you're talking about people recognizing, I think what's really important here is that when people look at their lives and where they've lied or that they've let themselves down in others, that they examine their experience compassionately, and not with self-judgment of a moral condemnation of themselves, but why did I do that?
Yeah.
What made me do that? Not as a way of excusing it, but as a way of understanding it, so I don't have to do it again. So that's the first point. You talked about using natural chemistry. So let's look at opiate addiction. It's a really interesting example. So people are addicted to heroin. And I worked with a lot of heroin addicts in Vancouver's downtown east side, which is North America's most concentrated area of drug use. I mean, if you've never been there, it's an eye-opener.
I've heard it's horrible.
Yeah. So as well as physician there for 12 years, and I was a doctor at North America.
Why does it do that?
Injection site.
The lag?
The people bring their drugs and inject themselves.
27, wow, we're in 26 with the war.
Sterile water, and if they overdose,
Wasn't
they
even
do
pace.
So opiate addictions and what you said about natural human
Strong
chemistry.
button.
So why do people get hooked on opiates? Well, opium works in the human brain because we have receptors for it.
Oh, what?
But
Are you
why
serious?
do we have receptors from a plant that comes from
What?
Afghanistan? Well, we don't.
Get out of here.
We have, as you said, receptors, I should say, our internal opiate system. This is our own natural chemical. Now, why do we have opiates? Well, if you understand opiate addiction, you have to look at what do our natural opiates, which are called endorphins. And endorphins, it means endogenous morphine-like substance. So why do we have endorphins? Well, what do endorphins do? Well, the first thing they do is they're pain relievers. And they relieve not only physical pain, but emotional pain. So people have this natural painkiller.
Okay, I haven't hit
which is
this last
good.
camera in so
You know,
long.
if I bang my knee, then these endorphins, by the way, when people cut themselves,
That's where you're going?
they're looking after the endorphin hit. Now, so the pain relievers, physical and emotional pain relievers, that's the first thing they do. Second thing they do is they make possible the experience of pleasure and reward and joy and elation. So they're very important experiences because life is tough. What would our life be like if we had no joy, elation, and pleasure? So endorphins help with that experience. The third thing they do is the most important thing. They make possible this little thing called love. Endorphins promote the loving contact between mother or father and infant. So when mother or dad are looking into the infant's eyes, and the infant is smiling up at them, both the infant and the parent gets an endorphin hit. Now without that, if you take infant mice and you knock out their endorphin receptors, these little mice will not cry for their mothers and separation. What would that mean in the wild?
Death.
Their death. That's how important the endorphins are.
Yeah.
Now if you take human beings who didn't have those early experiences that promoted the proper development of endorphin circuits, you got a sitting duck for opiate addiction. When they do heroin, they feel normal for the first time in their lives, as many people have told me. Russell Brand told me about this experience of love that he had when he did endorphin. You know, and
When you did heroin. You mean?
yeah, we did heroin. Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
And when I was working in detox at that facility I told you about, this big muscled guy. Imagine your
What?
body in a 6'4" guy, and earring and tattoos and shaved head and just tough looking as anything. And he was coming in for detox from heroin. I said, "What does it do for you?" And he said, "Doc, I don't know how to tell you this.
Wow, I don't know what I was thinking there.
You're ill with a fever, and your mother wraps you in a warm blanket, sits you on her lap, and gives you warm chicken soup. That's what the heroin feels like.
Love.
Love, yeah." And somebody told me, this sex trade worker with HIV, I said, "What does it do for you?" She said, "When I first did heroin, it felt like a warm, soft hug." In other words,
Should do the IRE suggestion, the 2
Father,
shots,
love,
2-3 shots,
caring.
maybe
Why do
2.
people who are addicted to heroin?
Be
Because they
faster.
didn't have those experiences.
Yeah.
And very often they had
Like that.
negative and abusive experiences. And then we punish these people. We ostracize
Oh,
them.
what the
We
heck?
cast them out of
It's
society.
moot
It's
anyways.
still a struggle in the
It's
United
always
States
moot.
to establish safe injection sites where people can use clean
That's what I
water
gotta do.
so they don't pass each other with the HIV. And I mean, with that backwards,
Yeah. And then there's the illegalization of
Yeah.
ibogaine, and
It's
also
just so
psilocybin
stupid.
and ayahuasca
Yeah.
have been shown to help people cure addiction, and to have some sort of a center where you have trained experts that can guide people through these things.
Exactly.
And then there's the problem with these experts, because they become a subject to all of the human flawed instincts of, the guru mentality, and they become this revered person because they've introduced this person into this world of psychedelics.
Oh, come on.
And their ego
Please.
grows, and they feed off the adulation and attention.
Please.
And they get lost.
Terrible.
I've seen psychedelic shamans even sexually abuse their clients. Not that I've seen it, I know of it.
Okay, what was I hitting there? Was I hitting
Yeah,
the
I've heard of it
box?
as well.
What was
I've
I
heard of it
hitting?
as well, and
How did this
some of
not
these
work?
retreats where you go to these other countries and
So you have to really have some due diligence before you go to this. And this happens, of course, in spiritual leadership work. All the Buddhist masters that have abused their clients or exploited their clients,
Yeah.
the Catholic priests who have, the
it's a power thing, right?
the psychiatrists who have,
Yeah.
the doctors who have,
Yeah.
the politicians who have.
Mm-hmm.
It's just once you have power and you don't know yourself,
Right.
it doesn't matter how good you are and how much you know and how much wisdom you might even have, but if you're not integrated, you might very fall into the trap of using your power for selfish purposes. And that's what these people do.
Yeah, that's a weird instinct that human beings have, because it never ends well. I mean, it's mapped out. There's been so many instances of these cult-like situations or cult leaders.
Yeah.
And it never ends well.
No.
Never. And yet people still go down that path, because in that moment when they're in control of their flock, and when they're getting all this adulation and they're doing whatever they want to do, they feel like they're superior.
They're invincible.
They're significant. They're something special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one sees that all the time. You see it in athletics.
Yeah.
There's so many athletes that I know that were abused by coaches and experts. And the very famous case, the infamous case of Larry Nassar, the doctor who abused all these young women in the acrobats.
Yeah.
He got away with it for years and years and years, which is again is part of what the system does. Is it robs people of their internal power, and they surrender it to others, and they don't even think to complain.
Right. Yeah, they don't think that they have the ability to complain. There's so many people that have power over them, and
That's right.
they're also holding this position of a spot on the Olympic team, and they're going to compete.
Whoa,
represent
what?
The United States in gymnastics.
What?
So just deal with it.
Yeah.
What's up, MER?
The
What's up,
power
MERE
dynamic
man?
of
What's up,
human beings having
MERE man
power over
4000?
other human
I'm trying to
beings
get,
that way,
I'm trying to beat this level
specifically
in
regards
less
to psychedelics. Is
than
one of the more disturbing things
26
to me, because
seconds.
I've seen this
In 25
abusive thing
seconds.
happen in people that shouldn't
I'm trying to
know
beat this level in 25
They
seconds.
should know better. They're supposedly on this journey, and yet they're
And then that will
involved in
be
this thing where they're
in the
clearly-
top 100 times.
They're extracting
this level.
an enormous
the
amount of
elite.net.
adulation out of these people, and they're using it in this very transparent way. And when you hear them talk, it's so obvious. And anyone who doesn't know any better, or doesn't know them rather, and they watch, like, what do you think's
So
going
this
on
was
here?
what,
What is
26
that, a cult?
maybe? Yeah, 26. So
Immediately,
my best
like,
time is
to me,
26. I'm
'cause
going for
it's got
25.
that aspect
I got
of it.
26 this
It's like-
stream,
But
which
can
is why the
become-
stream title said sub
And
27.
the
But
people, that's a weird
I got
instinct too, because
26.
we're always leaning towards a tribal leader. That's part of our heritage of developing in these tribes.
Darcy and Narvaez could talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Because the tribal leaders.
all right, one
weren't
second. I want to make sure. I
all
want to
powerful
times.
rulers. They were servants.
Mm.
They may have been good at leading a war party, but that didn't give them authority to rule, to
Right.
lord it over the others. So, well,
That's more of a
look,
king
what
thing,
we can
right?
say is that human beings are incredibly complex beings, and we've got these incredible intellects, and the more we can. You talked about the kindness, that you found in yourself, and that you recognize is closer to your true nature than.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
No, I guess I'm
When we develop
speed running
our-
this. I
or we
guess.
develop
Yeah, I'm playing
intellect or any
1.2,
aspects of ourselves,
which
where we
is
get cut off from the heart they become very dangerous creatures.
Ah.
And neuroscientifically speaking, we think of the brain as sort of
It's
the
like-
ruler of everything. Actually, we have 3 brains, at least 3 brains. We have a brain up here.
Where you use the C
then
buttons
there's a
to
brain
move
in the heart.
forward,
There's a nervous system in the heart.
and you
that
use
is
the joystick to look around.
important,
1.2.
predictive, and
See, like this is. Whoops.
knowledge. So is the gut.
This is look
Ideally,
around.
The gut.
Then
and
these
the
are the
heart
move buttons. The C.
And, the nervous system up here will be all connected and in sync. And
It's
if we
so that
are
you don't lose
grounded and
full
focused and
speed.
wise, and if we're not,
Because if you play
cut off
regular,
anyone from the
every
others,
time
and
you
that's what
turn, you
trauma does,
lose full speed.
is it cuts us into little parts. So we're no
I know,
longer
it's
this
crazy.
whole, and
So I had to relearn how to hold the
that
controller.
means that certain parts of ourselves can then take over and rule the roost to the detriment of
I'm also
ourselves
going
and
pretty
others,
YOLO,
and that's the essence of trauma.
like,
is
which is why I'm
this
just
motion
resetting a
of
lot.
Our whole selves.
So essentially,
Welcome.
human beings are this incredibly complex, almost.
I'm actually gonna stop streaming in about 10
organic
minutes,
machine that
though,
doesn't come with an
And then I'm going to start
operating
streaming again. If you want, feel free to follow.
Doesn't come with a it doesn't
Some
come
like
with a
cool guy,
comes with
play a
a-
lot
Well,
of
not,
All
excuse
Night.
me, not an operating
and
system,
Perfect Dark.
operating manual.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It doesn't come with the programming. So
Yeah.
so it's
No
how that
stress.
operating system gets
No
programmed
obligation.
by the environment that determines
I gotta
so
do
much
2
of
bullets. I
what
gotta
we
focus. I
behave,
gotta
Right.
focus.
like, and what we love, what we hate, what we accept, what we deny, and again, that's the essence of trauma. And so the subtitle is Trauma, Illness, and Healing in Toxic Cultures. How do we get back to that wholeness? That's my whole,
It's a hard level, too.
not just mine, but it's one of my,
Wow.
that's the essential question.
And so you're trying to, with this book, provide people with the tools and the understanding to recognize these inherent flaws that human beings have and these traps that they fall into, and give them
Gotta
an
do 2
understanding
bullets.
of how to lead
gotta
their
yell a
life
little
in a
more.
way that's more harmonious.
That's as good a summation of the book as I could give you.
Yeah, that's a very valuable
Yeah, this
thing.
is a good time to take a
do
break. I'm
for
going to take a
people
break in
because there's so many people that
10 minutes.
they just don't know what
Take
to
about
do.
an hour, 2
And
hour
they
break.
don't have
Probably
any
2 hour.
outlet other than psychiatrists, and psychiatrists oftentimes immediately put them on drugs.
Well, so again, I talk about that in the book. So there's this modern trend of what's called biological psychiatry,
Yeah.
which is all about let's change the biology of your brain by giving you this pill. What they're not trained is to understand is that the biology of the brain is determined by the environment. So the brain develops an interaction with the environment and is in a lifelong interactive relationship with it, both the internal environment and the external environment. So rather than blaming the biology of the brain, let's look at what shapes the biology. So in the book I talk about, I don't know if you're a comedian, do you know who Daryl Hammond was? Or is?
Sure, yeah, I know Daryl.
Yeah, so Daryl's in the book.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So Daryl had a documentary about his life called Cracked Up, which is on Netflix.
What?
It's still available on Netflix.
How did that not
And
even blow up?
Daryl, in
What?
his 20s, developed a mental health condition. And over the next 2 decades or more, he was seen by 40 different psychiatrists.
What kind of mental health condition?
Well, they called it psychosis, they called it bipolar illness. He was given a whole lot of diagnoses, typically, and all these medications. Until finally, one psychiatrist in New York said to him, I don't want to call what you have a disease. Something terrible happened to you. But Daryl was abused severely by his mother throughout his childhood. And he says it was a hallelujah moment for me. But it had taken him decades and 36 psychiatrists to finally said to him, something happened to you. And what you're experiencing is a response to what happened to you.
How did that not blow up?
So I interviewed Daryl for the book, and he's gone a long way towards having dealt with his trauma. But nobody for all those decades is all about take this pill or take that pill.
Yeah.
This
Brutal.
diagnosis, that diagnosis. It's so typical.
Has Daryl had psychedelic experiences?
First of all, even if I knew, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, because you're a doctor?
No, because it's somebody's private life that I
Right.
don't have the
I
right
gotta
to
do
know.
2 bullets and those too far. Gotta
But
YOLO
I
it
don't know
too.
that he has. So I haven't
2
heard
bullets.
him. I haven't
YOLO.
heard him talk about psychedelics. So I have no knowledge. So if he had talked about it publicly and if I'd heard about it, I would naturally say yes. But
Right.
I just don't know.
Yeah. It's all based on pain. I mean, it seems like everything that we're talking about, all these problems are coming out of trauma.
So there's a lot of physical illness.
Yeah.
Like when you do the research, the more adversity you had as a childhood, the more risk you are for addiction, for mental health issues, for relational issues, and also for autoimmune disease and malignancy. So, for example, there was a study out of Harvard University, I think 3 years ago. Women with severe PTSD have double the risk of ovarian cancer.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Double. What about other cancers?
In my
What am I
experience,
doing? I
and
gotta
I've
YOLO
worked
it,
in
man.
palliative care for a while as well, looking after 200
Gotta YOLO it,
people,
homie.
and I've done the research. A lot of malignancy is related to trauma. And
Because what's the mechanism? Is just
Okay, it
that
lagged
affects
there.
your immune system because you're severely stressed.
well, let me give
Because
you
you're
an
not.
well, let me give you an example.
Sure.
So, let's say a child is sexually abused. You know,
What?
the natural reaction would be rage. Can they afford to be rageful? If they were rageful, what would happen to them at the hands of the abuser?
Get punished even further.
Exactly. Therefore, the defense mechanism is to suppress the rage. Okay? That's just a natural defense of the organism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now,
This fucking guy,
scientifically
man.
speaking, I'll tell you
Fucking
something
Dwayne,
that
man.
most physicians
God damn
never
it.
hear about.
God damn it,
Despite
Dwayne.
decades of research and thousands of research papers and elegant science, the mind and the body are not separable. What happens in the mind happens in the body and vice versa. They're one unit. In fact, one great researcher, Candace Pert, called it body-mind. It's one unit. So our emotional system is part and parcel of the same apparatus as governs our immune system and our nervous system and our hormonal apparatus. It's all one system. It's not separate. They're different manifestations of the same system. Now, what is the role of a healthy anger? Like we've already talked about, is to protect your boundaries. What is the role of emotions in general? It's
I can't believe that didn't.
let in what's healthy and nurturing and welcome, and to keep out what is not. Is that clear enough? Is that okay? What is the role of the immune system?
Fight off intruders.
And to let in what's nurturing and healthy.
Right.
When you take vitamins, you don't want your, and your supplements, you don't want your immune system attacking that.
Right.
So it's to let in what's nurturing and healthy, keep out what is dangerous and toxic. The immune system and the emotional system have the same role. Because they're one unit, when you repress anger, you're also suppressing your immune system. That's been demonstrated in the laboratory. Now, when you do that, your defense against malignancy goes down. Because your immune system is supposed to recognize the malignant transformation, which happens in our bodies all the time, by the way. It's an accident of nature, but a healthy immune system will say, oh, that's a foreigner, that cell, I'm going to destroy it.
Right.
When you repress healthy anger because you were programmed to do so, because some parenting expert told your parents that an angry child should be banished from your presence, or because
Please.
the child was abused.
This is really how it's gonna go, eh?
Just their healthy self-defense. They also suppress.
Like-
Then they learn to suppress their anger all their lives. That represses the immune system. Now the immune system turns against you,
Man.
or it can not fight off malignancy. The physiology
That was
is
pace.
straightforward. It's elegant. It's been worked out. Most physicians never hear this. Now there was a study out of Massachusetts, I think, which I quote in the book. I think 2,000 women were followed over 10 years. Those who were unhappily married and didn't express their emotions were 4 times as likely to die as those who were unhappily married. But they did talk about their feelings. You can't
4 times.
4 times, yeah. You can't separate your emotional life from your physiological life.
Right.
So when you look at the question of why do women have 70 to 80% of autoimmune disease, they have much more likely to get rheumatoid arthritis, scleroderma, lupus,
Okay, 3 more minutes and then I'm gonna go. I gotta go.
so on and so forth.
And then I'll be streaming again in
These
maybe
women
2 hours.
acculturated not to be angry. It's also why black
Thanks for
people
being
have
here.
more illness.
We got 26,
They
pretty
don't-
hype
they can't
about
be
that.
angry. Good for a black person to be angry is to court danger. And so, if you look at the
I
biological
gotta do 2
markers,
shots now.
they're different, not because of race, but because of racism.
And none of that has to do with diet.
Well, yes, in a certain sense it does, but it's not purely the diet. It's part of a whole
Come on, like
mix
what?
of influences. So, for
So
example,
diet is a factor.
that is absolutely a factor.
And
so
but
that's
the
so-
emotions.
So as you know, for example, women who are, because I've heard you talk about it, people who are obese are more likely to get COVID, right?
Yes.
But who gets obese?
People are abused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why are they eating too much?
To cover up their feelings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's all connected.
Yeah.
So the obesity epidemic in our society is an epidemic worldwide, by the way, as globalized capitalism extends its influence internationally. Obesity is a huge problem in China now. It didn't used to be.
Really?
It's a huge problem in Mexico. It didn't used to be. It's happening worldwide. It's an epidemic. But what's happening is that, number one, people are more and more isolated, more and more stressed. Now they eat to soothe the stress. And then in the goodness of their hearts, the sugar companies will come along and say, well, have this food. It'll make you feel better.
The sweet, salt, fat
Yeah.
combination.
So the system works elegantly.
Ooh, boy, and it's just exploiting these openings.
But it creates the problem in the first
Yes.
place, and then it exploits the openings that it creates. I mean,
Yeah.
you couldn't design a better system if you wanted to A, stress people, and B, profit.
Okay,
off the
what?
system.
Like,
Do you have hope that we can sort the system
Like
out and
what?
that we can develop a better system? Do you think that that's...
I believe in human beings. I believe that you've experienced healing, you've experienced
okay, one more run.
the opening of kindness.
Doesn't
in
matter how
yourself.
bad it is, I gotta go
I
though.
have.
Thank you.
I don't claim to be perfect. I don't think you do. But we would say that we've come a long way. Now, if we can, why can't anybody? So
Right.
Okay, one
so I
more,
think
one
that
more.
human beings, I have
Ah.
a lot of belief in the human potential. I just think we have to work.
Multi-shot,
recognize what the
multi-shot.
problem is and move towards conditions that'll support that potential rather than inhibit it. So yeah,
That's fine. That was a good run. That was faster. That's what
That's why I
matters.
get
Okay.
so excited about these
Thanks for
kind
being
of
here. We
conversations
got
and
26.
about your work in
Pretty
general,
hyped about that.
because it does
Gonna read
give
some money. Thanks for being
people
here. You're the best.
a viable field of study and an option to understand and to look into all of the things that bother them and what is actually happening. What are the underlying factors that are leading me to these bad decisions? What are the underlying factors that lead me to this general feeling of distress and being upset?
Well, I think people need a map to themselves, and I think my work and the work of others that I highly respect is to offer people a map to understand themselves so that they can navigate their lives with some information rather than blindly.
Yeah, and that's all we can do. You know, all you can do is sort of give people another viable option and give people an understanding of why the current options are so unsatisfactory and what caused them and why they're there and how you could avoid these problems
Yes,
and how you get better.
yes.
Should we end it right there?
We can end right here. I think so. I couldn't think of a better way to end it.
It's a good way to end it. Well, thank you again. Thank you for being here, and thank you again for all your work. You've really done some amazing stuff, and it's like just have someone with your ability to express yourself. Put that kind of information out there is incredibly valuable to people. So thank you.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Please, let's do it again sometime. And The Myth of Normal, is this out currently? Is it out right now?
September the 13th.
September 13th. So that's like 2 days.
It's
right?
No, it's 5 days.
Oh, what's today? Oh,
7th.
I don't know what's going on. The 8th or the 8th.
So it's 5 days.
Yeah. Okay. So in 5 days. So thank you very much. And did you do an audio version of this as well?
There's an audio version which is written, which I gotta mention. My co-writer is my brilliant son Daniel, and he also narrates the audio version because he's a really talented actor and voice person, an award-winning narrator of books. So Daniel did the audio version, which will be available the same date as the book is.
Beautiful. Shout out to Daniel. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.